Very interesting. I feel like very interesting stories, which is also the beautiful thing about creative life overall. Learning to never stop. There's always something new, and I learned from patience. And each one of us will use that choice based on the use that you have to put the technology to. The first thing that made me sort of see how a human story and the layers of politics in it. का युद्ध कल्चर आने वाले जरूरत है इन्वेस्टिगेशन कर रहे हैं उसमें थोड़ा विज्ञान विश्लेषण करना चाहिए ऐसा मेरी अपनी सोच है A person may have a very enjoyable lifestyle, externally appear very successful and happy. But nowadays, what's happening within it is not a supply chain, it is to empower the supply chain. And I'm happy to announce that we're still very much in the pilot stage, and beta testing is going on. We are gradually building up our presence little by little as people get more and more confident. Because of the state of our cities, we have shown that we're very smart and resilient. Digital India is more for the player. Ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning. May I please request you to take your seats? Thank you. A very warm welcome. My name is Aditya Malik, and it's an honor and a pleasure to be your host for today. BW Education, 8+ years old, exclusive education community of PW Business World is pleased to welcome all of you to the BW Education Business School Summit to acknowledge and applaud the efforts of influential educators like you who are setting new standards for leaders and teams around the country. BW Education Business School Summit and Awards aims to gather the movers and shakers to pave the path towards a holistic growth of the nation to advance and sustainable education ecosystem. BW Education is a platform to explore the latest innovations and ideas that can transform the lives of students, educators, and also the industry. With the contribution of insights from Indian education realm leaders, this summit is a must attend to understand the potential and current evolution happening in the Indian education system and how this will also affect the entire ecosystem. With that, may I please request the business world, the team to play the community AV to give us a sneak peek into the world of BW education. Business World, led by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of PW Business World and founder. Exchange Media Group is the fastest growing business media house in the country, with a network spanning across 24 niche business communities and 8 magazines. PW Business World is proud to be entrenched in various verticals in the domestic as well as global business ecosystems. And the changing times, BW now has a massive readership in the digital space as well. BW in its portfolio has 24 niche B2B communities that organize conferences and also forums to facilitate interactions between sectoral business leaders and also create a conducive environment for collaboration. To keep yourself updated of all developments, please subscribe to the Business World Group magazines. I promise you, it will add to your professional quest for knowledge and insights. For all our event attendees today, the exciting offers, you can meet our concerned team member at the registration desk and we shall help you with the same. Our latest issue of PW Business World critically analyzes the UAE consensus from the recently held COP28 in Dubai and how the ambitious transition away from fossil fuels lacks the financial assistance from the developed world. The issue also looks at Max Healthcare's social expansion plan and more. With that, today's digital broadcast is being streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. As a flag of today's event, I encourage everybody to please join in the conversations of today and also share your learnings by using the hashtag BWB School Summit. With that, I please request my team to show us today's event TV. And before we move ahead, I also just wanted to thank the partners for today. Our B School partner, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon, in association with BW Education, organized by BW Business World. Our event partners, Exchange for Media, the Rig Shake Factory, Joy Travels, Fandro, Greenly, IWM Buzz, Reality Plus, Impact, and Pitch. With that, first for the lamp lighting ceremony, and then also for the opening address, please join me in welcoming on stage the chairman and editor-in-chief of PW Business World, Dr. Anurag Batra. Yes, sir, first we shall. Yes, I've been told that you will help me in calling the other members, please. Can you have a mic, please? They will bring it to you, sir. Sir, please.
I'm doing your job now, right?
Yes.
It's my honor and privilege. I request Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, all of you are my, seniors, Dr. Bharat Bhaskar, Goel Saab, uh, you know, new director of MDI, uh, Dr. Arvind Sahay. Dr. Sahay is what we call him, so I'm searching for his first name. So, ma'am, why don't you join Dr. Maitre? Uh, why don't we all join this meeting? Doing it alone would be a little not.
Thank you, sir, for inviting everybody. Please, I. Thank you so much. Thank you. A picture, please. Thank you so much. Thank you. And with that, I once again welcome and now welcome on stage the chairman and editor-in-chief of PW Business World, founder of Exchange Media Group for opening address, Dr. Anurag Bhatta, ladies and gentlemen. Can you please welcome sir on the stage with your round of applause? Thank you.
Good morning. It's my honor and privilege to be here. This is a forum that is much closer to my heart, and hopefully, this is early as of this conference. Hopefully, we'll grow it. It's my honor and privilege to welcome a lot of familiar faces, leaders of the B School fraternity, who are nurturing the faculty and the students and providing leadership to the country by creating leaders for tomorrow. Uh, I would like to uh, acknowledge the presence of Dr. Bharat Bhaskar, who is the director of IIM Ahmedabad. Please give him a big round of applause. Uh, I would also like to acknowledge the presence of every B school director. I hope I'm able to take everyone's name. Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi from BIMTech, Dr. Arvind Sahay from MDI Gurgaon, Dr. Goel from IIM Shillong, Dr. Bhimsen Mitra from IIM Nagpur, uh, and Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh from IIM Trichirappalli, and I'm going to get the list. I have a digital list so that I don't want to leave out. I made some new friends. I have made some new friends, so I would say Also Dr. Nagarajan Rammurthy, who's the director of IIM Amritsar, Dr. Vinita Sai, who's the director of IIM Bodh Gaya, Dr. Vivek Suneja, who's the head and dean of Faculty of Management Studies, University of Delhi, Dr. Himatri Das, though I don't see him. I'm sure he's joining it, who's the director general of IMI, uh, Dr. Srinivasan Iyengar, who's director of the Jamnal Bajaj of Institute of Management Studies, Professor Dr. Sanjay Patra, who's the Dean Academics at XLRI Jamshedpur, uh, Dr. Jones Matthew, who's the Program Director, PGPM of the Great Lakes of Institute of Management at Gurgaon, Dr. Shirang Altekar, who's the Professor and Director of the Symbiosis Institute of Business Management. I just met him for the first time. Dr. Ashwini Avasti, who's the Director and Dean of the Institute of Management at Nirma University, Dr. Jaskiran Lora, who's the Director, Professor and Dean at the Education Quality of at the BML Binjal University, Dr. Shruti Sardeshmukh, who's Professor and Dean Office, Shivnadar University, Dr. Harish KS, who's the Program Chair of the PGDM Business Analytics at the Siva Sivani Institute of Management, Dr. Prasoon Tripathi, Director IMS Ghaziabad, Dr. Sujeta Sai, who's the Vice Chancellor of the ILM University, Dr. Indra Bhardwaj, Director, Delhi School of Business, Dr. Pooja Jain, Director, James Rohini, Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Global University, Local University, Dr. Mukul Jain, Thomas Management Institute, Jhajjar. And in the evening, I also have a CEO CHRO panel, Mr. Salil Kapoor, who's the CEO of Inware Home Innovation, Ms. Dipali Nair, who's the CMO of the CK Birla Group. So we have a CEO, we have a CMO, and we have a CHRO, and Dr. Pradeep Hatgaonkar, who's the country head HR for Hitachi Estemo India. And in the evening, our chief guest, Mr. S. Ravi, who's the founder and managing partner of Ravi Rajan and Company, former chairman of the UTI Trustee Company, former chairman of BSc, will also be here in the evening. I can't talk about what should happen to B schools and how they should reinvent to this pack of leaders, because really you know what you are doing, you're shaping up. And I'm sure this is a question you think about on how to make sure you reinvent B school education or rejuvenate, if not reinvent, you rejuvenate B school education, and how do you make sure your institute stays ahead and collectively the graduates that come out of Indian B schools stay among the best in the world. However, I'm going to talk about 3 points that I believe are needed to keep the B schools ahead, and I think deeply about them. And I'm sure some of you would agree at least one of the points. I believe one is the curriculum needs to add certain new areas that have emerged, and some of you are already doing it. Uh, Today, even on business, there is a huge role of public policy. For example, at IIM Ahmedabad, there is a Center for Public Policy that has come up. If I'm not wrong, Jindal have sponsored it. There is a School of Public Policy. At MDI, again, there is a School of Public Policy that is in the courses. The three areas that I believe where you can, they're traditionally not in these schools. I believe there should be a course in sleep. And you may, think, what am I drinking in the morning? But I was drinking a green tea with a lot of ginger in it, Dr. Goel. I genuinely believe that when I say sleep, I remember my time interacting with Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh when he was briefly at MDI, and he would talk about Vedas to me, and I would enjoy all that. And I can only say that as senior executive, let me ask you, how many of you sleep more than 8 hours in the night? You sleep 8 hours, more than 8 hours? How many sleep 6 hours or less in the night? So, that's not good. And I do this at a lot of conferences. That's not good. That's not good. Because really, all of your experience, you have children, you nurtured students. So I'm reiterating it because that's what's also happening with young people. And they're a little more indisciplined with their phones or more into their phones. They're young. I can only say that there is a sleep deficit in India, and people of every age are sleeping less. It's not about. So there is a sleep deficit. And as you know, the three foundational pillars of health are sleep, nutrition, and movement. So really doing a course, I know a lot of people who can't sleep enough. Again, quality of sleep is an issue. Second is the course on kindness. I want to ask you about this guy. How many of you heard of Nadav Ben Yehuda? Nadav Ben Yehuda? Anyone? So you can Google him later. He's a young Israeli. He's still very young. In 2012, this is the guy. In 2012, he almost became the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest. He was very close. He had surpassed the base camp, very close to Mount Everest. One of his friends died. One of his friends was about to die. So he had a choice either to go on and become the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest or save his friend's life. Guess what did he do? He saved his friend's life. Why am I saying this? You know, business schools teach you competitiveness, they teach you cutthroat competition, and it's okay. Life is about competition and coexistence. But in a world which has become so much about individual progress, leaders are taller, but they're becoming dwarf. That's what political leaders, they become too much about themselves. And at every level, people, and I'm not talking of any particular person in the room, but I'm talking of society in general. I believe that, he eventually climbed the mountain Purna, but he chose, and when he came back, he had frostbites, two of his fingers were amputated, but he chose to be kind. He gave up his ambition of being the youngest Israeli to climb the Mount Everest, and he saved someone's life. In a world which is so competitive, we have a point of view, we are critical of people. I think it is important to be kinder. And I'm sure all of you are, some of you I know personally, and I can say you're very, very kind overall and very kind to me. But the reason I'm talking about this is because then he went on to become a search and rescue professional. He's on a speaker circuit. And this is a book. How many of you read this book, sir? I know you recommend book, but I read this first 10, maybe 12 years back, whenever it came out, more than 10 years back. And then I read it recently, the new, about 2.5 months, there's a new cover. It's a white cover, it was a blue, black cover. And once you read this book or watch the TED talk, you'll know how sleep plays a role in our achievement, in our health, in how we interact with people, how we are kinder to ourselves, how we are mindful in conversations. We know the importance of sleep, but once you read this book, and this book goes on to say that 60% of your health is sleep, everything else is subsequent. Of course, nutrition, what you eat matters, what exercise you, Dr. Sai was asking me to walk, and it is on at 7 p.m. I will go for my 30 to 45 minutes of walk. I'll leave here at 6, I'll reach home at 6:30, at 6:45 I'll go. So it is on I did my yoga in the morning. I did sleep 8.5 hours. So, I don't do exercise, but walking is the closest that I do. But sleep is the most important thing, and kindness. So this is the latest book. This is the latest cover. Same book, and it says scientists. Go back, my friend. Scientists have discovered a revolutionary new treatment that makes you live longer. It enhances your memory, makes you creative, makes you look more attractive. It lowers your food craving. It protects you from cancer and dementia. Research has proven that people who sleep more than 8 hours, the risk of Parkinson's goes away. So, I know I'm talking to a room full of leaders who have a lot of impact. You have a lot of impact on your students. At least 500 to 1,000 students and faculty, at least 100 each in most of your cases. So really, I believe there should be a course on sleep. There should be also simulation, because if the students can sleep better, they can be kinder, better. And then I was talking to you about kindness. You can strengthen that into Indian value, because Indian values are about being kind to yourself, being kind to the earth, being kind to the environment, being kind to animals. In all our festivals, we will have some ritual. So I believe the reason I say about kindness, I talked about the fact that rather than collective progress, we've become very focused on individual progress. So I think if we can bring a course on kindness, we can be kinder to others. And I want to recommend a book that I read in March this year. Next slide, my friend. This is a book I read sometime mid-March. I was coming back from Chandigarh, and a friend of mine was reading it, and I took it from him. And then I ended up buying it next day and reading it at least 2, 3 times. It's a book written by a young Dutch philosopher called Rutger Bregman, and it's the book's titled "Humankind: A Hopeful History." He's done a research over 150 years. He's gone and done interviews firsthand with some protagonists in some other books who have been painted by the writers as, in negative situations when where humans were not kind to humans. He's gone and brought in exactly contrary point of view. And the gist of the book is that human beings are very kind to each other. While we're competitive, Harari has said that human beings claw into each other, they become base forms of themselves and they compete. And that's also true to some extent. But it's a refreshing perspective on the kindness that has happened over the last 150 years. He's taken some of the famous incidents and, investigated them, spent 6 years doing that, and then wrote the book. I'd recommend it to you, and then I ended up reading his first book. That's his second book, which also is ideas for kindness. For example, there is the idea, the basic, income that won the husband-wife couple a Nobel Prize. That idea was first published in this book. Right? There are many other ideas for a utopian world. So I do want to recommend that, and that's why I feel the course on kindness would be in order in B school. Third is a course on sustainability. That's happening in a lot of B schools. This is a Time magazine that I read about 2.5 months back, maybe three. I could be off by a week here and there. I was in the Habitat Library waiting for a friend of mine. Though I get Time magazine at home, I'm carrying the latest issue in my car and a piece that somebody's written on Piyush Pandey as Piyush is retiring. I'm carrying those to be, if I find time, I'll read them. Otherwise, I'll read them tomorrow. And I would remember going to Bombay last year on 9th April. My daughter, she was speaking at a UN conference, and the head of the Indian Navy was there, and he talked about how the oceans are shrinking, and it's a bigger problem than anything that we can think. Everything, according to him, is small. And I listened to him. I thought he's maybe exaggerating it. And then I came and I Googled some articles, and I was like alarmed. And again, I read this 2.5, 3 months back. It asked a question: what is the most important place on earth? And of course, ironically, the most important place on earth is the oceans. As the oceans are shrinking, it means really bad for the earth, because the large mammals in the oceans, their excreta really absorbs carbon dioxide at huge levels, and it helps the environment. And we had our latest issue, as Mr. Malik talked about, is on the climate finance. And again, we are doing this after COP28. I know a lot of business schools, both outside India and within India, have started courses on sustainability, because sustainability has become a fabric for Indian corporates. We as a country has also made commitments at COP. Of course, we can't shift from a fossil fuel. India uses a lot of coal. So suddenly shifting from coal to renewable it's a process. But I think we at Business World do a ranking every year for the last 4 years of India's most sustainable companies with Sustainlabs Paris. I remember in the first year I got a call from the MD of Lever, the then MD. He's on his way out. I mean, there's a new MD now, and Mr. Mehta is there till 31st March. He's on the board, or he called me and said, why are we low on this ranking? I don't do research. I pointed him to the research team. I remember somebody from ITC at the very high, because they do take sustainability very seriously. And some industries have to do it because, for example, textiles, cement, they're a very large consumers of natural resources. So really having a course on sustainability, kindness, and sleep. I'm not saying go by exact, but I genuinely believe that the software, I remember when I was at MDI, the most favorite course of mine was a course by Dr. Poonam Sehgal called the Personal Growth Lab. You know, I can tell you that at my age today, I reflect on those things. I didn't understand a lot of things. I think that course helped me do whatever I did in life. So really, while we do all the other courses, I believe that rejigging the course curriculum of B schools will matter. I don't want to talk more to this august gathering of B school leaders who really have a lot more to offer than I have. But as a practitioner, and I work with about 400 people, and every day is a new day. I can only say there are three trends that are big that the B schools. One, already a lot of B schools in India. One is entrepreneurship. So almost all B schools have entrepreneurship courses. All B schools have startup competitions. All B schools are also not only creating people who are seeking jobs, but also creating job creators. Second is the movement towards um, social impact. Today, most of the B schools in India, young people want to make a difference before they achieve something. The difference between my generation and the current generation is that we wanted to achieve something and then give back, whereas the young people want to give back before giving back is achieving for a lot of young people. So courses on social impact, courses on entrepreneurship, and last but not the least, I talked about at the end of the day, the world strategy came from military. But if you look at a lot of, in my 28 years of working, almost 28, I can say that whatever management theory, and I do read almost one book a week, sometimes two books a week. I do buy 10, 12. I can say that whatever management literature I've read, I can say that now that I'm reading the Vedas, Upanishads, I can say that they are a superior literature than any. In fact, last year I had the good pleasure of meeting Mr. Gurcharan Das at his home. He was speaking at an India Business Lit Fest, and I'd gone to brief him. And I saw he was writing his book that has come out. He was telling me, and I saw he had the Indian scriptures around him, which he was referring to from time to time. So I really believe that bringing the age-old ancient philosophy of the Vedas in B schools will do a lot of good to India and to the Indian B schools. I want to end by saying in 2005, Harvard Business Review ran an article. This was in 2005. It ran an article which was titled, just to give you, it was titled "How Business Schools Lost Their Way." This was in 2005. I think I can say safely in the last 18 years, a lot of B schools have gained their way. While we keep talking about how B schools need to reinvent, the fact is B schools have stayed relevant. And I'm sure in the next decade, B schools will embrace what's happening in the business world to stay relevant. Thank you. God bless you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Batra. Yesterday also I was with Sun. I had asked the audience because I had asked anyone who sleeps lesser than 6 hours and of course 8 hours. Another doesn't really suit well with this audience, but anybody who sleeps more than 10 hours, just asking. Sundays? No. See, I mentioned before. I put a footnote that wrong audience I'm asking this question to, but okay. But let's move ahead with the first keynote speaker for the day. Please join me in welcoming on stage the director of IIM Ahmedabad, Professor Bharat Bhaskar, ladies and gentlemen. I personally feel that all the dignitaries that we call on the stage today, unka jo author experience deserves much more love than he can offer. Let's be louder for sir. Thank you.
Thank you. Anurag talked about already the relevance of business schools or reinventing the business schools. Actually, business schools by definition are the one which have to continuously reinvent. Because business education is only about reflection of what is happening in the world of industry, how manufacturing sector is changing, how services sector is changing. All that has to be incorporated into it. And that's why, as the technology advances, the service sector itself advances, also the manufacturing sector advances, and along with that, management education has to advance. There's actually a well choreographed dance. If you observe the management education and business education for past few decades, Sometimes it's industry which leads, other times it's the education sector or management education which leads. And in this well choreographed dance of industry and academia, we are able to stay relevant, advance the society, advance the economy further. If you have seen in past 20 or 30 years, what has happened? The complete industrial and services landscape has gone through a transformation. Just to put it at a gross level, ask yourself a question. In 2007, about 15 years ago, how many companies which were digital in nature were in top 10 market capitalized in the world? The answer would be zero. And you ask the same question in 2019, prior to a slight crash on 22, how many companies are digital in nature or digital provider and in the top 10 of the by market capitalization in the world? 7 of them. That means 70% of the top 10 companies belong to the digital arena. Amazon, Apple, of course, leading the way, then Alibaba's, etc., and so on. Of course, with a 2022 bit of a setback, Meta, etc., are beginning to fall out of that top 10, but they are all leading the businesses of the world. Management education has to reflect the new reality. If you take top 100, they're not 70%, but they're good 30%, which are what I call digital technology companies, driven and powered by the digital technology. If you look at the manufacturing sector, the fundamental change has happened in the way we work. And we remember, if you go a century back, we used to talk about manufacturing the custom products. And just about 100 years ago, Ford invented the assembly line or mass manufacturing, which brought the cost down. And we are all management educators, so we are all familiar. Economy of scale can be realized when you have a standardized product, standardized assembly lines, material flowing through evenly through the assembly lines and so on. And that has been leading, and all of us have been getting used to those standard product where a product is manufactured and customer is fitted into it. Right? So you have a 32 size, 34 size, 36 size. You may be 31, but you have to fit into either 30 or 32. We always wanted a custom products, but the custom products were available tended to be very expensive. So masses could afford mass manufactured product. And that became the core of the business. And you see post 50s, 60s, etc., all management education talks about how to optimize this assembly line, how to do the more scalability, etc., how to do better quality control, and how better quality control can come in these assembly lines, etc., and so on. What has digital technology done to it? It has modified the landscape with the arrival of early robots, but still in the same mass-produced assembly lines. Fixed robots doing the jobs of human, which was either very cumbersome or very tiring or very dangerous. The humans worked on one end of assembly line, fixed robots isolated in area worked on other end of assembly lines. You had that kind of environment. But today's manufacturing, if you look at BMW, top end Toyota assembly lines, Mercedes assembly lines, many of those assembly lines have humans and robots, and these are nimble, adaptive, sensor-oriented robots which actually are sensitized to the human presence, working in tandem with each other. In an assembly line, if a casing is manufactured, a gearbox is manufactured, casing is loaded of whichever size by the human being. Robot senses what is the gear it should pick up and put it in casing. And if human is slow, robot is able to adapt and become slow. And human beings are fast, they are able to adjust to that speed. What it gives is the new assembly line which can produce customized products. Now I can have a customized product for us with the same ability of mass produced scalability of the assembly line. Business education has to adopt and now optimize this new kind of assembly lines, which are hybrid assembly lines, not isolated robots and human beings, intermixed robots and human beings. Amazon warehouses are another example of it. Now, for almost a decade, they have been using these robots, right? Humans and robots are fulfilling the orders for searching from the aisles. Initial robots were about heavy lifting, but today's robots actually can scan and find the item even in a heap of products, not only organized products, because initially you did an organized product, coded them, etc. Robot moved according to that guidance of the code and picked up the item and put it in the box. Today, they can figure it out from a heap of product and identify the right product and fill it in. So management education has to reflect all that together. The second aspect of the business is the services. And they're also impacted in this new era by all that going on. The two level of adjustments which have happened, the first adjustment which is going to happen is what we call the visibility brought by the information technology. Visibility of the supply chains, visibility of the inventory available to the supplier and the retailer both. And Walmart took early advantage of it. Because of this visibility of supply chain, Walmart was able to scale and go out of the country, multiply across dozens of countries. Today, if you look at the inventory management of, not today, even for a past decade, you can look at inventory management of Walmart. Walmart actually doesn't keep inventory. It says the aisles are sold to the brands, and the brand manufacturer or supplier has to manage that aisle. That means visibility of that aisle, how many items are left, etc., are available or visible to the supplier. And if your inventory plummets, your job is to fill that spot. Now, one, inventory management cost of the inventory carrying cost of the Amazon has the Walmart has gone down. Also, all the right products are available at right time in right aisles. And the products which are not moving is visible to Walmart managers, and they'll remove those products and use that space for more appropriate product. So that's the state, the first level of the visibility. Second challenge lies when you have moved from that Walmart type of retailer or a physical retailer to what we call the Amazon or a Flipkart and etc., the platform-based retailers. And platform retailers are only one aspect. Today, platforms are one of the fastest growing business sector in the global economy, even Indian economy. When this fastest growing sector, the platform is growing, the issue is that first we have talked about, and business schools themselves are examples of that, who talked about all the budding managers, that it gives you a global access. Right? One of the key points of the internet was that you will be able to have the global access, market reach, etc., and so on. The fact of today is it true? The businesses or the world economy is teaching us how many Indian platform businesses have been able to globalize. Do you see any examples? We have many examples. Zomato, Oyo, Flipkart, of course, now sold to somebody, Walmart, but and on, tens of our own businesses. How many are truly global? How many of the American businesses are really global? Other than the Facebook and Twitter, which are not transactional business, they are only looking at the hits or a billboard that how much ball share I have, and based on that we can do advertising. Apart from those which are truly platform transactional businesses, how many of those have been able to? One can say, yes, Amazon has done it, but has truly Amazon been able to do because Amazon suddenly got the global reach? Is also something management education institutes have to learn and have been learning and have to adapt and modify their education so they prepare them well. Because the problem with the global reach, yes, internet does provide you a global reach. But the reason they have not been able to do, simply answer is in the Amazon. And name well known, brand, etc. problems not being there. When they came to India, the problem is the product has to be supplied from a local terrain. You cannot build a platform business. Either you build the supply side, that means large number of suppliers, or large volume of supplies, or a large volume of buyers. If one gets built, the other multiplies. More suppliers will bring more buyers, and more buyers will bring more suppliers. That's the typical phenomena of a platform business. When Amazon comes into India, the same problem it faces, a large number of suppliers to it in US market and European market. It had to re-inculcate and create those suppliers here. That means even when you want to globalize or internationalize your business from an emerging economy, you cannot just say, I'm sitting here and I'm getting occasional order from Nigeria and some other English-speaking countries. I am globalized. You have to make a concerted effort of that country's economy, increase the platforms or enhance the platforms one side in that particular country. So our curriculum now has to adapt that how platform businesses will not naturally globalize, how we need to take steps to globalize them. Oyo made an attempt. How many of you know that Oyo is a successful global player? Right? But it has gotten a grade rating everywhere. You go to Las Vegas, if you want to have that 1 quarter play, you go to Oyo Hotel. Nobody who is actually a serious Vegas player or Vegas visitor will go to Oyo Hotel. Those who have gone to other hotels, don't have money to spend, want to spend some time and experience it, will visit all other hotels, and then they'll spend, I have only $5 or $10 to play, so let me get the experience at a hotel or as a bottom end of the totem pole. That's the problem with because they did not understand the economy of the or hotel management or hotel industry's core DNA of the Vegas. They just bought a hotel, thought that just by buying it, we'll be able to run it. So localization on a platform business is as important as it used to be for other businesses as well. Right. The third part I would like to talk about is that these parts have to change in our curriculum. Whether it's a service sector, whether it's a manufacturing sector, our curriculum has to evolve, and much of it has many of the people have adopted and are continuously adopting it. But the third part is the delivery. That is the toughest thing which is happening, is that education, will the business schools of today will remain in this form? Is the next big question. University of Illinois at Urbana-Champaign started in 2015 or 16 because their normal MBA program was not running very well. So they launched what we call the iMBA program, a global MBA program completely on internet. Charged the fee of only $20,000. Now it has increased to about $40,000 for the whole program. And they got about 800 students. They ran it very well, experimented with that. Then Phoenix has been another example. A Phoenix University whose billboard you see on the metro and BART and whatever trains was known as a distance education, or somebody who can't find the education can go there and acquire education. Today, they have become a great online education provider because what they are doing, they're creating courses delivered by retired M7 are top business school professors. And then through their internet ability or a network ability or through their Phoenix University platform, they're offering those courses. So now you can truly go to a Phoenix University and you will be able to learn in that environment as well. So was the beginning. And one would say, well, these are odd fringe universities which are actually playing with it. The phenomena has grown bigger. I think 2019 or something, or 2020, 2021, post learning of the COVID, Wharton has started a global MBA program. And the cost is not cheap. They're charging $214,000 for the course. For the full-time program, it's about $250,000. So about $35,000 differential for online. And in that kind of a course, they're saying 25% on campus, 75% delivery online. And they're running it wonderfully well. It's our challenge now. As India has opened up its economy, even in the education sector, and which really means if you open the education sector, people will be coming to you from a variety of places. All kind of universities will have a presence here, offering partly online, partly offline courses. Because one of the early barriers was that let foreign university come, but where will they get their professors from? They still have to pick amongst us, and how many of us will be willing to go, etc. was the question. Today, what they will do, they'll put some of them here, few of them transferred from their own countries, and rest courses will be from the same top professors in an online mode. So that's going to be a new challenge for the education deliverers or a business schools themselves. 2 universities have already set up and launching their operation from January as a full-time university in Ahmedabad. There are 3 or 4 which are already scouting and about to set up all their campuses in the next 1 year. So there's a new challenge coming in, and they are all going to be top 100 colleges or top 100 universities in their places. Can we compete with them? We can take it as an opportunity. If we are opening up, we have to globalize our education. We have to go and compete in their territory. We have the age-old cost advantage with us. The 214,000 are equivalent courses, those M7 institutes that they bring to India, they may reduce the cost, but the cost is still maybe closer to 150 or 1,000 and above. We can provide in the same online space, if you are able to and competent to develop and offer our courses at fraction of a cost of that. And thus, we need not focus only on the Indian students. We can also pick their high-paying students at our cheaper cost. So you can take advantage of cost. What software industry did, it's an opportunity for us to do it. It's a time, that's why for us to start looking at it. Europe is also aware of it. So 2018, they found the Future of Management Education Alliance. Many of you are aware of that FOAM alliance which they formed. Right? Even I think Singapore and few Asia Pacific institutes are also a member of the alliance. The idea was that we can't invest enough money in experimenting with this online education, which can be realistic and can be effectively delivered. So they said, we'll collaborate with each other. Whatever we learn will in this alliance we'll share with each other, leverage on each other's capabilities, and we'll be able to compete with the rest of the world. Fortunately, in India, the edtech firms came in. So we don't have to invent everything at our own level. EdTech firm began to do the job. But my advice to EdTech firms is they became very complacent. They took the technology, built the platforms, but have not advanced because business is running. I don't need to advance to the next generation, next phase of it. What we have created is the first phase or first wave of the growth. So if EdTechs are not going to advance, we as institutions have to either form alliance or if we have a financial muscle with us, then develop our own capabilities of what we call the next generation of online learning, or more realistic experience of online learning rather than facing on the screen, talking to a bunch of people. How can we make it immersive or a bit more immersive in various phases and ultimately completely immersive in nature. Those are the challenges of the future challenges of the management education and management institutes. I think we can collaborate. We have shown our capabilities in the past. Not only adapting the curriculum has been a great strength of this country. So we'll be able to adapt that, I don't have a doubt. But I think individually, not many institutes will have that financial muscle to compete. So maybe a collaboration on solutions or EdTech firms coming together and collaborating and creating that environment which other business school can leverage on is going to be the wave of the future or opportunity of the future. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Hello.
Didn't have enough almonds in the morning. So, I think about this domain for various reasons in a deeper way than I do about, in my vision is a way, I want to build something special in this domain in terms of but if you look at, say, FT's ranking, which is now they've started to rank in the last few years, B schools separately, I mean, the MBA separately, the online separately, and the executive.
Right.
And we'll do that from next year. Two questions I have. If you look at last 5-6 years of the FT rankings, two schools have done very well. One is NCET, the other is the Spanish school, the IE.
Right.
SE. What can we learn from these European business schools that are getting them to do well? And second is, is this online education? Now, let's say if someone does a course full-time MBA from IIM Ahmedabad, which attracts a certain quality of students, and when you do the online, it will attract a good quality, but a different quality, right? But both will say we are IIM Ahmedabad alumni.
Right.
How do you deal with this? These are my two specific questions.
Right. The first question, first the FT ranking, and then the other I'm more passionate about, so I'll take it later, second time. As far as FT ranking is concerned, what they have done, and if I also analyze the data, and you may also analyze the data, two things have happened. FT rankings have been little bit biased against us, against me in India. In a sense, the two parameters which we may call it a hindrance, or we have a inherent limitations with the internationalization. We have plenty of students in this country. We don't need to really attract that many global students. That is one part. The second is we cannot even attract because of our own restrictive environment or whatever an unopen environment is such that. So internationalization, number one of the student, number two of the faculty, especially for IIMs, we have a limitation. We have begun to hire some foreign passport holders, and they don't call anybody educated abroad as a internationalization. They call anybody with a foreign passport as a internationalization. So we are failing there. And the third aspect is the board, the internationalization board. Now our board has a fixed membership and fixed, so we can't really do much about it. And that's about 15 to 20% of the weightage. And similarly, other part which we can act, and some IIMs have institutes and other institutes have acted on it, is the gender diversity. They're not looking at other diversity, they're looking at gender diversity. Now, in a competitive environment, unless we come up with some mechanisms, which many IIMs, including at IIM Raipur, when I was there, we got, I think, 52% women by tweaking the mechanisms, etc., and so on. But some institutes are unable or are unwilling to tweak that. Similarly, in the board, so that women across and faculty, we are trying to hire as many women faculty members, but the quality cannot be compromised and total availability is very limited. So only this reflection of how many PhD percentage is there, only that much percentage we will be able to reach. So those are the factors. If you look at the placement salary factors, etc., and so on, that used to be about 25 to 30% of the weightage at one point of time. They've reduced it to 16% because IIM Ahmedabad stands number one in the globe. on a purchase price parity basis as per FT ranking. So the parameters which are good at, they keep reducing diversity and internationalization, which we can't do much about. So we need to take a pinch of salt, and what these European schools have done.
Regionally, in the ease of doing business,
Right.
in fact, all the surveys in the world, most, if not all, are there structurally like that, that India is at disadvantage.
Absolutely.
So they're, so it is,
Right.
we, as a country, we
Right.
touched upon and changed some,
Right.
there's a long way to go.
Right. And that is why I think it's time for us, Indian business magazine, yours or anybody, or I'll say, are an alliance of them, together doing some global ranking, where we don't only rank India, we rank other global schools, and we put out our ranking that as per our parameters, you stand where you stand. Right? It will be, it's a tall task, and that's why I said maybe alliance of people, etc., and so on, can do something like that. Coming to second part of your question, that is the online versus. I think it's a how each institute approaches it. I think we should approach that part little more carefully, because our MBA program is for fresher to 2 year experienced student. And if you do a right segmentation, that the online MBA program, if you want to do a mass market, of course, the freshers are available in bigger numbers, so you can do it. But I think we have to be careful by doing it for 5 years or 7 years and above segment, where we do the online MBA, that you've already seen the industry, you've already exposed to the nuances of the industry. Now you are also in need of a MBA education. So you cannot come to the institutes full time because of variety of reasons, financial and family and various other reasons. So we will target you to transform you into a good technologist, good whatever HR professional, to a good MBA or well trained manager or a leader of the future. So by doing that segmentation, we can keep those two domains entirely different from each other. And as far as degree is concerned, you can always mention this is a hybrid program or a blended program, that this is an MBA through a blended, or you may call it executive experience, experienced people's program. So you can always distinguish, and that issue will not come. The other great advantage is the placement pressure is not on the management institute, because these are all working professionals. You are transforming their capability. So there are two segments: one, preparing the new manpower or new human resource, and other is the training and transforming the existing people. So the 2 degree segmentations can be there. Also, always there's a temptation to increase the number. Why not reduce the experience to 0? But I would say that be not helpful but hurtful to the people. Right. All right. Okay. Thank you.
Editor is a friend of mine.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Professor, for giving us what exactly is happening, what the future holds for us. Thank you. Thank you so much. With that, it's time to move ahead with the first panel discussion of today. My mom would be super happy to see me introducing this panel, because she wanted me to study, but I chose to be an artist. And I want to introduce such esteemed panelists. I'm sure she'll be very happy. This is on role of leadership and technology. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. Professor Deemaraya Mehta, Director, IIM Nagpur. Dr. Nagarajan Ramamurthy, Director, IIM Amritsar. Dr. Dharampal Gaur, Director, IIM Shillong. Professor Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, IIM Tiruchirappalli. Dr. Ramita Sahai, Director, IIM Bodh. Dr. Vivek Suneja, Head and Dean, Faculty of Management Studies, FMS, University of Delhi. Dr. Himadri Das, Director General, International Management Institute. And the onus of sessioning this chair will be with Miss Meha Mathur, Senior Associate Editor, BW Education. Let's please welcome all of them with a big round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good morning.
Hello.
Good morning, everyone. And wow, this is such an esteemed panel and stellar gathering of senior B school directors. And I almost feel like a student in front of you. So, and we have a 70-minute panel. So I hope to do full justice to this panel. So, starting with Dr. Sahai, uh, I'll ask you about your experience. How have you steered the technology narrative at your B school?
Yeah. So first of all, thank you so much, Anurag, for creating these kind of conversations and the purpose with which you're working towards business education enhancement. Yes, technology, especially in a B school like ours, situated in tier two or rather tier three of India. We were perhaps one of those schools for whom Corona was a huge blessing because all of a sudden the geographies ceased to exist. And something which professors would have taken, I don't know, so much of time because professors have inertia, but professors also have love for their students. So I have seen professors moving overnight and adapting and adopting technology. So I think that was one of the watershed moments in education, especially for campuses like us. And it had been a huge, I would say, facilitator for us. Now, coming back to technology, just to give you perspective, we are a little different campus in terms of how we have grown. Not many people would know that IM tier 3 is growing very differently. As I'm talking to you today, we have zero means zero support, neither from government, state, central, anywhere. And we're completely what we call it as Atmanirbhar. So in this country of Atmanirbhar, we are actually going fast. And I guess in so many ways, we represent country, the young, vibrant, raring to go. So as I'm speaking to you today, in terms of number of students, IIM Bodh Gaya stands at number 4 among 21 IIMs that are there. And the reasons are very simple that we knew that we had to grow fast. So as I'm talking, I have more than 1,150 student vibrant community. So number 4, and next year I think we'll become number 3. Not that we could become so big, but see the wonderful work the sisters institutions have done, which have been there in existence for so many years. Now, but the only thing which we have in a very conspicuous choice we have chosen is we do only pretty much full time, long duration, residential. So in Hindi में बोले तो ठेका लेते हैं बच्चों का. So we actually, because that, there are two ways to go about it. One, you can cry about it that there's no industry and commerce in that part of the world, or else you become a learning institution. So now that we are a very vibrant community and the numbers are so big, the active adoption of technology was the only way, whether to bring the world-class professors from all over the globe in the classroom, or simple mundane things like classroom management or LMS or whatever technology can give. Needless to say, we are a young campus, and the common phrase which we use is we are young, so we try hard. And the good thing about it is I have an exceptionally young faculty which is very good with AIs and MLs of the world. So though it can be seen as a disruption, I guess what we've done about it is we have actually gone ahead and embraced it. So whether it is content creation, where my young faculty actually has been able to use ChatGPT, AIs and VRs and ARs of the world, because then you know that the student sitting right across, in any case, has everything at their fingertips. So there's no way in which you can create it as or see it as a competition. All this technology has to be the collaborator. So, courtesy the fact that faculty is young, where the inertia towards technology adoption is very, very low, courtesy the fact that we are in the remote part of the country, where in any case, the only way to reach out is through technology, I guess it has served us very well that what all disruption has happened. Otherwise, it would have taken ages for us to be where we are currently.
Thank you. You talked about inertia. Uh, Coming to Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, uh, what would you say? Has there been resistance from any quarters uh, regarding technology or any kind of challenge that you have faced in terms of adoption of technology?
Well, I think COVID and post-COVID situation is in your mind when you are asking this question. Inertia, because COVID came and we had to go for more technology use. See, it happened when COVID struck. I was with MDI Gurgaon, and when it almost was ending, I shifted to IIM Tiruchirappalli. Now, what happened? Personally, for me, I must share. Personally, for me, this COVID, coming of COVID and technology being used more and more, personally for me, it was not a new experience for me at all. Why? But luckily, I had worked for 2 years during 1997 to 1999 with IGNOU, Delhi. I was talking to team of IGNOU because IGNOU, if would have taken more initiative, helping other sister institutions to become more tech savvy, we were not supposed to wait for COVID to become more technology savvy. But anyway, resistance was there in the beginning. For example, my one very, very respected faculty said, "Sir, I am not intelligent like other colleagues. Let them adopt technology. I'll wait because after 15, 20 days, COVID will go away. Then I'll come back to class." As if really like astrologer. Because in the beginning, nobody knew how long it will continue. I said nothing doing. Everybody has to do it, and it is very easy. It is not very difficult. Of course, identifying the right technology, having money for actually creating that technology, these are difficult part. But once, let us say, technology or satellite-based camera or any zone comes in between, it creates some kind of impersonal touch. But it is not very difficult to adopt technology in case of teaching. Whereas in case of research, we were already using technology even before COVID. For example, using secondary data and its use, or even using SPSS, because in my days when I was a student of statistics, SPSS was not there. We had to know actually the calculation of statistics. We became adapted to using technology in our research, analyzing secondary data. So resistance to some extent was there, but slowly our entire team in both the institutions which I experienced, they started enjoying it. I also personally, because I had certain background, I discussed with my team that how you can give a personal touch when actually in physical body your students are not present in the classroom. So it was interesting experience. And regarding technology, you see, in teaching, I find that simulation has come in a more significant way now, and our faculty colleagues should know how to use it if it is right pedagogy for their teaching. And just last point, because we have to rotate discussion. When I joined IIM Tiruchirappalli, I found that already the institution was well placed in using technology for dissemination of knowledge, at least. Because right from 2014, 1 year postgraduate certificate program in management was being conducted there, which used technology with 2 campus module in one year. So maximum number of days of stay of students in the campus was 5 plus 5, 10 days, otherwise online. And experience has been good experience. Mingling with colleague and helping them out, and myself learning also further nuances of using technology. Thank you.
Thank you. Professor Das, so coming to you, what kind of flexibility, flexible options have opened up with the technological innovations? And Professor Bhaskar in his address had also discussed about the various, online options. Then we have, maybe training arrangements. So how has your experience been at your institute?
First of all, first of all, I'd like to take COVID out of the equation because I think all that COVID has done, it has accelerated the inevitable. The technology adoption and the technology use was going to happen. Instead of happening over a 2-year period, instead of happening over a 5-year period, it's happened over a 2-year period. So all that has done is it's caused an acceleration. So that's why I'm going to take COVID out of the equation. So in terms of flexibility, one of the things that we have seen and we have done ourselves is getting a lot of speakers, maybe industry or international faculty, to participate in the teaching learning process. We used the 2 years when students were not on campus to completely change all our classrooms into full-fledged hybrid classrooms, so that we can conduct physical classes and we can also conduct classes where somebody is speaking from anywhere in the world and they show up on the big interactive panel, 86-inch panel, and students are there in the class and they can engage as if they were, sitting next to each other. So that is one flexibility that has come. We always had a, policy that 20% of curriculum should be taught by industry practitioners, but historically it would be people in the NCR who would come in and take those sessions. And now we can do this from anywhere in the country or anywhere in the world, as long as the time zone kind of allows it. So that is flexibility that has come in. Another thing at a lower level is that, earlier, somebody falls sick, faculty falls sick, you have to reschedule the classes. Now, unless they are that sick, they are still, reasonably okay. They can take that class online in the same hybrid mode. So that flexibility allows less disruption of the timetable. So that's on the flexibility count. But I want to say something else which is a little beyond flexibility. See, a big part of technology in general that we emphasize on the students to appreciate and we also practice ourselves is, without even getting into the high end of AI, ML, use of data. Data capture is now very easy with technology, and data analysis is very easy with simple tools, simple technology. You don't even have to get into deep neural networks or machine learning and all that. So there has been a big focus internally on us, the institute, taking most decisions, in fact, all decisions based on data and not based on gut or anecdotal evidence or, what people think is true outside. So it is all very data driven, and this has been incorporated in the curriculum where students in across functional areas are doing projects where they have to look at data before making decisions. So even marketing, which traditionally has been, if I may use the word, a more creative field, is now slowly becoming in our curriculum a more analytical field, because even marketing decisions, whether it's customer segmentation, whether what campaigns you want to run, how you want to reach out to the customer, it is all becoming very digital and data driven. So in that, circling it back to flexibility, this has given us flexibility in the way we take decisions of not going by just what our gut feel told us in the past, but being more, if I may use the word, objective in doing what we do. So that, and the end result is it leads to more, effectiveness in generating the outcomes that we want to generate.
Coming to you, Dr. Medri, in one of our previous interactions recently, you had discussed at length about various programs that the institute is now offering, making full use of technology. So, if you may elaborate on those, initiatives on the campus.
Thank you, Neha. So Nagpur has introduced two programs, first of its kind in the country. One is cyber security, successfully completed with FedEx Institute of Technology, because Today all
Loud? Yeah.
Yeah. Today, all businesses are platform-based businesses, and they need, there is a necessary for, cyber security, data security, network security, that point of view. And today, the cyber security has become a subject of the board level, from IT department to board level subject. So that is where we started that program first time, and that successfully completed. And second program, we are working on that. Similarly, we introduced another program, a blockchain with Copenhagen Business School. We have completed successfully that program also. A Center for Data Digitalization of Copenhagen Business School. We have collaborated and we have completely did it. And as you know, I am Nagpur being, in our generation, 132 acre, we have 75,000 square meter area we have built. It is a state of the art smart campus, and all technology, anywhere, any part of the world one can interact. And apart from that, we are heavily into executive education. We run about 20 variety of executive education certificate programs, and many of them already completed, and many are in fintech 1, 2, 3, 4. Fintech is another program we are running. Fifth batch is completed, sixth is running. Senior management program, again, sixth is going on. General management program is going on. We have, digital marketing and IT management, strategic management, so many programs we are running. All are based on technology. So these programs we are running, and these are all industry people. Apart from that, we also run some of the courses in our regular teaching, simulations and online games for the students, so that they can make the decision by doing mistake, and they can build the confidence and courage using the technology, because these cannot be assessed in any examination. But through the games, you can make out that how courageously and confidently one can change the strategy, and from losing one can win. So those kind of games also we use in our curriculum.
Coming to Dr. Ramamurthy, um, the industry inputs that are required are very essential, especially also in course, curriculum modification. What has been your experience in this regard, and if you may elaborate on that, and how regular, what is the engagement level with the industry?
So we actually, have a very active engagement with industry. For the past, from the time I took over, not in the first year or second year, we got this COVID. After that, each year, we review our entire MBA curriculum, right, with the industry experts, about 8 to 9. If it's, for example, if it's HR courses are reviewed by HR people, and they tell us what needs to be included and what can be sort of excluded, or what the industry requirements are. The same thing with business analytics. See, for example, our MBA business analytics program that we graduated the first batch this year, it was the culmination of industrial input. So next year we'll be graduating the second batch. Similarly, we introduced an MSc in data science program with IIT Roper. The first batch is going on. Now the students are in IIT Roper. Next year they'll come to us. And next year we are going to introduce another program with the MIT Jalandhar MSc program in digital emerging technologies. Okay. So the whole idea for these things, as well as the curriculum, came from the industry. What exactly they wanted and what is lacking. So we said we'll experiment it. The MSc Data Science program so far is quite a success. In fact, the average intake has been much more. Again, these are not online. We just made it as physical. We are hopeful that even the NIT Jalandhar program will be similarly will meet the needs. I think in business education, we cannot ignore the industry. Ultimately, the industry that we cater to, our students go there, right? So we do have an active engagement and involvement of the curriculum review. And of course, just like Dr. Himadri Das mentioned, that we also have about I mean, our target is 1/3 of the courses being taught by industry expert, but we are not able to reach that, for a variety of other reasons. I think Professor Bhaskar mentioned this correctly. There are inconsistencies between the way our ranking and accreditation, those type of things are being done, and then what the industry wants. For example, like when I have a ratio of full-time PhD to students, then obviously I have to cut the courses somewhere, so that wasn't the industry experts teaching that. So despite the system one, we also have a very active industry members teaching about at least 20-25% of the courses, mostly the elective courses. I believe it's more than my this one is we can't be an isolationist in terms of education where we say that these are our faculty, we do this. Of course, it does have an advantage. Okay. But nevertheless, what we also try to do is how we can include the industry into the curriculum design, curriculum development, delivery of the programs, and so on and so forth. I think there was also an issue that was talked about, for the past 2 years, we have a social involvement project, which is a requirement for our regular MBA students. And we do a lot of things for the local Amritsar district administration, NGOs, those type of things where personally I believe that, the education should be much broader than just the industry. So I say the industry, society, and the business school are three pillars. I think how they interact in a very dynamic way is the one that's going to define the curriculum in the future. And we are trying to do that. And I'm very confident that we'll also be having more programs in collaboration with other IITs or NITs, right? Rather than just focusing on the B school education as an isolated, independent one. Okay.
Thank you. Dr. Goyal, so Dr. Sahay had mentioned about geographical factor. What has been, maybe experience or challenges at IIM Shillong in maybe involving the industry in curriculum redesigning and industry engagement?
Thank you, Leah, and hello. Hello. Am I audible? And thank you, Dr. Anurag, for inviting me and giving this opportunity to interact with such a large audience. And already Bharat Bhaskar has set the tone for today's discussion. Question, yes, this basic question is that what should the future of business education? And especially when I was just looking at the role of leadership and technology, of course, as per this, the topic of this panel is concerned. I think that I'll take is a broader perspective. That as far as leadership is concerned, we all know that we need to have a vision, very clear vision. And of course, there must be a vision. There must be a passion to achieve that vision. So when I joined IIM Shillong, I know that there was a lot of challenges, many challenges, because the remotest area, and many people, they told me that whether it's a new institution, even after 10 years, where I joined. So I think that, yes, question is very, very apt and very, very clear. But if we just understand that what are the challenges and how we can convert those challenges into opportunities. Because when we analyzed that situation, the place, I found that for all the 8 states, there is only one IIM. All other state, each state is having one IIM, but all the 8 states, they're having only one IIM. And we are having international boundaries which probably no other institute is having. And then it's a lot of diversity. And when we looked at the ambience, like for example, on one side the hills, other side the forest, and the clouds are just moving around sometimes in the classrooms. I think that when we talk about even the AQI, when in Delhi it is 999, it is only there 10 or 9 AQI. So I think that there are a lot many opportunities that we can really exploit. And that is the reason that we started working that way, that let us have that vision and how to really make it a global school, because the vision statement for us is just not a statement. If we are a global school, how to make a global school? So what we wanted is that let us now go to the international partners, only the accredited schools, and then let us just have tie-ups with them. And then challenge was that how to bring them to India and especially to Shillong. For them, it is only Delhi or Bangalore or sometimes the metro cities. But then when we just told them that this is such a beautiful site of India, and this is how that the potential is there, we could attract many of the partners. And we started the exchange program with the students, with the faculty, also as a joint research programs. So that was the first thing that we just focused at. And then, as we are all talking about, Dr. Rag was rightly saying that probably what is really required, it is not only competitiveness, it is the collaboration, which is the key factor. So we started a community immersion program, which is a compulsory course having 3 credits for each and every student. And they need to go to all the 8 states remotest area. They have to remain there for 15 days, understand the compassion, understand the diversity, because it is full of diversity. So when they come back, it is a real experience for each and every student. They can forget the courses, but they will never forget the experience when they would be with those kind of people, where for them they need to formulate strategies. Because our focus is that we cannot formulate strategies sitting in AC rooms unless they really experience the pain points for those people and the compassion. Probably it is really difficult. So I think that this is really that the students, when they come back from that kind of experience, it is a wonderful, and we have got so many live projects, and it really, we can make a difference to the lives of those people, because the societal impact, it is the, and one of the focus for us, our vision. And similarly the innovation, because change, we are talking about the change. Change, of course, is a hard fact. We have to accept it. It is the only thing that now it has got accelerated. We have to, it has got, see, the more speed is there. So we have to accept change, and we have to, as far as the change is concerned, we need to prepare our students ready, not only for the industry ready, rather they will be future ready. I remember one statement, our Dr. Devi Shetty, I'm just taking 2 minutes more. Dr. Devi Shetty was there, our convocation chief guest. After the convocation address, he said to each and every student the message that, my dear students, today in the evening, you please just call your parents and say, Papa, Mama, I love you. I think that this is what that we are missing. Our students, they are just now, they are, we say we are more practical, and sometimes that humility is really missing. So this is again that we are focusing on the humility, we are focusing on the fitness, we are focusing on the arts and other subjects as well, because it is a holistic development of the student. So I think that this is what, as far as technology is concerned, I have got just some advantage because of my own experience, my own area, business process management, information systems. And the business process management, we say that let us challenge the status quo. Let us just not accept. And any step, if it is not adding any value, so let us just cut it down. So that is the reason that why we focused on technology. We are having, there is our e-office. We are not having even a single paper moving in IIM Shillong. E-office, it is already now integrated with our mini ERP. Every student life cycle, it is now having all the our Moodle system, our LMS system, our all student OLT and our mini ERP. Each and every activity is online. Each and every file, we have just set a target of only one day. I was traveling to US and UK, but then daily files were cleared. So no faculty is to wait for any clearance of the file, even more than one day. So that is what that we are having the targets. And this is how that we are setting the benchmarks. We are setting the targets. And this is how that when we saw the culture, because as a leader, I think that the most important thing is to build a culture for the future. And for giving the culture is a trust. And how to build a trust, that remains a big challenge. And that is how the technology is really enabler. That the moment anything is there, all the process is now well defined. It is now on our internet, and everything is done through the technology. So that's the transparency that we can ensure, that nobody can say that this was done as per this process, this rule, or this decision was taken for this faculty, or this was done by some other faculty. I think that this is the transparency that which has brought in, and technology has given us a big leverage. And because from the day one, I'm Shillong was using technology, but then after COVID, it has really accelerated because the next day, all faculty, they were supposed to be on the Zoom or on some other platform, and then they were delivering their sessions. So it was a very, very smooth transition, I would say. And this is how that when we need to do a transformation, because it's just not incremental change. Sometimes transformation, it really needs a different push because unusual situations, they need unusual solutions as well. So with this, I think that this is what I just wanted to.
Before I move on to the next question, I request everyone to be a bit loud because this is also being streamed live. So the sound needs to be clear. So, Dr. Suneja, the question to you is, FMS is part of Delhi University, larger ecosystem, and things presumably take time to change, to move. So when technological advances are at such a big scale and such a big speed, how does FMS go about these things, bringing about change in the curriculum, bringing about change in pedagogy?
Thank you. I'm sitting next to ma'am who's from Bodh Gaya and Buddha, whose message resonated not just across all of India, but was carried to Southeast Asia, China, Vietnam, Cambodia, uh, Tibet, and then right across the world. Today, there are more Buddhists in the United States than perhaps in Tibet. And in Buddha's time, there was no technology, there were no phones. So the power of an idea, the power of truth resonates. It's heartening to be at this session. I mean, these are leaders in business schools. And the message that we've heard today, right from Anuragji, who talked about sleep, kindness. Then we have Professor Bhaskar talking about big things, including right from the T assembly line, but then saying, what are we doing with digital? We've had talk today about society, Amritsar, Shillong, using industry, technology. So as Professor Bhaskar was saying, there's a micro dimension and there's a macro dimension. Efficiency and effectiveness are two different things, and we need to look at both. We might be barking up the wrong tree very efficiently. So with sustainability issues now becoming almost existential, we also, I think, need to prioritize. I mean, there are lots of things business schools can do, and I think we're all doing great things together. I'll address FMS in a moment. But I think we need to get the priorities right as well. And I think sustainability has to be the top. Because unless we have a living planet, no matter how efficient you are with, warehousing systems and so on, we might get to disaster faster. If GDP is the only way we're going to keep looking at welfare, we'll get to disaster faster. We'll have this planet being extinguished faster. So I think sustainability both on the supply side and the demand side. Too often we get focused on the supply side measures, move away from fossil fuels, use better ERP systems and so on. But unless we have sustainable lifestyles, more simple lifestyles, and I think here, this business about competitive salaries or rather pay packets, and that often is a measure of how business schools are doing. If you ask students, that's one of the biggest measures they use. I think they deserve their pays, but we need to be making students a little more sensitive. Maybe that is, the kind of things by societal programs, they get to see the rest of India and what their median pay is, how much their pay is. I remember FMS last year, I think about whatever, I wouldn't mention it was pretty good. I mean, much better the average pay than most of our professors. And yet some of them are depressed because when they compared it to some of the top 3 IIMs, they were not exactly there. And I told them, well, look at what the median average Indian income is, and you should be very lucky. You should feel very lucky. So I think we should sensitize the students that, more simple lives which are less materialistic, more aesthetic, more moral. Happiness and pleasure are different things. And now to FMS. Yes, we have challenges. I've been a pro vice chancellor of the University of Delhi, apart from my current post at Dean of FMS. So I know the challenges of a big bureaucracy. Yeah, and yet there are benefits. Most business schools in United States are part of bigger universities. They're not standalones. Harvard Business School is a part of Harvard, and Stanford Business School is part of Stanford. So they do well while being part of larger university systems. In fact, the NEP normally now talks about trying to cluster and so forth. However, the advantages of standalone, I sometimes envy the freedom directors of IIMs have. Even if I have to have gifting, I have to send the file to the finance officer, University of Delhi. So I really envy what they are. But there are advantages of large systems as well. So yes, but I'm above all gladdened by the entrepreneurial spirit which is in the directors of the business schools here, who are thinking not just widely but deeply. And I think those experimentation needs to carry forward. But I think we also need to have more conversations. And I thank Mrs. Week and Anuragji for doing this. We need to talk more at these levels so as to evolve a common agenda. Thank you.
Thank you so much. While there are quite a few questions, but time is fast running out, and I also want some time for questions also. So I'll the next round of questions will be on Chat GPT, because that has in the last 1 year significantly changed the conversation. So at B schools, what has been? Yes, sir. Uh, okay. Okay, fine. So fine. So you can start. And in the last 1 year, ChatGPT has significantly shifted the conversation. How are B schools responding?
See, I think generative AI and large language models are a great thing that have happened. That the knee-jerk reaction of a lot of my colleagues were that, oh, now there is Chat GPT. Now students can, do term projects and assignments using that, and they can answer questions using that. I think that was, like I said, a knee-jerk reaction. In reality, large language models, generative AI, and Chat GPT is just one example. The first example of it is a great thing because it creates a lot of opportunities, which we should always look at the opportunities and not get worried about the challenges, because challenges can be converted to opportunities. So I'll give you an example of something that I've been thinking about. We have not done it yet, but see, any generative AI model, any large language model works on top of content, on top of curated content. Chat GPT is on top of Wikipedia curated content till 2021 January, I think. So what is to stop a business school from creating very specialized curated content? Could be from their own faculty or could be from other sources that have been curated by their faculty, very specific to business domains and not generic. And then if they can integrate that into a large language model and use a text generative AI tool on top of that, that could act like a personal tutor for their students. So where they could ask that specialized generative AI model questions related to marketing, finance, analytics, operations, OB, HR, etc., and get questions with follow-up questions. So this whole dream that has been talked about for a long time of a flipped classroom model could potentially become a reality sooner than later. So this generative AI on the specialized curated knowledge could be the learning engine for students to learn, the basic stuff that we normally stand in class and talk about. And then the classroom could be for more involved engagement with faculty, for applications, use cases, problem solving, and maybe more out of the box thinking than the standard routine stuff that a lot of classroom time goes into. So I think it's a great thing. Now we have to use it effectively and be fast in adopting it.
Thank you.
Yeah, as far as chat GPT, generative AI, and see the tools are really very, very helpful, very, very useful, not only for the students, rather for the faculty as well. Because once we got this chat GPT, immediately I was registered in the chat GPT just to understand that what are the nuances of chat GPT. And then Google Bard, of course, another chat GPT that is there. And students are much more smarter these days. And whatever the assignments are there, they would like to solve through the chat GPT or Bard, Google Bard. So now it again depends on the faculty. Again, this depends on the pedagogy. That because we know that only a few years back when there was no Google, at that time it was also taken as a challenge. But now we know that without Google, nobody can even think of. Similarly, ChatGPT is not a threat to any faculty. Rather, the faculty, for example, just one example, that they started telling the students that every student must register for the ChatGPT. This is the assignment, and then come out with the answers, and then you just give what is not given the ChatGPT. So I think that this is again a challenge that we need to give back to the students. We should not be afraid of such tools and techniques because it's emerging technology, would say, and we are proud of that. Emerging technology must be happening. But then how to make use of the technology, I think that it all depends on the faculty, and that is also a challenge. That it is not only the training of the students, pedagogy and content of the students, but the faculty as well. We need to update our learning because that is the reason why we need to say that we need to learn, unlearn, and relearn. And faculty should be the first, the people that they should accept us. That this is a challenge. It's not a challenge, rather it's an opportunity.
Professor Ramamurthy, how are you enabling the faculty? Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you. How are you enabling the faculty and students to upgrade themselves in terms of latest technological tools?
Okay. I just want to draw an analogy which is not related to Chat GPT per se. I think Fred Kearns, who was the CEO of, I think, HP, once mentioned, when all these viruses and, firewalls, the computer threat, cybersecurity was there. He said, that we are always playing the catching game, that we have to be more innovative, right, in staying ahead of the way these hackers, right, use technology to hack into our system. I think I learned this lesson long ago in the classroom. So I just want to separate the perspective. One is what are we trying to do with ChatGPT or any technology for that matter? Okay. Are we trying to, from the student point of view, are we focusing on the learning aspect of the student? Or are we talking about the assessment aspect of the student learning? Okay. I think most of the time the threat or fear that comes is the assessment aspect of the student learning that, I give an assignment, they use ChatGPT, throw something, right? And then I don't know whether it's students' work or somebody else's. I think this, even before ChatGPT, for example, Google, all that this threat was that you give a take-home assignment, you don't know whether it is their work or not. Okay. So what I have been practicing in the past, not today, like for the past 15, 20 years, is that I don't give any assessment or exam, right, which is based on that the students can go online and look for it, because most of them are generated by me, or sometimes they are even like in an in-class exam also. I may pick up a news item that came like 2 days ago and use that in the exam. Okay, so that's an advantage that I always said, where I'm only able to assess the student's ability to think right beyond, what this ChatGPT or anybody can give. In fact, in Ahmedabad, when I was teaching this course, my AA told me that students don't come to me, they went to the AA and then said, where does sir come up with these questions? Okay, which we, most of the time they do that. So I think that is, we have to always keep in mind that as educators, we have to stay ahead of this chat GPT or anything else, if we are really focusing on measuring the student learning, right? Rather than whether they learn. Okay, I have no problem if they use chat GPT or any technology and learn, right? At least the 40-50%. Okay. That is one. I think from the faculty's point of view, like this threat was there, okay, that I do find, for example, some type of resistance or discipline from the faculty members. So it's more a mindset. I think what I have, I mean, they always say like, how do we do this? Can we control it? The thing is, like as educators, teachers, we must know that there are things we cannot control. These are given to us. So now we just have to work within those givens, within those constraints, and see how we can build the system and ensure that the educational quality is there. The last point I just want, it can also be used, for example, on the positive side. I had this Blackboard do a demo for us, it's an LMS platform. There, if you're, let's say, giving a case, upload the content of a case on this one, like they can use that AI and generative AI and all that to come up with some multiple choice questions based on that you define 4 or 5 questions, 6 questions. Now, as a faculty member, if I'm thinking that rather than, let's say I'm using a case on Bharat Petroleum or whatever it is, the case is uploaded. If it can come up with 4 or 5 questions, right, or 10 questions that I define, I can even make an assessment, that tell the students, like before we discuss the class, you take the quiz. At least I'm making sure that, they are ready somewhat. Okay. So technology is a double-edged sword, so how we use it is the one that, it depends, that control is with us.
Thank you. Professor Singh, how are you, are there continuous upgradation programs on the campus so that, the faculty is also kept abreast of the new technological advances? Because as Sir said that, there is resistance at times. So what are the kind of continuous development programs on the campus?
Fine, at our institute, we are not as such significantly facing any problem of resistance. And faculty are overall technology savvy. That is happening. So that issue is not a very significant challenge. But coming back to the spirit of this session and some other discussions based on your second question, you see, either using Google-based information, which happened 10 years back, 20 years back, now Chat GPT, I see the difference that Google was giving you generic information, Chat GPT is giving you, say, customized information. And when I was a student, or we were students, many of us, there was no information easily available, and good books only used to be with faculty, with professor. Book bank mein bhi nahi milta tha. Even in library, university library was not having one copy. What I'm trying to say is that we have shifted from a phase informing the uninformed to teaching the informed, or simply to say informing the uninformed to informing the informed, and that is a better way. And better schools, right from the beginning, they have believed in this format, informing the informed. Sometimes I also say a B school is known by the course structuring they have done, and course structuring has to be so done that students become informed before entering the class, so that at next level, higher level, we can generate discussion. Now, coming to this technology and its threat, few things I would say. Teachers of management, they need to ask question, if not every day, but at least once a week. What is my eligibility to be a teacher in classroom in a physical body when every information is there? What is my role? So teachers need to ask question. As a teacher, I need to ask question, because teachers are supposed to read between the lines and the students are supposed to listen the silence of the teachers. That kind of subtlety we are actually arriving at. As we are moving outside, let us say, in the field of technology, in the field of world, in the field of, let us say, tangible data, we also need to actually develop insight. As Dr. Anurag ji raised this issue, that 4 points he raised, that we should learn from the scriptures, we should know how to sleep, we should know how to be kind, and we should know how to create a sustainable world. I see a pattern in it because first two are intrapersonal and other two are basically interpersonal or outside yourself. That integration has to be met. So we need to shift our attention from informing the informed, uninformed, to informing the informed. And on that, two challenges are there: the art and science of dissemination and art and science of evaluation. When ChatGPT is available to students, it is available to teachers also. So we should also build argument. We may start our class saying that ChatGPT says this on this matter. Now let us build on this argument. And in evaluation, we now need to be more creative. That even ChatGPT may not be able to help them if we are creative, let us say evaluator. That is my submission. Thank you.
Dr. Sahai, so coming to you. We had talked about the young B school. Sorry. You had talked about young B schools and young crowd. So is there also reverse mentoring on the campus?
Yeah, actually, you're very correct. In spite of the fact that I've got a very young faculty, it is very common for us to see reverse mentoring happening. If I recollect, like Dr. Goel was mentioning that the day ChatGPT came into being, he actually enrolled into it. I'm not from IT background, but I had to actually call a student to do it for me. So yes, there are so much that we have to learn from them, because when it comes to tools and technology, yes, they are ahead of us. But having said it, like what Professor Singh was mentioning, that in his time he was doing calculations by hand, and then calculators came into being. And then we also talked of how Google made ready-made information, and now ChatGPT made ready-made assignments. But the question is, these are all can be enablers. There's no way out. Adoption and embracement is the only way. Having said it, what we have to really look at is the larger picture. What is the B school there for? And what are the kind of talent set which the recruiters are now looking for? Anything which can be done by machine, that is not for which they're going to pay them the kind of salaries they pay. So we have to possibly work on those things. In a way, my colleagues have already said it, that you have to be creative. So creativity, innovation, thinking, critical thinking more so, negotiation, collaboration. I guess these are the few things that we have to be very, very cautious while developing our curriculum. It was so heartening to actually see Anurag talking or beginning the conversation really with these softer issues, be it kindness, be it compassion. So yes, I guess this business schools, and also again, just to give you a perspective, those who are doing or pursuing WSCSB seriously, they would know that there is a standard 9 which is being added to WSCSB, which is all about social impact and sustainability. And if I recall recently, my experience at San Antonio, where more than 967 deans and directors in a room like this were sitting. I remember the conversation started only with that. We know that business schools find it very, very difficult to bring in these aspects in a business school, because it's always had been more of top line, bottom line. So what we've done is we've bought a white paper, and we'll show you with all the Excel sheets, impact sheets as to how this can be done. And then for almost 35 minutes, the presentation went on about a white paper. And they initially said that this is based on a business school in India. And when the conversation stopped, there was almost 7 to 8 minutes of standing ovation. After that, my life became so easy, because all that I had to say to everyone whom I met was, okay, that white paper was in our school. So see, like the kind of conversations which are shifting. So what initially Professor Bhaskar was mentioning, that it was all about to do. Now the conversations are more about to be. And I was talking to Dr. Sahai, and he works in neuro and all that stuff. And we, having as a school chosen mindfulness and social impact, like our vision statement is creating socially responsible, mindful leaders. And while we were doing so, we were very cautious that this should not be seen as a hocus pocus. So we were very clear that either we create a metrics around it, something which can be measured is only that can be improved. And secondly, let's stake claim, because this is something which is a wisdom which has always been as ours. So we are looking forward to help any kind of EEG and ECG machines which can be put in campus. And this is where I say technology has a role to play. That we have to use technology across. See, gamifications, simulations, all this is now order of the day in the campus. There's no other way you can immerse a student into a learning environment. And mind you, this is a very different generation. Those who are little gray-haired like me, I don't know whether you noticed it or not, the way our kids watch YouTubes is always on 2x. So attention spans are becoming shorter, and I think in times to come, these are going to become very big issues. You know, the fact that students are not able to concentrate, the fact that people are not able to remain in the moment, and these are the kind of skill sets that we will have to incorporate in managers. Technology is an enabler, will always be there at the back. And with more progress, naturally the progress in the technology would happen.
Mehaji, if I may ask, I want to ask from all of you, and you can start, except two people on this panel, everyone has a MDI connection, but that's not the question. The question is, tell me one business school in India that you admire, and why do you admire? Or a leader of a business school, because I'm sure you think about when I see something better than me in another media company or in other, I try and feel good about it and see if I can imbibe and learn and do something better. So I'm sure as leaders, you also see other skills who you think have done really well. What is it that they've done? It may be a small thing. So which are the schools you admire within India, or a leader of the school, and why?
Actually, it will be difficult for us to bring up, specific school for various dimensions. Like maybe I would admire the way Udaipur has come up in research in spite of being a tier 2, or I truly admire the international faculty that ISB has been able to bring on campus from quite some time now. So I guess we'll have to pick up pieces from everyone, and those will give us the benchmarks. And for sure, it's an education space is always, as I say, it's a service industry where the leaders, and with the passion of the leaders, they drive pretty much the enterprise.
Yeah, so and add to that, for example, I'm cozy code with the societal involvement programs. So I think that's brilliant. And I think a lot of business schools are trying this. And I think that's very important to get our students, especially in business, who tend to be very narrowly focused, to get them to look at the bottom of the pyramid. And I think that can only be experiential. So I think all business schools who are doing that, I particularly admire.
Dr. Maitre?
We have started I am Nagpur Foundation for Entrepreneurship Development. We have taken Ahmedabad as a role model. They are the best, and even Kolkata is there. These two are the institutions. And we have established in Fed a separate building. It's a training center. And also we received the highest funding of Niti Aayog, Government of India in our generation. That is 10 crore. And we also received Startup India Seed Fund, 5 crores. We also received Entrepreneurship in Residence. We also received a fellow. Each fellow will get 50,000 rupees. So all those schemes of Government of India we are received, and we are also trained 42 women entrepreneurship. Women entrepreneurship, I am Bangalore is leading, but we have followed the footstep of Bangalore, and we have 42 women entrepreneurship. 6 of them have moved from startup to scale up. So this is the one. And executive education, of course, we have followed the first generation, because I am Nagpur. Even though it is a young generation, I am. But I must say we have very senior faculty. Even though young institution, many will say we have young faculty, but I don't have young faculty. I have professors and associate professor, much more than the assistant professor. They are corporate ready. That is how we succeeded in executive education. So that we followed the senior generation I am. Thank you.
Dr. Goel?
You know that you already told that MDI should not be mentioned here, but yes, as far as I really admire, that is IIM Shillong, because from the day one, it is the mission statement, the sustainability part. And as far as sustainability part is concerned, I am Shillong is just not a believe in preaching rather than actually practicing. Whereas the conservation of water, whether it is solar energy, whether it is non-use of plastic, whether it is plantation, whether it is non-use of any paper. So I think that this is how that I am Shillong is really doing so many practices in sustainability. And every year we are having a SUSCON from the last 10 years and it's an annual international conference where large number of practitioners, they do come and they talk about. Also in the induction program, when they start, it's a 7 days program. We start only from day one, that is sustainability, because it is a mindset change. It is not just to teach one subject that we would become very good in sustainability. It is a mindset change, and we say that it is all pervasive and it is having all the areas. It's sustainability is not one subject, it's a mindset. And we take now this year, from this year we have started international week, because sustainability is not only region dependent, it is rather throughout the world. So we have called this year many international professors and students as well. Many students, they participated in it. And after 2 years, we also review that what we have told in the beginning and how we have practiced it, and then what is the outcome, because they are going to be the future leaders. So I think that if it is imbibed in their minds, what sustainability is really important, because this is not a luxury for us. This is not just we should do, rather we have to do. So I think that this is how that I am Shillong is really doing. And I being there and witnessing all these things happening, because anyone comes to I am Shillong, you will not find any bottle of plastic bottles there. No ways. So I think that this is how that students, they are so much trained, because of the mindset is concerned, that students will not throw any paper there. It's again, it's a teaching, it's a training to that sustainability is really very important. So I think that this is why
Dr. Ramurthy.
Uh, the schools, base schools, for example.
It's working. It's working.
Yeah, base schools, I actually like Ahmedabad, what they are doing, the entrepreneurship and all that. Okay.
Which I am?
Ahmedabad. I am
Ahmedabad.
In fact, since my campus is still under construction, we have an incubation center ready, and we are not ready to move in. I have not done that, but otherwise I want to send a couple of my faculty members to Ahmedabad to see how they are doing this incubation center and entrepreneurship activities and all that, so that we can replicate. I think in terms of research, I would appreciate, I admire Bangalore. I am Bangalore. Okay. I think in the past few years, Bangalore has done quite a bit, in terms of raising the bar in terms of research, right, for the academic institutions. These are the two that come to my mind straight, and that doesn't mean that others are not good. The only thing is I may not have followed. I don't know completely like what they are doing. Okay.
Respect that. Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh.
The same question would have different answer had it been raised about 15 years back, because different institutions were known for 40 in different area. But now that has got blurred. For example, I also worked in NITI, which has become IIM Mumbai. It was known for operations management area.
It's working, sir. It's working.
But does not mean that other B schools did not develop in operations management area. Now, in the context of present time, your question is, it is difficult to say this is the school, but what is that a particular school is doing, what they are doing better at. So I would say, because we have to frankly take names of some institutes also, you see, as far as innovative culture, innovative culture, for that, I am Ahmedabad, I would appreciate, and for, let us say, certain new adventures into upgrading the level of teaching and, let us say, academy industry interaction. Bangalore, so Ahmedabad, Bangalore always are our leading sisters, of course. But I would like to also name some other institutions which are less quoted. For example, about 25 years back, when I went to a local institute here near Chhatarpur, Sri Sim Institute, I found that their classes start with prayer.
Which institute?
Prayer. I think Sri Sim. In Chhatarpur area of Delhi. I went there long back. I found a good fervor is there. The moment you begin the class, you begin with prayers. And just don't mind, I'll take half a minute. Every Upanistic learning used to begin with prayer. Because students are coming running to the class, faculty is coming running to the class and running from different world. Class is a different world, you are coming from different world. But when there is a collective prayer, you are in the same world. So receptivity and disseminating power both increase. I think there should be pedagogy in our Indian B school that before you begin the topic, for 1 minute, either you pray or maintain silence. That is a part of pedagogy. So I'll appreciate that. I'll also appreciate some other institutes, let us say, for social entrepreneurship or family business, let us say, SP Jan has done it. So there are so many for so many reasons. Thank you for raising this question.
Just 1 minute, what question you have asked, what answer I want to say in 1 minute. You know, we have said as far as infrastructure is concerned, we are the best business school amongst the IIM. And we have been consulted many IIM, 5, 6 IIM, including Bangalore is constructing new campus. They are in touch with us. I am Sambalpur, our education minister told I am Sambalpur should be like I am Nagpur. So they visited 3 times. I am Ranchi, many institutions. I am Lucknow, Dean's team visited. So infrastructure, smart infrastructure, high tech, high touch is concerned, we are number one. And others are following.
Thank you so much. I would have liked more questions to come up, but time is up.
I will
So-
come and visit. I'm coming for a wedding on 3rd. I'll invite myself. Since I know you well, I'll invite my. I am there on 2nd or 3rd. I don't for a wedding.
Yes. Sure. Thank you so much to my esteemed panelists, and we wrap it up. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you so much. A picture, please. And thank you so much, Nehaji, for being the ardent student. Aye, please, picture. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. So after the role of leadership and technology, let's move towards our next panel discussion on a journey from classroom to career. Please join me in welcoming our panelist for the same. Professor Arvind Sahai, Director, MDI, Gurgaon. Dr. Srinivasan R. Iyengar, Director, Jamnalar Bajaj Institute of Management Studies, Mumbai. Dr. Harivansh Chaturvedi, Director, Bharat Institute of Management Technology, Greater Noida. Professor Dr. Sanjay Patra, Dean, Academics, XLRI, Jamshedpur. And this session will be moderated by Mr. Arjun Yadav, Senior Correspondent, BW Business Wonders. Please welcome them on the stage, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everybody. Thank you for joining us for this session. November, December is the time at BW Business World where we have our annual B School issue. And that's the time of the year when I'm lured to pursuing MBA. After today's discussion, I think I'll have one more round with my parents today. But, as a journalist here, I cover a lot of industrial sectors. Education is something that I not cover here as a journalist. But whenever there's an event, I make sure that I get some panels, some industry, some discussion with these professors, because at the end of the day, who we are, what we are, is because of our institutions, be it schools, colleges, and based on what we had the experience there through these discussions, through these dialogues, we try to improve and build that better for our future generations. Now, coming back to our topic where we are discussing classroom to careers, right? I graduated a few years back from the Indian Institute of Mass Communication, New Delhi. And on the last day, we were having a photo in the campus ground with our course director. And that's, a 10-11 month course. It's a short course, but given the alumni that institute has given, it's in high demand always. So my course director said that जितना मैंने पढ़ा दिया वो ठीक है, जो नहीं पढ़ा पाई वो अपनी पहली नौकरी में जाकर सीख लेना. And that is what, when I joined, when I went to the field, a lot of things were different. And I think this is same across industries for students, not just for the journalism profession, given the dynamism that the world's political landscape, economic landscape has. And panelists, in your first opening comments, I want to understand that how do you envision this journey of a student from a classroom to their careers, given this dynamism? Some students are able to adopt to the changes, most do not, at least in my understanding. Dr. Chaturvedi, if you would like to begin.
As has been said by the keynote speaker during the address delivered by him, management education has its own distinctiveness, and it is required to change according to the fast changes taking place in the industry, business, society, and geopolitical global level. So I think this is very challenging task before B schools, that they have to understand first, then they have to train the faculty, they have to change the curriculum, and certain changes are also needed to modernize the curriculum and pedagogy simultaneously. So I would like to say that campus to career, this is a very relevant issue before the B schools as well as for the recruiters. Recruiters have been complaining in India and worldwide that they are getting students from top B schools, but they are not industry ready. And they need to be given training, exposure to contemporary practices of the industry and the challenges faced by the industry. And it takes a lot of time and money to be spent on their retraining. So when they have spent 2 years in the campus, why industry recruiters should spend further on them and they should not deliver from the day one? So industry is asking for the management graduates who are industry ready, who can create value, deliver value from the day one. And this is very challenging and difficult because there is a disconnect between the contemporary changes, structural changes happening in the business at global level and whatever is being taught in B schools in general. There can be some B schools in India who are occupying top positions in our management education. They might have introduced certain courses, curriculum. They might have thought about the skills and competencies which are required by the recruiter. But in general, we are lacking. I am speaking for the B schools community, for the country, that we have to be in sync with whatever is happening in the business and community and also in the society, that changes taking place are very fast. If you are lagging behind, you will not be able to groom business ready, industry ready graduates. And this requires a lot of thinking on the part of the B school leaders, and they need to be aware about all the changes. Particularly, I would like to say during last 2-3 years, lot of changes have taken place. Lot of new challenges have been come on the priority of B schools. That is global warming, geopolitical scenario, disruptive technology, economic inequality, polarization in the society. All these issues are disrupting or creating trouble for the business and society. So we need to incorporate these changes into curriculum. We have to train our faculty.
Very rightly put, Dr. Chaturvedi. Professor Sai, your thoughts on how you envision this journey in this dynamic environment?
So I'm a marketing professor, so I will start off by defining it in terms of how we should be thinking about the different constituencies who are going out into the industry, right? There are different segments. So the first segment is, let's say, fresh bachelor degree people who are coming into the MBA program or equivalent and are doing a 2-year program. And then there is maybe people with 2 years experience who come into the system, but in my book, 0 to 2 years is essentially the same. And then there are people who are, let's say, 4-5 years and more who are coming into the system. So the PGPX programs, some of the online PGDM, the online PGDM that MDI does, for example, the NMP or the BM program that we call National Management Program, those are for the 4 and 6 year PGPX at Ahmedabad, for example. So these are the ones which have people with experience. Now, if we take, let me summarize it as just two groups, 0 to 2 and 3 years of experience, where people are coming in with a certain kind of background, and then 4, 5 and above, where they have substantial experience. Now, what does industry ready mean for people who are 0 to 3 years of experience? They don't really understand how industry works. They don't have sufficient experience, either no experience or not sufficient experience. So how can I make them industry ready? I can make them industry ready in two ways. One is that I can give them some particular vocational tools. I train them in the use of chat GPT for particular industries so that they become kind of prompt engineers in a management sense. And they are able to do the work more efficiently for as an analyst or as marketing manager, digital marketing manager, they're able to do work more efficiently. So there I'm training a technician, or I could train them to be a kind of person who is able to grasp the concept of how industry works in structural terms, in organizational terms, and in technology terms, human behavioral terms. And when he goes into the organization, he's better prepared to understand how the organization works, even though he or she may not have the technical tools to hit the ground running. So I would actually argue to you that when industry says that, you know, I don't have industry ready people who are freshers or 2 years of experience, I think if we listen to them completely, we will end up becoming vocational schools, and that's not the equivalent of ITIs for management. Now, if you want to be the equivalent of ITIs for management, why not? Maybe there is a place for that, and maybe some MBA schools should become ITIs for management. But if management schools are aspiring to provide managers above a certain caliber who can start out at a higher level, then some of the stuff that we are doing, not all of it, there is scope for change. Some of the stuff that we are doing would need to is already relevant, and some things need to change for them to be industry ready. So that's about the freshers to 2 or 3 years. What can I change in the classroom or on the campus? In India, I think we can change the way we engage with the classroom. I think IIM Ahmedabad has already followed the flipped model for 50, 60 years, except that it was called case discussion earlier. Now it is called something else. You can bolt on technology on top of that. You bring chat GPT on top of that into the classroom. In the classroom, you ask people to generate a first cut answer to a question that's already there. And while they are there in the classroom, they generate a first cut answer to the question that is going to be discussed. And then from there, the discussion starts. One of my colleagues, I think either it was Professor Pawan Singh, who made the comment earlier that, you know, what is the role of the teacher in the classroom? You know, what is he actually doing if the content is already there? The reality is that the teacher is helping people to learn how to think critically. You know, that's the best thing that we can do if we want to provide people who can add long-term value to industry, right? Stanford University had a curriculum review about 5, 6 years ago, where the business school I'm talking about, where after a whole bunch of work, they said, okay, what we are going to teach is critical thinking. I think that's the best thing that we can do for our students if we want them to be at that level, not technicians, but managers and leaders. So that's one part for this set of people who are, you know, 2 to 3 years of experience or less or no experience. The other guys who are sufficient experience to understand what is an organization at some level, either explicitly or implicitly, they understand how an organization works, and they already have developed some tools and skills. You know, they have some technical skills that the organization finds useful. So what does industry ready for them mean? How can we add to their level of industry readiness? So again, if I take the PGPX program at IIM Ahmedabad or Bangalore or Calcutta, the NMP program at MBI Gurgaon, what is it that we are adding value to increase their industry readiness? For these guys who are already trained in particular skill sets, they understand one part of the organization. Increasingly, what is happening is that people are getting specialized very early. And if you want them to grow up into leaders, they need to be able to appreciate other parts of the organization also. And so it's almost as if there is a team that they need to understand. So all the disciplinary areas of management, they need to be able to understand. More importantly, they need to be able to make connections between the different areas for a problem that a particular company is facing. So for example, if I look at the largest excavator company in this country right now, it's a British company which produces all these machinery. So they have value addition from the beginning of the supply chain, upstream supply chain, downstream, and they have automated quite substantially. So a lot of it is online. My colleague from Shillong was talking about the fact that it's all digital, right? There is very little paper. So they have kind of digitized over a period of time. Now they're trying to assess how much is the value add, what is the increase of the efficiency that is taking place because of this automation or digitization of the entire supply chain. And the purpose of that is to be able to then figure out what more can be done to given the business objectives that are there. Now that requires the both abilities. You need to have that P. You need to understand that upstream, downstream, you're going to look at multiple disciplines: supply chain, sourcing, downstream distribution, marketing, production and operations management, quality management. All of those are there. So you need to be able to see that in its totality and integrate. And you need to understand the technology. So you need to have a depth in technology. This is the ERP process that I'm deploying. And this is how I extract information from the technology. And this is how it has improved my business process so that the value add in that chain is better. Now, this is the kind of value add that we should be adding to people who are 5 to 10 years of experience for the schools that have the program that we are looking at. And if we can do that, then we are adding to that industry ready part. One other dimension that I want to kind of, I don't know how many industry people are present here. I wish that there were a larger number, is that it's, as educators, I think we need to be very clear that we are a distinct segment as compared to government and business. Business has its own agenda. Government has its own, I think agenda is not the right word, has its own purpose. Business has its own purpose. Government has its own purpose. And the educational institutions have their own purpose. And it is up to us to kind of define what that purpose is so that when we send out people for careers into businesses or government, they are able to create that value over there. And coming back to what we talked about a little earlier, the best value creation is when you are able to teach people how to learn. And that comes through developing the power of critical thinking. One of the things that I tell my students is, I'm not teaching you marketing or international business or international economics, which is the subject. I'm actually teaching you how to think through a situation. So 10 years from now, you're not going to remember this particular idea because it's for now. But 10 years from now, you will still be able to walk into a situation, look at the data, look at information, and then understand what needs to be done. And that is what will distinguish you from any other graduate of any other institution.
Right. Thank you, Professor Sai. Very comprehensively put and quite a focus on technology there. Dr. Patro, would you like to add to what Professor Sai said? How do you envision this journey when we're talking about industry readiness from classroom to the respective careers of students?
In these schools, largely we've been following the US content. There is very little content of Europe in our Indian B schools. From the prescribed books to all the models, largely 90% of it is from America. Only, I would say in the domain of management, in the last 10 years, Indian faculty have started to spend more time on research. So there is some content being generated about India, more case studies, some new business models. At least researchers are attempting to understand it, which was not the case. We'll simply pick up models and rest them in the classes. So coming to the curriculum, I'll have two components. One is the classroom, outside the classroom, or campus to career. In the classroom part, most of the courses, we have the traditional, if it is marketing from Kotler to Robbins and OB, the standard material, American stuff, which is will become part of any top B school's curriculum. There, we need to have higher integration of services, digital, and startup. But in terms of any course, whether it is the first course of urban or it is first course of marketing or first course of information systems, more of services, because all the content is geared towards industrial, the industrial era, all those concepts are coming. We are speaking more of it, but it is more of services. And as Bharat mentioned, out of the top 10, 7 are digital. And in the Indian context, the digital takes greater space. All our youngsters, they are more keen to get into digital rather than conventional, which may not be the case in other parts, because digital has given them a huge faith in their growth. Besides these three, the other contents were, the ethics and the sustainability part. Every course. It can't be done in one course. Being the oldest preschool in the country, Accelera started in 1949. In the 1980s, we had a course on managerial ethics. We were one of the first to start sustainability course in 2005. We were the first B school to serve the global compact. Maybe being a private B school, the moment we see certain changes happening in the environment, we move a little faster. So in each course, in fact, we have a debate, we have a course on managerial ethics and sustainability, but those are not enough. Given the current situation, the markets, it's not the content, but how taking situations and taking a decision. We are preparing them to be leaders, not to be analysts. And I would echo your statement about are we there to be the IPIs of the management? Technique is something that would last for some time, but a way of thinking is something that as teachers we cultivate in the classrooms. So in other words, faculty have a greater role, the challenge is not to just share content, but the students see faculty as role models in how they negotiate between different challenges that are posed to them. When the students come prepared with the, as we say, whatever is the topic for the session today, they'll go to ChatGPT and there are 7 questions. And one of them they would raise it, and it is our job to ensure that a proper discussion happens and we move to the next level. The second part is, more of experiential learning, more number of projects, more of, the rural immersion, or what we call, we had a 3-day program for every student, go to the rural, and, you'll be shocked to know 80-90% of them, for them is the first experience.
Right.
And they come back and they are charged up, and many of them want to go. In fact, we have made arrangements for those who are interested to make the second visit.
Right.
I'll come back again.
Definitely, especially on the experiential part, we'll come back again. But Dr. Iyengar, currently, the crux of the discussion that we are seeing is, it's working. Is gauging the industry readiness. Now, often the question is asked to educators how they can align their curriculum to meet the, industry expectations, right? And later on in the day, we also have industry people coming on telling their expectations. But how does the industry also in turn collaborate to understand and to tell B schools as to how they can mold the students? How do you see that interface? Any model that you are following or anywhere from which you are inspired and that you want to implement? If you can share on that.
Thank you for the wonderful question. The reason why I said, after I took over a director, last 2 years, we could able to train 2000 plus industry professional at mid-level and senior level. Out of 2000, 1400 people, only bankers, chief and AGM, level 3 to 7. And today if we talk about, it's only a perception. When Bhaskarji said alliances, we teach strategic alliance, we talk about customer value, customer lifetime value, customer acquisition value. I will tell you how I replicated in our business school with having 5 faculties. FMS has more faculty, better infrastructure than Bajaj. I run institute with 5 faculty with 3 floors. But how I could able to revenue generation few crores, 0 to few crores, without using my infrastructure, using their industry. I'll tell you how I done that. When I see that just reinventing business model, again, Bhaskarji mentioned, definitely my customer is a student. There is no second thought. We always focus on customer is a student. They pay money, we have to take care of student. There is no second thought or argument. But I also feel my customers are industry. Because what I feel, now I'm seeing industry is a customer. I will say my MBA student as a product. So that what happened, I focus more on core product. I can able to extend it more on byproducts more. That will become, I'll tell you what it means that. We have a 30 students, MHRD students. The course we started 2 years before. What I have done, hardly the course is 2 months, we started, invited 20 CHROs. And I created a content called something like a research paper and seminar paper. Calling a one day, became a guest faculty, giving a placement brochure. Every B school does it. But what I do them, I engage them. How I engage them, I'll tell them, this research paper, seminar paper, you bring your industry practice, what is your problem? I can give 2 students, you can mentor them. I don't give summer project and final. Anyway, they get with a paid, they'll convert. But day 1 onwards, they are engaged in the entire process. That CHRO come with certain issues. Then we always give value creation to them. How we give value creation? Trust me, we 1200 people only from one nationalized bank. One bank, we train 1200 people, more than 30 batches of 50 each every week, last 1 year. In their infrastructure, in there. But how I have done that? I have 95% visiting faculties, one of the best alumni. And Bajaj surveys on that model, so I try to leverage their experiences. When I went to the company, I tell them, what is your problem? Can I able to address it? I don't want business, I don't want money. How can I able to engage you in that? What happening is my faculty goes to corporate and try to teaching that particular domain, become an expert. What is the outcome of it? Trust me, apart from additional income, articles, research paper, publication, patent, case studies. Faculty is also getting leverage. Apart from teaching to the student, when they see the corporate, they could able to bring that. As an institute, additional revenue. Over and above, my students are getting hands-on exposure, and these companies, trust me, we have done the training program is a one part. The discussions are moving such a way, we can get endowment fund. Alumni were engaging that activity, and I don't have a multiple companies, but being advantage of financial capital, very good rich alumni, we can able to leverage that. And when I bring it to the classroom, trust me, sir, we don't pay high payment to the faculties, but still I have 100 faculties with me. You know why? I focus on value. I means since traditional that institute is not volume, it's a value player. We created a value, try to position it in the market. Out of 1 lakh application, 120 students. And in fact, I restrict the company, don't come to the campus more. This year is a little bit different, but the value creation from day 1 onwards. Students know what they have to be there after 2 years.
Right.
And industry needs that. They said, can you able to give it to them? That is the value creation, what we try to do.
Right. So clearly the focus on value creation. Dr. Chaturvedi, if you would like to add something to that on the models that you're seeing.
I have to make one of my observations that to prepare students which are ready for the industry from the day 1, or those who can be lifelong learner by developing their skills and competencies even after graduating from a B school. Because the skills and competencies are changing very fastly. Industry requirements are changing very fastly. Whatever is being taught in a B school will not help them to survive in the industry for long. So they need to train themselves. They need to be a lifelong learner. This is one observation I would like to give. Secondly, what should be the ideal curriculum and what should be past changes to be made in the curriculum? This is being done by B schools at individual level. But what about the role of the industry? Because the trained management graduates are serving the need of the industry. What industry is telling to the B schools or higher education institutions that what kind of skill sets they require, what kinds of leadership skills they require, what kind of technical computational skills they require, because there is no forum and there is no structured way. Whenever the companies are, suppose my B schools, more than 100 companies are coming, if we press them, they are giving their feedback about the preparedness of our students very casually. After completing the selection process, they are hardly have time to stay in the campus. They do not want to give any feedback in writing. Just they speak orally and give some tidbits of their feedback. What industry bodies are doing, like FICCI, CII, National HRD Network, NASSCOM, these industry bodies are representing large number of companies. They have never held discussion with these schools or higher education leaders that what kind of curriculum should be delivered by them so that the management graduates prepared by these schools, they are industry ready. So I would like to say that industry will not come to you to ask you what kind of curriculum is required by the recruiter. You have to go to the industry, and all these schools are doing in one or the other way. My B schools is doing for last 15 years. We have industry advisory body not only for all 4 programs which we are offering, but we are also having industry advisory body for all the areas. We have 8-9 areas, and we are holding the meetings not only in Delhi. We are going to different metro cities of the country to ask the questions which faculty have in their mind, that what should be taught and what kind of changes should be made in the curriculum continuously. So my big challenge is how to understand the exact or the changing need of the recruiter if they are not coming forward.
Very rightly put, Dr. Chaturvedi. So, Professor Sai, clearly, a lack of what the inputs from the industry are. As Dr. Chaturvedi pointed out, what would you like to add on this thing?
So I think Dr. Chaturvedi hit the nail on the head when he said that it is up to us to go out and talk to industry, and most business schools, including MDI Gurgaon, have some processes in place. So some of the rhetoric that we hear is exactly that, rhetoric, but there is some reality also that we need to be able to increase the level of engagement and make that feedback loop a little more powerful, a little more nuanced, so that it is able to do things faster in real time rather than take a longer time. So there are 2 things that I would share from our experience at MDI. So for example, there is for the national security, cyber security governance framework for the country. Now there is a ongoing initiative where there is a couple of professors at MDI, IIT Kanpur, and the Ministry of Home Affairs that's actually working to create that national security, cyber security governance framework, and some of that is now feeding back into the courses at the MBA level, the PGDM level, and those students who will go through that will hopefully be a little bit more prepared on that, because that's clearly a very, very relevant area for all sorts of companies. It doesn't matter whether you're a software company or a regular company. If there is a cyber breach, then your operations can be really severely affected. So those kind of collaborations between the faculty of management institutions and the government in this case can actually make graduates more industry ready and more government ready also for that matter. Similarly, one could collaborate with companies where companies support different activities, including research, including curriculum development. So many institutions that are represented here have these centers of research that are happening in the on their campuses, where the model is that you not only help to support the research of PhD students, but you also do projects for industry. And Ahmedabad has it at MDI Gurgaon. Also, we are setting up two centers, one in the area of behavioral science and neuroscience and applications in business, the other in the area of artificial intelligence and machine learning and its applications in business. So both of these are designed to engage with industry, to get industry feedback into the research process, and therefore the faculty knowledge development. And then the idea is that that will feed back into the classroom and so therefore impact careers. I think if we are able to scale that, then it will be of benefit to everyone, to the students, their careers, to the faculty, to the institutions. And the good news, I think, is that over the last 20 years or so, there has been a substantial increase in the level of engagement compared to 2004, when I came back into the country. By the late 2010s, 2017, 18, 19, the level of engagement was definitely increasing. And I think the trend is upwards. And if we continue to see that trend, I think further good things will happen.
Thank you, Professor Sai. Dr. Patro, since we're focusing on classroom as well, I want to understand your views also on soft skills. And, as Dr. Chaturvedi also pointed out, fostering an attitude of continuous learning for students who are entering the workforce. How do you see these two aspects?
Yeah, in fact, we're not preparing our students to be technocrats, to be proficient in certain techniques. They need to move to the next level of leadership, from managers to leaders. Because in today's context, most of the students have an inclination to join the startups. And this leadership element gets emphasized very early in their career, which in the earlier era, one would reach there after 15, 20 years and they would observe other leaders. So therefore, the importance of soft skills like the interpersonal skills, listening, and showing empathy, all those need to be emphasized inside the class. I would say one of the challenges for B schools in the last 7-8 years, especially with increased emphasis on research, most of the youngsters, they spend all their time on research, and teaching has taken a backseat. We are observing that, and in the institutes, for their own reason, allocate greater emphasis on research, and in the process, are we diluting our main mandate of preparing them to be industry ready? Because it's about the passion for teaching, bringing in stuff from the local environment and making them think about it. The more time they spend on research, a couple of A or B, A or C journals, and looking at American programs, 30 papers, and finding a research gap. So that's an area where I'm sure the leaders of the B schools need to focus their mind upon. The second part is this: the critical pedagogy. Are our all teachers ready for critical pedagogy? It is more prescriptive when we say, suppose we talk about the marketing product life cycle. Product life cycle does this, and these are the different stages, and these are the applications. But what is its relevance? In terms of content, raising questions about the relevance of the concept. It's not that the concept is given and it has to be applied. Okay, so therefore, for every content, there has to be a counter content presented in the sessions, which would make the students apply their mind and think what is right. So that critical pedagogy need to be cultivated, nurtured by each faculty. That will make the students more discerning. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dr. Anger. You would like to add on this, on these aspects of soft skills and
See,
fostering?
I feel as a end of the day, as a B school, we have to train, whether it's a business school or corporate. And today, if we talk about, take example, Luxottica, that one company manages 60% of the market share of the optical brand. Whether you can go to low price brand to premium brand. Same thing like a Swatch group, whether it's a Swatch or Tiger or Tissot or Rado or Calvin Klein or Harris Winston. Same thing happening with Amazon also. Earlier, I used to go to Amazon using Paytm by watching Amazon Prime with the 5 different. But today the market is changing. That's what everybody is today talking about. We have to reinvent our business model. As a business school, we should have the capability and competency to cater the structure, what is required in the market. Whether it's online or offline, whether it's a hard skill or soft skill, which is required. That is what we have to do. We know how to balance our resources. Based on the requirement, we have to change. Change is the one thing remain constant. If we don't change, if we are a management institute, if we don't able to adapt the change, then who will do it? Because we are creating the future manager. It is our part of the onus. It is our part of our responsibility to react to the change faster than the industry. What we talk about shelf life of less than 2 decades. Thank you.
Right. Dr. Chaturvedi, something that I would like to ask you, and this is something that I'm picking up from the social media, and of course, Dr. Anger also briefly touched upon, that given the scenario of internship and apprenticeship this year, what's your reading on the environment, right? And how, obviously, we would have talked about the role that they play for their readiness. What's your reading on this, given this year's? Let me see.
On social media, as well as on the traditional print media, there are reports that the top institutions are facing some difficulty for providing summer internship with good stipends. And even in the final placement, the placements are not happening at a fast pace. There is some slow trends in the final placement also. I would like to say that these schools will have to adopt some out-of-box thinking about providing internship and final placement to the students. We are all focused on the top companies, multinational companies offering good packages, because that is the criteria which students are looking for before joining the B school, that which B school is providing highest maximum salary or average salary. So I would like to say that at least for internship, there can be some alternatives to the traditional path we are following. Like students can go and work on some innovative government scheme, whether the several schemes launched by the central government and state governments for the welfare of the masses or for easing of doing business are working properly or not. So this can be one area. Secondly, it can be any project going to the countryside and looking into the entrepreneurial activities they are happening, like self-help groups, like farmers cooperative societies, like non-farm entrepreneurship. There are many trends which are happening in the Bharat, but we are only confined to metros, companies located in metros and offering the jobs in metros. So I think we need to expand the horizon of the placement. I was reading a case study from a university of USA, University of Houston. There is a C.T. Baur College of Business. They are sending their students for internship to a accelerator. So asking students to go to incubators, there are 60 plus Atal incubation centers. Their total number in India is around 1,000. So we need to send our students to those incubation centers. We need to send them to accelerators, and we need to send them to the countryside to see actually what is happening in the economic lives of the people residing. A large number of more than 70% population is living either in villages or tier 2 or tier 3 cities. So I think it is not necessary that we should, and even the company would like to recruit those students who can go to any challenging assignment or any challenging summer internship and bring some data about the current realities of life and business. So let us think about changing the mold of providing summer internship. Traditional way will not work, and all students cannot be provided internship in top-notch companies or multinational companies.
Thank you, Dr. Chaturvedi. Professor Sai, your quick take on the scenario this year and what has become a talking point on social media.
So these things run in cycles, so I'm not too concerned. This year will be a slightly tougher year compared to other years, and things will move back. But I just want to pick up on a point that Dr. Chaturvedi just made, that can we change the structure a little bit so that people are more industry ready. So one model that some business schools have started following is that for a program, you actually do coursework only for the first year. The second year is actually you are spending with a company. In one case, you are spending 6 months with one company and 6 months with another company. And it's part of the responsibility of the program to help the student locate that match so that internships are for 6 months and 6 months, or even for 1 full year. So that becomes a fairly good place for students and the candidate to understand one another and make that choice. So this is actually happening now. The other second point that I want to very quickly pick up on is, Arjun, is the point that Dr. Patra was making on more local cases. So I believe now we are doing much more. We have a much higher level of local cases which are available and we can use. I'm pretty sure faculty at all our institutions are writing those cases. And the last point that I want to kind of quickly touch on is in the context of classroom to career is ultimately I would completely agree with Professor Srinivasan when he says that, well, part of what he said is that who is the customer? Is it the student or is it the industry? And is the student a product? So one viewpoint would be that the industry is the customer and the student is our product. The other viewpoint would be that the student is the customer and not the industry. So if we think of industry as our product, as our customer, and the student as our product, then our approach will be different if we think of the student as a customer, which personally, if you ask me personally, I don't really feel comfortable with. I think industry is our customer rather than the student. And that is consistent with our ethos also. And education as a product, actually, you cannot provide the best product if the student just goes there and sits and says, okay, I'm opening my head. It's your responsibility to put stuff in there. Oh, that doesn't work. That's because education as a product doesn't work like that. So I think if we keep these in mind, we are flexible, we are nimble, we keep changing. We know who our customer is and we are able to make those structural changes. We are going to be okay. The MBA degree in India is probably safe for another 10, 15 years for the top 20, 30 schools. Uske baad, and you can see the beginning of that already happening, you will have these much more specialized programs. MBA in data science or MBA in marketing or MBA in finance and so on. That's already happened in the US, by the way. Schools like Harvard and Stanford are having problems in getting applications for their full-time MBA programs. If Harvard and Stanford can have that problem, then the degree is having a problem. So that's where we are, in my opinion.
Right. Dr. Patro, Dr. Henger, we have around 1 minute left. Your concluding comments very quickly on this.
I would say, when we are trying to make our students ready for the industry, the new age industries, part of the requirement has to be addressed in certain specific courses. We can't have our conventional content and asking the student to do a project and adapt to the requirement of the industry. So therefore, the idea of what Professor mentioned, the AI/ML or the ChatGPT, what we're saying, having a center and getting the input from the, in fact, for a while, we were talking with the top firms of the world to set up their centers in our institute to see, to bridge the gap between what they are thinking and the current focus of our teaching. There is always a tussle that I see, many times faculty would say these are the core things that the students need to learn, and if we spend a little more on adaptation, it is a down. There has to be a fair balance between what is required and how do we keep the core fundamentals delivered to the students while they think of applying it to certain industries. Thank you.
Right. Thank you, Dr. Patra. Dr. Anger, very quickly, your concluding comments.
Concluding, market is big. Everybody has the market for their own, whether it's a Mini Cooper or Wagoner. Everybody will survive. 140 crore population.
10 years. You said 10 years.
10 years. So that we'll survive. With the God grace, India country is blessed. After 10 years, I feel one more great opportunity because of NEP, I'm getting sensitization. Because integrated course, BBA will get, or I mean, graduate course will sell more. Maybe that executive MBA will become a game changer in the long run. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Yeah.
Sir,
I remember Professor Indiru Sen, IIT Madras director, former director. So he's no more, but he was advocating for just like MBBS, a general engineer who can possibly fit into some of the medium and small scale industries. Any thought from the leadership here about a generalist who can possibly fit into any type of situation, not a retail industry, not a domain specific? Is there any thought from the team there?
Just one sentence. Bajaj focus on that. 120 student, we don't give any specialized AI or ML or artificial intelligence or business analytics. We give basic MBA degree with major finance and marketing and finance. That is the responsibility of the corporate. Onus is from there also to train what they want. We can't keep on going to micro level.
I know that the students who are coming to B schools, they would not like to go to MSME sector and they are looking for corporate jobs. And MBA itself is not a specialized degree, except that it is catering to the needs of the industry. But even for the government, I think all over the world, MBAs are being recruited by the governments. We need to think about expanding the pie for pie of recruiters for MBA program. Government of central government or state governments, they are spending crores, billions of rupees on several schemes, and they are not being managed properly by the officers working at the district level or grassroots level. I think MBA, although giving specialization, but it is giving lot of generic contents during the first year itself. No B school is teaching specialization courses up to the end of the first year. Hardly from third trimester onwards, elective courses begin. So I think developing MBA for MSME sector, it is a very challenging, difficult task because the students have resistance to work in small firms because they cannot bear the cost of a quality MBA. They are offering 15,000 or 20,000. I can give one example, export sector. Export sector salaries are relatively low than other sectors. So it is difficult to persuade the MBA to go to the export sector. So I would like to say that for developing MSME sector, there are specialized institutions like Entrepreneurship Institute of India having their campuses, main campus at Ahmedabad and several other places. There are other B schools also. But in MBAs in our country has a pyramid-like structure. There are top 100 institutions providing best of the quality. Then there are middle 500 to 1,000 B schools providing average quality. At the bottom, there are institutions, large number of institutions offering poor quality. But it does not mean that poor quality institutions will go away because these are affiliated program offering MBA at the cost of 50,000 for 2 years program. At least they can work at tier 2, tier 3 cities or villages for those companies which are catering to the needs of the Bharat, not India.
I think my two co-panelists have given much of the answer. That just the last point is the idea of a generalist MBA in a teaching hospital model, right? How do doctors get created? They go to a medical college, but they also learn in the hospital through treating the patients. As the doctor is treating the patients, as students they learn. So it's like hands-on learning, and one could argue that the way forward for an MBA to become more relevant and for people to be more industry ready is that more schools try to adopt the teaching hospital model. And the idea that I had been talking about earlier, 2-year program, first year is the coursework, second year you're just doing internships. It's kind of approaching that. IIT Kanpur is now starting a hospital on the campus, and there they are going to recreate this for not only their medical students but also some of their biotech students, material science students, and so on. So people are doing stuff in that area.
Well, thank you so much, professors, for joining us this afternoon. That's all the time we have. Ladies and gentlemen, can we please have a big round of applause for all our panelists? Thank you so much for joining.
Thank you. Thank you so much to all our panelists, all the professors. A picture, please. And also thank you, Arjun, for moderating that. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. But before we welcome our next teachers on stage, let's take a quick lunch break. It's 1:35. We meet here back at 2:05. That's precisely in the next half an hour. Lunch is served right at the very end of this hall, and there are speakers served outside the hall. See you at 2:05 so we can meet in the next session. Thank you.
हो गया रात का हो गया हाँ गिलास सारे पानी नहीं 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 छोड़ देते हैं ये भी छोड़ देते बड़ी बड़ी मत थोड़ा पानी बर्बाद होगा पूरा पूरा पानी बर्बाद मत हाँ ठीक है
Training, research, everything.
That's why you are tense. And everyone is I'm sorry. Yeah, Chandra. Yeah, Chandra. This is quite. No. This is Matkano. They've really planned for everyone's growth, having everything gold. Normally, I don't have that. I have the morning and there's a new research which says that you should have longer fasting gap. So let's say you have dinner at 7 o'clock and then you don't have breakfast. Of course, you sleep, you won't have breakfast, and then you eat till lunchtime. So it will get rid of all the coffee and things as well. Yeah.
Hour and a half.
Welcome back, everybody. May we please request all of you to take your seats as we will begin in the next 5 minutes sharp. Thank you. For all those enjoying the lunch, 5 more minutes and then we'll begin with the next panel discussion. Thank you.
पोडियम पे ठीक है ठीक है देख लेता हूँ
Welcome back, everybody. May I please request all of you to take your seats so that we can begin now. For our friends at the back, can you please have you take your seats? Okay, first questions first. Everybody had lunch? Everybody had lunch? Yes, no? Only 4 to 5 of them. Rest, everybody had lunch? Okay. Badhiya. Now that the energies are back, let's begin with the next panel discussion on integrating skilled industry, academia, employability for a holistic education. And to discuss and talk on the same, please join me in welcoming our panelist, Professor Dr. Jones Matthew, Program Director, AGPM, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon. Professor Dr. Srirang Altekar, Professor and Director, Symbiosis Institute of Business Management, Pune. Professor Dr. Ashwini Avasthi, Director and Dean, Institute of Management, Nirma University. Dr. Jaskuran Arora, Professor and Dean, Education Quality, BML Munjal University. Dr. Shruti Sardeshmukh, Professor, Dean Office, Shiv Nadar University. Dr. Harish K.S., Program Chair, PGDM Business Analytics, Shiva Siravani Institute of Management, SSIM. And this session will be moderated by Ms. Resham Sohail, Editorial Lead, BW Disrupt. Can you please welcome them with a huge round of applause, ladies and gentlemen? You want? I'll get. Yeah, just ask.
The screen is already saying time's up. We need more mics, huh?
Yeah.
We need more mics. Thank you so much, Aditya. Thank you everybody for joining us after this lunch. Around one of the recent reports shows that around 60% or maybe over that lacks job readiness and hence requires a lot of retraining at the time of joining. Today we have a very illustrious panel with us, and in this discussion we're trying to decode how and what can be done to kind of redefine the synergies between industry and academia. In your opening comments, I would push you to kind of summarize what has happened in the last year in terms of industry and academia coming together and what has been some of the highlights. Please, Professor.
Right. Yeah. Good afternoon, everyone. So the highlight at BML Munjal University was to introspect that problems don't exist as marketing problems, finance problems, HR problems, so on and so forth. So it was very important to weave the thread for the participants, the students, the MBA graduates to think through the problems, right? So starting our projects like working with the community on the problems, offering business solutions was the way forward. And I think the community, the stakeholders, the recruiters who we have shared this program with, and the participants, the way they have appreciated that. So interweaving the education with problems was definitely the highlight. Besides that, the others will go on talking as we go along.
So good afternoon. Generally, according to me, what I have observed is industry expectations something, and similarly student expectations are something. That is also one of the challenging problem we have identified. Because most of the students, they need a kind of career and a kind of job roles. But industry, they are expecting something else from the students. So probably this is coming because of alignment of these three attributes. One is nothing but skill, and another one is nothing but the education and also industry expectations. So probably to overcome this particular challenge, after taking the admission in the very first year, if you conduct a test or a kind of tool, if you apply on the students, and if you are able to, what you can say, show them where they are very strong, where they are very weak, and similarly what kind of jobs or what kind of what you can say role suits to them. So, and if still if he wanted to get into a particular career, what are the skill gaps he's having and how to improve, right? So there, if you focus, then probably most of the challenges, what you can say, can be overcome. And between this expectation of the, what I can say, that our product and similarly customer, that is.
Thank you. I'm Shruti and I'm from Shivnadar Institution of Eminence. She asked me to summarize what are the significant things in the last year or so that I have seen. And when we think about job readiness, there are three things we need to do. So three things students need to do. They need to know why, they need to know how, and they need to know whom. And one of the efforts that I have seen at Shivnadar Institution of Eminence School of Management and Entrepreneurship is weaving in these three factors continuously through the education. And to do that, they have used, I have seen exemplars like social sector internship and business sector internship and business sector projects working as a part of the core curriculum within the management degree. And that to me exemplifies how we can weave in job readiness skills. And that to me is an exciting experience as someone who has recently joined. So that was the highlight for me. There you go.
Hi everyone, I'm Ashwini Avasti from Institute of Management, Myanmar University. Now talking about last year, last year was kind of post-COVID year when the students who were in post-COVID, they were passed out, and the other students who had joined actually did not have the mentorship of the earlier students. So what we generally see, the elder batch actually training the next batch. And I agree with my co-panelist. This has actually what we could see. The industry has rebounded, and there was good enough demand from industry. That was not an issue, but they could see, and we could also see that the kind of expectation industry generally has, and particularly this batch and subsequent and the batches previous to this last batch. So this groundedness about what to expect from the industry, groundedness in the students, that is a challenge, and probably it will take time to build up that gap. As those senior students, they start grasping with the reality, and then they start transmitting it to the next batch of students. Thank you.
Yes, first of all, thank you for inviting me here. I agree with my co-panelists, but I'll take a slightly different point of view here. I think the expectations are more, they've changed more from the industry side. And whereas, they could afford to give the students a little bit of breathing space before they actually started becoming productive and started delivering for the company, now they're expecting them to start delivering from day one. And what it did lead to was our reworking on quite a few processes that we do. Right. Our basic processes always have been that don't make those students industry ready for today. That is when they join, but they have to be ready 2 years down the line when they're actually going to join. So what it did lead to was a sharper focus on certain aspects that we work together with industry. And I think that has worked very well. I've heard a lot of talk this morning that this is going to be a very difficult year placement-wise and everything. But as far as we are concerned in Symbiosis, I think we've placed all our students, both for summers as well as final placement. So I guess we must be doing something right. And I'll be happy to discuss that going forward. Thank you.
Good afternoon, everybody. I'm from Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon. To answer the question that the moderator has, proposed, what are the changes that have that we as an institute see. It may not be very different from what everybody else is seeing, but definitely two things come out very clearly. Number one, the attention span or the distraction levels are very high for students who are coming into the classroom now. Secondly, their capacity to be involved in the learning process has changed, not for the better. Now, as was mentioned by my co-panelists, there's going to be a little bit of time before this stabilizes. It's just an after effect of the pandemic cycle, and I think as future batches pass out, we will come back to the same level of readiness for inputs to be received by them as the different schools kind of find different ways of doing it. Now, at an institute level, all of us are doing various things to kind of make the readiness of the students right from probably third semester onwards, right? Because summer internships start to happen before that. I mean, the interviews start happening, and sometimes the companies are also very impatient, right? Sometimes they come in the middle of fourth term for final placements. Now, that may not be the right time for actually when the student may be finally ready. They ask a lot of questions, which may be, much more advanced questions. So those are some challenges which, as an institute, we are also trying to give them or the advice or the help that they need before to get them ready for industry. However, I think the other important point is that most schools are now realizing that simply having technical knowledge is not going to cut the ice with many of these recruiters. As a lot of other schools do, we also have people coming from the consulting industry like BCG or McKinsey to give talks to the students. And one of the common reference is that your academic skills matter to a certain extent, but after that, they're looking for a lot of other things like soft skills and other capabilities, potential leadership capabilities, which is the basis on which we will hire you. So that's been a big change. Companies are coming and telling us in advance, this is what we're looking for. So in addition to what you are doing in the classroom, get out and get involved in a whole bunch of other activities. That's the big change.
I agree with most of you, 99.9% agree, but we will come to your point, Professor Matthew, when you said that industry leaders come in the mid of the semesters. I would also want to know to what extent this intervention is okay for institution leaders in some sense. But to that point, we'll come later. At this point, professors, there is a lot of discussions around generative AI, advanced technologies. As Professor Matthew already said that it's not just technology. We need to go beyond that. When we talk about holistic education, we also need to talk about how to build that inclusive, that collaborative, that dynamic culture inside that institution. Anybody would want to take that up and share that how we can go beyond technology and what needs to be done exactly?
See, technology will only take you up to a certain level, right? It can take you to data, it will take you to analytics. Will it teach you to interpret? Somewhere you have to go beyond technology. That's part A. That's what I would like to say. Secondly, what is it? Ultimately, we have to look at different stakeholders, and I will differ a little bit, and I will not call students products or industry products or students customers or so on and so forth. As far as I am concerned, they are all my stakeholders. So my students are my stakeholders. Their parents who have probably invested in their wards fees. They are my stakeholders. My university is my stakeholder. My parents' society is my stakeholder. Civil society, my regulatory framework of the government of India. Those are all my stakeholders. Now, the question here is that how do I manage all this, right? What is it today that one of my biggest stakeholders, which is industry, the recruiters, what are they looking for? Now, looking at what we generally talk in HR, what does a person need? We talk about KSA, we talk about knowledge, skills, and attitude. You look at attitude, a lot of students who are doing their MBA program generally do have that attitude because they've come here to make a career, right? So I won't talk about that. Knowledge, as far as the hard skills are concerned, we are definitely imparting there. But what is probably required, and these are the gaps that have been identified by a lot of recruiters, is where students are lacking today is people management, listening to people, understanding, those kind of soft skills which are not present in today's students. Secondly, what has happened is that the pandemic has made students extremely impatient. Right. So a little bit of those skills are also required. The hard skills, they require different kinds of hard skills today. So, if you need to look at, probably it would be people management, it could be data, it could be analytics, it could be supply chain, right? So these skills are definitely what need to be imparted. And I guess that would be the way going forward, because at the end of the day, let us face it. Now, I run two major programs. One is my flagship MBA, which is a regular one with different specializations. And why do students come to me? They come to me for a job. Let's be very clear about that. They come to me for a job. And if I'm not able to give them that kind of assistance, they won't come to me. And being a self-funded university, that's my bread and butter.
So the other thing I would add to that is, in addition to the soft skills, what we also need is why we are doing this, and that sense of values and purpose is extremely important. And I know MBA is a degree for a career, but at the same time, as we are seeing the times change, values are becoming increasingly important. And anybody among you who have gone through the AACSB accreditation process would know that social impact is important, even from that perspective. So yes, it matters. And so understanding that depth of values about why we are using those tools and the know why is going to be as important going forward. It's not just writing code. It is going to be why I'm writing that code and how can I make it most useful for the people that I'm writing for, or how can I make these things better for my customers? So that perspective has to come.
And just to add to that perspective, when technology is being taught in a class, right? There are 60 students in the class. To the extent that each one of them would pick it up, to the extent to which each one of them would make use of it, do with it, right, is very, very different. So what Professor Shiran earlier said, that the students come to us for jobs, I would think, yes, jobs for sure, agree, but it is a responsibility of the business schools to see that it is not just the first job. Preparing them for being a lifelong learner. Now, I do not want to bring COVID up, but then what it has taught us is change management, adapting. They're both very important. So that essentially means to all the students in this house, right? It is not just what is being taught in the class, but what the students are learning in the class, what is very important, way more important than everything that's being done in the classes, your personal journey for excellence. So can the business schools work very closely with the students to identify to what extent the students are picking up each of these things, and most importantly, making them lifelong learners. Technology today, we have one, and I can promise you 2 years from now, none of this would exist and we would have way much more than that. What the students do post that, and that learning orientation on top of the technology is what matters.
That's
correct. I agree with Professor Given. It reminds me of the old saying, give a man a fish and you feed him for a day, but you teach him to fish, you feed him for a lifetime. So you're absolutely right. And that is precisely what we do, because it's not just their first job that matters, it's their career that matters. And we train them for that.
Now, Professor Awasthi, would you like to somehow tell us what have been some of the great initiatives, great strategies you are taking up in your institute when we talk about holistic education? How are you going beyond technology?
Okay. But, the question is so wide, I may end up taking, all panelists' time, so all panelists' time, but still, I restrict myself. So holistic education, as we understand, is education for the whole individual. And this is in contrast to the contemporary, mainstream education, which is compartmentalized. And in business schools also, we have compartments, we have functional areas, marketing, finance, and so on. Within functional areas also, we have compartments. So education is in silos and compartments. And when the student passes out and during the journey of 2 years also, so there is a issue of integrating those compartments. On the other hand, the philosophy and paradigm of holistic education would like student to be developed as a whole. And as I was just sharing earlier also of the stage, that national education policy also emphasizes on holistic education, and that also emphasizes on multidisciplinary education. So what essentially in a nutshell they would say is that science and technology, art and humanities, they all should be integrated for the benefit of the individual. And work and research on holistic education has shown that this actually increases the innovativeness of students. It engages them more, and it is also enjoyable for them. Now, that way, of course, there are a lot of challenges for us to actually integrate what we already do in terms of imparting skills. We cannot live without that. We have to impart skills about problem solving, team building, working in teams, and so on. We have to have industry and academia interaction for training and again, improving those skills. Employability, as my co-panelist was saying, of course, they come for that, so we have to train them, make ready them for the employability. Now, how do we really integrate? My view would be the other way around. How do we integrate that holistic education into what we are doing? Now, coming back specifically to the technology part. No, technology, I think, again, there are nuances. On one hand, technology is good in all its respects. And it liberates, actually. It liberates, and students also get liberated. On the other hand, it liberates them to such an extent that I have seen students actually asking questions in the class through ChatGPT. I mean, what question? Yes, and so good questions. I mean, it is amazing. The class has really gone to another high level. They're asking so good questions. And then when I see, and when we explore, the questions are coming from there. So is it really liberating, or is it taking them away from that holistic education? So then in that case, certain aspects of the technology, I would say, are in contradiction to the very philosophy of holistic education.
Many of the old school mindset people would stick to point number 2, and I would also that gaining questions or giving commands to ChatGPT for looking good in the classroom is not a good idea, really. How many of you would agree? Perfect.
It could be a good idea for you.
I'll try next time. Now, professors, there's another report to support that around 40%, not really 40, around 60% of the students said that AI didn't help them in gaining so-called soft skills. And that really makes you more responsible to constitute a good, dynamic, a very collaborative culture inside the university and institute. Professor Harish, you were saying something to the earlier point we were discussing.
Yeah. I'm just slightly, my opinion is different because when I was studying, because I'm from the statistics background and also management education I have. During those days, if I wanted to make some calculation, probably I need to remember all the formulas and also different, what you can say, properties and all. And later on, slowly what happens, Excel has come. And by using the Excel, without using the formulas directly, with a few clicks, getting the answer. Those are the days. And now slowly what is happening is, because days are going on, similarly technology is also improving. And also a lot of burden we are, that means reducing because of the technology. That is the purpose of the technology. So that's what slowly this ChatGPT has come. Because I spoke to a lot of industry professionals, because to bring industry practices into the campus, what they said is, because they are just giving suggestions to the new employees who are joining in their organization to use ChatGPT, even for mailing purpose, even for the code developers, they are asking us, why are you wasting the time? You ask the ChatGPT that will give the code, you write it. So that is the present norms. So probably here what is happening is, because world is running very fast and 24 hours not sufficient. So probably to write a innovative or what you can say with good language, a mail, or to think about the program and writing the code, it is taking a lot of time because there are several technological improvements are there. Because of the technology, probably will be saving time. That is one aspect. And moreover, ChatGPT is everyone will not get the same answer. Probably we should also know what question we should ask to get our required output. That is also another important one. So probably we should learn how to speak with ChatGPT. For example, a task is given and 50 students will get 50 different outputs. Every student will not get the same output. Okay. So there is nothing wrong in that using the technology part. And also we cannot eliminate technology from the students or from the society. Because the basic purpose of this technology is to reduce our burden. Because the working styles are different. When I joined, because I have nearly 30 years of experience. When I joined as a faculty, during those days, my life was very simple. Nowadays, the same, if I wanted to do the activities in the classroom, probably I need to design the course outline. I need to, what you can say, design a lot of internal evaluations. And also I need to, what you can say, evaluate the students. And I need to check whether I am attaining the course outcomes and program outcomes, right? So a lot of burden has been increased. And also nowadays, not only we are teaching, right? We should be in the research, and also at the same time, we should also take up some consultancy projects. And also we need to maintain some interactions with industry, right? And students projects, summer internship, specialization projects. So that means why I'm telling all these things is because our working style is changing. Because of this changing working style, 24 hours not sufficient. Even you work 8 hours, 10 hours, 12 hours, definitely there will be having a lot of pending work. If you wanted to do this work effectively, then probably you need to take the help of the technology. You should understand how to use the technology. So that's what probably every one of us, that is my opinion, right? We need to learn how to use the technology to save time effectively.
Absolutely, absolutely. Yes. We would all agree that technology is new and new to us. I'm hopeful that technology will take time and become a mature one, and we will also kind to learn how to use that efficiently. Now, Professor Matthew, to that point, how, to what extent, we know that for a greater synergy between academia and institute, that's necessary that you need to consult, you need to have a discussion, a roundtable with industry leaders to understand what exactly they are looking for. But to what extent their intervention is okay in institutes, and what responsibility do you see remains on your part?
All right. Now, as we all understand, MBA, the MBA is a professional degree. Basically, it is designed to give a student the required skills and knowledge, etc., to survive in the corporate world and do well. So therefore, since we are kind of sending our students out to the industry, it's but natural that we have to prepare our students keeping in mind what the requirements are. Because they come for a job, the recruiters come to select students who match their requirements and so on and so forth. So far, so good. The second part that where they collaborate a lot and which is very valuable is the curriculum revision, review kind of interventions that they are happy to be a part of. Third, we all of us actually invite them for industry guest lectures, which basically gives them cutting edge, state of the art, best practices that different industries are following, and then bringing that into the classroom. So all good so far. But sometimes I do get the feeling that academia is also becoming sort of a slave to industry. We have our own, what is the purpose of education per se? What is the purpose of higher education? Is it just skills and knowledge? Or is there some other angle which we are missing out, which is the software aspects? And as I think, as people move up the ladder, there's more focus on building relationships rather than just managing technical aspects of a product. B schools, many B schools, at least in tier 2, tier 3, and even some of the baby, the newer IMs, etc. The focus is still largely on what the industry needs right away. because everybody wants their graduates to hit the ground running. But an MBA school's responsibility, as you rightly asked, so what is our responsibility? It's not just to prepare them for maybe the first 5 years, but also maybe leadership roles, mid-level or senior level leadership roles. So what are we talking about here? Beyond IQ, we need EQ and probably another item called societal quotient. What is societal quotient? IQ and EQ don't require too much of explanation. We are all familiar. But societal quotient is about inter, community harmony, environmental defense, foundational values. I think though it might be a little late in the day for a B school to do that, because by the time students reach, a postgraduate level, they've already put in about 15 to 18 years of work. Their foundational values have been shaped to a great extent by their, junior, mid, and higher level schooling. What is the role of the MBA? I mean, can we make a difference at this late stage? Probably for most students, the last stage of education. Very few of them go on for higher, education other than certification programs. Is there a mandate for us to do anything more than that? And my answer to that would be yes, even if it's a 2-year program or a 1-year accelerated program, B schools now have to really think about the softer elements, which will really help students to, become very effective alumni. That's my take.
Great point, Professor Matthew. Professor Arora.
Yeah, so Jones, to a great extent, I agree to what you're saying, but just a different lens to look at this, right? So to what extent is the industry intervention in the business school right, is the question. So just a lens to look at it, what are we preparing our students for? Is it just industry? Right. Very interestingly, when we at BML Munjal University, we look at the data, we have seen that actually significant percentage of students, they go in for entrepreneurial projects, they go in for startups, they go in for government research projects. Right. So to that, once again, Jones, I agree to you that therefore, of course, while majority of the students, they go in for industry, having the industry guys in the board of studies, having live projects and so on and so forth, definitely a big thumbs up. But then cognitive skills, creativity skill sets, and emotional quotient, right? These three things, I think, would come by the virtue of the curriculum development happening at the place, not just the industry intervention. So to answer your question, industry intervention is good, but then in doing so, the business schools should not lose the essence and spirit of their own values and program outcomes.
I want to bring this back to one of the earliest addresses, the keynote address. Professor Bhaskar talked about the dance between industry and business schools. Sometimes the business school leads, sometimes the industry leads. And I think that's a really beautiful metaphor. I don't think industry is encroaching, nor I think the business schools are leading it's a dance. And so it's a partnership. It's a tango, and it takes two to tango. So when we need the industry to come in and support us, at the same time, the business schools are the thought leaders, and they need to educate the industry, because industry is going to want someone who is going to work right away. But we can actually provide that thought leadership and provide our students the skills that are going to be used not just now, but 3, 4, 5 years down the line throughout their career. So if we think about employability from just the short-term perspective and long-term perspective, maybe for the short-term perspective, the industry will lead, but from the long-term perspective, is the business schools who are going to lead.
So I'll take her now. Considering the imperative, to this question only, considering the imperative of lifelong learning, the institution leaders must know what can be expected not only next year, but 5 years down the line. What do you see a scope of making a systematic change there? Or do you think that curricula change would do for that?
See, as far as the MBA program is concerned, I think the curricula has to be dynamic. It cannot be that what was taught last year is going to remain the same next year, right? And what COVID has also taught us, I mean, if I were to give the Teacher of the Year award for 2020 or 21, I would give it to COVID, because what it has taught us has been incredible, right? But this is something that you cannot think of, okay, next 5 years, just I'm going to do this. No, you may not know what's going to happen next year. It's good to have a strategic plan. It's good to have a 5-year plan. But I think what you need to be is a little more flexible, little more agile, as one would put it, in your approach to this.
I agree.
Yeah, I'm answering your previous question. Probably you're talking about the industry interference, right, in curriculum, right? Here, actually, the objective is different. One is lifelong learning that we need to keep in your mind while imparting the education. And the second one is immediate benefit, right? Because the skills what they are learning, probably with those skills, they can get into the companies or any organizations. Probably that skill may not work for a long time. They need to learn. Okay. So one is the concept and another one is its utility. Concept, probably if you teach only concept, then definitely students will not pay interest towards the concept. Sometimes they'll not show interest on the subject also. So probably to create a kind of inquisitiveness and to create a kind of interest and curiosity, probably we need to rope the industry. So if you rope the industry, then probably student will understand, okay, I'm learning this, tomorrow I can do this. That gives a lot of interest in the student's mind. Then definitely student is going to focus on the subject, because for everything we are showing, right, this you can use. So for that purpose, definitely we need industry, but not complete 100%. So because of that particular, what you can say, linkage, student gets some interest towards the subject and he'll be learning, and also he'll be getting the utility of the subject. That creates a lot of interest in the student's mind, and they'll be placing them, it also becomes easy for all of us. Yeah.
Just like to add to what you said, sir. Industry is required. I mean, there's no doubt about it. But then the thing is, are we teaching them just to fish or just to eat the fish? Or is it something that a B school needs to take on a little more responsibility for converting them into better citizens? I think that is also one of the things that we look at in Symbiosis. Probably what we look at is, are our students going on to become more ethical citizens? We have brought in the concept of ESG very strongly. That's environment, sustainability, and governance. Because tomorrow, if we expect them to get into leadership positions, what kind of governance will they give? Will it be ethical? Will it follow the moral and the legal path, or will they just divert? I think that is something that B schools also need to look at.
Now, Professor Avasthi, we know that the dialogue between industry and institute is a necessary thing for keeping curricula very dynamic and relevant. But what more can be done?
No, actually, I will slightly disagree with my co-panelists. I mean, in the sense that we already have industry, academia interact, and all B schools, the B schools they are representing, our B school, we have that interact with industry, whether it is curriculum development, whether participation in conferences, conclaves, guest sessions, everywhere. But ultimately, it comes to, they come for placement, and that's the major interaction we have. If we look around the world over, especially from where we have borrowed this whole concept of management education, the interact is much stronger, the industry and academia, and of course the government also, there's a lot of funding also there. But industry and academia, they just go hand in hand. And academia is involved in the problems of the local industry also. Even the research that is done, that was being discussed in the earlier panel also. So research that is being done is also done for the industry and the local industry. So I would rather say, there is a need for more interaction and much more those collaboration and jointness between industry and academia. And what Professor Matthew was referring, and other panelists also, that we are talking about only one aspect, the domain of business, but about, those emotional quotient and societal quotient, spiritual quotient. But they are not dependent. I mean, I would treat them to be separate parts. So more collaboration with industry does not necessarily leads to less development of, societal quotient. They have to be addressed separately, So I can have more industry collaboration, much more than we already have. We have good collaboration, let me say, at Nirma University. But I would like to have even more collaboration. At the same time, I would like to have more, what I said, holistic development of our students also. And if you were talking about, plans for the next 5 years, then of course, we would be working on both. And then at Nirma University, we already work for both. For sustainability, the goals that he was talking about. So for long, we have social projects where students go to NGOs, they stay in the remote area, they actually address the local issues and problems. And when they come back, sometimes it's the experience is life transforming. They realize, a lot of things that they take for granted are not, they don't really come so easily. So that is working. I think we could, at Nirma, we would like to do even more of that. Collaboration is working, and at Nirma, I would say we would like to have more of that also.
Great to know. Please, Professor Matthew.
All right. What I meant was that, when I do an analysis of all the industry guest lectures that we've had, for example, maybe the number is about 70 to 80 or even 85%. Most of those talks are very technical. That is my major concern. Why is it that we only talk about technical stuff? Why don't we talk about leadership stuff, soft skill stuff, team building, cooperation, collaboration? How come that doesn't become a CXO talk topic? Right? We talk about artificial intelligence and chat GPT and all of that. That's fine. That's absolutely perfect. That's what industry is really, asking for. But at a higher level, and we all agree that students are not being prepared for the first or the second job. We are hoping that whatever we teach them will be applicable for the rest of their career, maybe 30, 35 years. Very wishful thinking, but still, that's our hope. So the question that we need to answer is, do we need to change the nature of the industry academia interaction? That's all. That's my question. As long as we can help the student to become more of an all-round development kind of a scenario, the better it is, right? Not just for the immediate job, but and as far as the quantum of interaction is concerned, I mean, all B schools welcome. In fact, we continue to invite, like everybody else does, more and more industry people to come to the class because this is a management program. And I think earlier panelist took the example of an MBBS school being a sort of a apprentice role where the student plays like an apprentice role to learn the nuances of the medical profession. So similarly, this is our proxy. When we invite industry people, we get our students to work on live projects or summer internship projects. That's our small ecosystem of where we are trying to tell them how you apply theory to the real life situation. So the more of that, the better it is. But the mix of what we invite industry people for should change. That's my take on how we should be, using this whole topic of integrating skill, industry, academia, employability, etc., for a holistic education.
So all of this needs to come together, huh? Before I come to my final question, Professor Sir Deshmukh, 5 years down the line, any institute all across India that is offering MBA program, MBA course, what are some of the major check boxes would you suggest needs to be checked for becoming an ideal institute for holistic education? If not all, but suggest a few of them. Do pick up a mic, please.
Yeah, that's a really great question because here we are at a cusp. We are at that really high energy, high growth edge of transformation in Indian educational system. And it's not just the new IIMs that are coming along, it's the plethora of private universities and MBA programs coming along. And we have that youth premium within the country that's going to give us dividends if we train our workforce properly. So this is a real opportunity to collaborate and think about it in a more broader terms. And the way, being a researcher, I come from a research background, I'm going to say that research is one of the easiest places to start collaborating. So there's my plug. I got that.
Anybody would want to add to that checkbox list?
On a couple of things, right? So there is this one very interesting video, I'm sure everybody might have come across. The students have sued the educational institutions, saying that the computers from a room-sized computer have now kind of condensed to a tiny laptop. The cars from what they used to be have now come to be sleek classrooms, cars, but the classrooms from what they were probably centuries old are still the same. Yeah. So now is the high time that is changed. Unfortunately, till date, most of the classrooms are where there is a place for the professor to stand, there's a podium, there are slides, and there are seats where the students are seated. I think in the next 5 years, infrastructurally, what has to change is not the sage on the stage, but peer learning. So for that to happen, the infrastructural changes has to happen. And for that to happen, most importantly, what has to change is the mindset. Right? What are the key deliverables that are required? We are, once again, I started with this saying, we are not looking at marketing specialists. We are looking at problem solvers. We are looking at people who are perceptive enough to identify, hey, there's a problem ahead, and that problem would not come wearing a certain specialization hat. So the students have to be more mindful of picking up the nuances of the problem, connect the thoughts, and then collaborate. And that is where those classes, where at least I foresee a classroom where it would essentially be a classroom, not with all the tables looking towards this side, but all the class chairs talking to each other. So that mindset has to happen.
I strongly agree. So one is R&D, second is peer learning. Anybody would add to that?
I definitely agree with you as far as the infrastructure is concerned. And I'm very happy to say that, we've tried to give our students the best, right? So the learning environment has to be conducive, right? So the student should want to come and sit in the class. Number two is, I'm sorry, but at least as far as we are concerned, that old classroom doesn't exist. We have moved towards making all our classrooms equipped with smart boards. Almost all of them have census boards. So tomorrow, if I want to have a co-taught class with somebody in Australia, like Professor Shruti may want, I'm in a position to do that. So I think, that is something that has already happened.
Good to know. Professor Hari?
One more point I would like to add over here. Sorry, I'm talking a little too much, but where I would want, as something that was spoken this morning really comes to mind is, what is the role of the teacher now? If everything is available to the students on Google Baba, as we call him, great saint Google Baba, or Chat GPT, what is the role of the teacher? Is it that of a facilitator? Is it that of somebody who channelizes discussions? Is it somebody who moves towards more interactive sessions where students discuss and come to certain conclusions and then draw theory from it rather than the other way around? Now, what is the role of the teacher? That's point number one. Second point is, if technology has become such a great enabler, and has relieved him from so many dreary, monotonous tasks, what is it that we want with that time that is available to us? And in my opinion, what we could use it for is develop more partnerships with industry. I'm talking about partnerships where academia becomes a knowledge partner to industry rather than just a seeker of placements. Yeah.
Please.
So if I'm a student in 2028, looking for an MBA program, I would put my money on a school which emphasizes the integration. The standard practice is that the simulations normally run at the end of term 3 or much or later. I would be looking for a school which is probably doing even MM1. I have a simulation for that, or sort of a capstone at the term level itself. where I would be looking at the faculty, helping us to take all the subjects of term one and spin it into a business problem, which would actually require, in fact, my ask would be, do the faculty of the school collaborate to work on a simulation program or a capstone program for first year level students right in the beginning or the end of the first year or at the end of every term. That would be something which I would really like to be a part of 5 years from now, because that would set me up for maybe 6 semesters of business level planning. And of course, the other part, which is your soft skills and other. So this simulation should not only be technical aspects, but also not just finance and marketing and ops, but also about leadership and team building and conflict management resolution and so on and so forth. I think that's the one thing that I would really look for as the number requirement, number one requirement. And then of course, there would be a bunch of other things.
Sir Harish?
Yeah, one is definitely problem solving skill, because slowly nowadays even the recruitment process also they are focusing more on problems, because they are giving a problem and they are asking the students to solve the problem, and accordingly they are identifying the problem solving skills from the students and they are taking. That is one aspect. And the second aspect is infrastructure wise. Probably recently I've seen one AI news reader, because an AI news reader, she was reading the news, and if you look at the TV, there you will be seeing she is very beautiful and she is also looking like a human. So probably in the future, even if you classes also, I don't know whether these traditional classrooms probably definitely needed, because there is advantage, but I don't know, because some robots may also teach to the students better than us. That is also another challenge that I am anticipating. That's it.
No, I would agree with most of the check boxes that have already been checked. There are already 5, So to add some more check boxes, one is cross-functional teaching, So again, to come out of the silos, at Nirma, we already do it to a little extent. That could be actually encouraged to be more of it. For example, he was giving marketing examples. So in a faculty members from accounts area can participate in the discussion on pricing having in marketing class, and similarly a faculty members of supply chain management can participate or discussion this operations sciences can participate on a discussion on supply chain management in a class of economics. So that more of it in times to come in 5 years you were asking. So cross functional teaching. And another thing is in Nirma, we have an advantage that our B school is in the university campus, and we have many other B schools. Design school is there, law school is there, engineering school is there. And in keeping in line with the NEP 2020 National Education Policy, we were doing it earlier in a different way, but we've already started that a management student can do a minor specialization from a design school, and can also do a minor specialization from an engineering school as well, or a law school also. And similarly, law school can do minor specialization with us. So this we have done in our undergraduate programs, but we intend to do it further in other programs also. This is another thing I think should be done in times to come.
Very interesting. Anybody has anything to add before we actually close?
I have just one little thing to add. I think if you see the industry trends, digitization is here to stay. That's not going to go anywhere, and that's something that we have to adopt.
A little closer to your mic.
May it be an AI person helping us teach a class or something like that, or may it be ChatGPT or whoever that might be. So digitization technology is here to stay. But what we need to actually do is have those values, have those inclusive spirit, and that spirit of entrepreneurship that can go along with it. So combine that digitization and those skills with that human angle and the empathy that comes from solving problems for other people.
+1, +1. Now, knowing all these check boxes, I'm overly excited to step into 2028 and then do my MBA. On this note, I must thank you all the panelists for making time for this. And this has been a very lovely, very informative panel discussion. Thank you so much. Back to you, Aditya.
Oh, hello. Yes, a picture, please. Relation will be drill. Also, thank you for keeping it in time. So, you wish to ask a question? Resham, we have a question from Sir. Can we? I leave that to you. Thank you so much to all the panelists. Our next panel is on how B schools are developing tomorrow's change makers. And to discuss and share their views on the same, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Prasoon M. Tripathi, Director, IMS Ghaziabad, Professor Dr. Sujata Shahi, Vice Chancellor, IILM University, Dr. Pooja Jain, Director, GMS Rohini, Professor Dr. Pankaj Kumar Mishra, Pro Vice Chancellor, Gokul University, Professor Dr. Mukul Jain, Director, St. Thomas Management Institute, Jajjar, and this session will be moderated by Mr. Harbinder Navila, CEO, BW Healthcare World and BW Wellbeing World. Let's collectively welcome all of them on the stage, please. Ladies and gentlemen. You know, I think we can be louder. Just saying, we can show some more love and energy. Yeah. Thank you. We are discussing the change makers. You've got to show some confidence in that. Over to you, sir. And the mic's not working. It is now.
It is. Thank you, Aditya. This is a very interesting panel because, some of the things that we experience today are being done by people who brought in some change. And we are quite used to these words like disruption and change makers, etc. But let's look at who are the people who bring in that change and what are the characteristics of their, personality as to, who are these guys who bring in the change. Now, when we look at the institutions that we go to, typically there are three levels of education that we receive. One, we go to the school, then we go to the college where we do our graduation, and then we look at doing our post-graduation. Now, when you look at a college, in my opinion, what it does is that it brings in our understanding of what is it that we should be doing in our life. Whether we want to become an engineer, we want to be an accountant, we want to be a creative artist, actor, musician, doctor. But the two institutions that define how we are going to do what we will do is a school which actually brings in our belief systems, our value systems, and then post-graduation where we learn about the different techniques of doing something, business modeling, etc. Now, when we look at business modeling, how we are going to be making or doing what we intend to do, business school really makes a lot of difference, and that's the context of what we will be talking about in terms of how can we prepare the change makers of tomorrow. So with that, I'd like to welcome the panelists. Thank you so much for taking out time to be with us today, sir and ma'am. My first question to the panel is, how do you think nurturing students today will ready them to do things in a way that they would be disrupting and creating a change so that they can be seen as change makers? Dr. Sujata, may I begin with you, please?
Good afternoon, everyone. And thank you, Mr. Narula. It's like with Mr. Narula, we have old association and we discussed a lot about B schools. So I would like to start with three words which ILM has implemented not only with B school students, but the whole university. These three words are global, inclusive, and responsible. Because we are talking about future change makers. So these three words we inculcated in the culture of ILM to make our students a future change maker. The global is perspective, inclusive is action, and responsible is behavior. Why responsible is behavior? Because under this word, we have taken environment also, we have taken social also, and we have taken governance also. This ESG concept we have taken under responsible behavior. So what we think, we don't have to provide a degree at the end of the graduation. We have to make our student more responsible, who can be a change maker and who can contribute in nation building. And always we talk about Viksit Bharat. Nowadays we are talking about Viksit Bharat also, Viksit Bharat 2047. How will we contribute? How our students will contribute in Viksit Bharat as a change maker? The first thing is, since last couple of years, even before this panel, we talked about industry interface and how we change and how we make collaboration with industry to make our students more employable. But my question is, this is one thing we were talking about, but apart from this, we have to think differently to make our students to prepare our students for the future change. The first thing is, even previous panel talked about critical thinking and problem solving. We are not teaching in narrow. We have to give them perspective which they can understand and they can take decision. They could be a good communicator. They can be a good team player. The another thing is very important, because we all know external environment is dynamic and keep on changing very rapidly. They should have adaptability, resilient, so they can accept the changes. So in curriculum, apart from their like B school, the job and the future models, we have to inculcate these skills to keep our students ready for future jobs and even for the change maker.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Jain, would you want to share as to what do you think we'll need to do today to create the change makers of tomorrow?
I think change is something which we always call is constant, you know. So if we look around us, the business landscape is changing, the environment is changing. Overall, the entire perspective is sensitizing students towards that change. So it's important as B schools that we do not just make them, you know, business leaders, but also sensitize them towards, you know, the responsibility of looking around what's happening, you know. There are changes which are required on the business front, the economy front, and even looking at something known as inclusive development, you know. So I would always, being, you know, situated, a B school situated in a capital town, I would always advise my students, you know, that there is a world beyond metros. So if you have to have a, you know, holistic perspective, go around traveling across India and you'll realize, you know, that what the real challenges are, you know, how people are living, even basic access to, you know, the basic facilities, whether it is healthcare, whether it is sanitation, whether it is electricity, even those things are lacking. So if we want to make future leaders, probably we need to sensitize them to these aspects and looking around, you know, what are the major challenges which are happening at the global front. When we look at a challenge of climate change, so are they sensitive enough to those issues? Are they looking at those issues in that perspective? And what kind of a change can they actually bring about? So any change that would happen would have to start from an individual level to then going to an organizational level and then probably looking at a macro perspective. So there are a lot of things, you know, as a B schools that we do in order to sensitize students towards these issues. And I think that's the primary step. We need to create that learning ground or a sensitization ground for the future leaders to understand the real challenges, because unless and until they have that real practical perspective, probably they would not be able to get any change. That's my perspective to it.
Thank you so much. So what I hear is that experiential learning is important for them to get sensitized to an actual environment so that they can, it's only when they understand what is happening, would they be, empowered to create some change. So what would be your perspective on this, sir?
So let me put into two contexts. One is that the global context, the unprecedented change of business environment and political environment and everything impacting the employability. So if I go with this one, so skill first approach seems to be at least important. If I go with this environmental document, if I go beyond and contextualize, so more and more students are spending more and more on higher education with one very clearly defined pragmatic primary goal, which is employability. Primary goal. So they want employability. And what do we need to do to ensure that they're employable? So but I am a very different person. Though I'm being called professor, but I hardly profess. I believe in doing an action. And when there is no action, there is no learning. The professor Williams said that there is no action, there is no learning. How we ensure that everyone get chance to do what they're being taught? Because doing is learning better and holding for a longer time. Second, everyone talks about making people or students lifelong learner. When we are facing 50%, 30%, 40% attendance, how do we show that no, they become lifelong learner when they're not showing up interest or willingness to come to the class? Also, listening to all your learning people, the outcome-based education plus the burden of showing that learning happens on the professor. They say that everyone has the ability to learn. We have to ensure that how do we ensure that they learn? So, as you were saying, skills learning and action learning, or going the class, managing hands dirty. That's one of the ways where we're ensuring that they are developing a habit of doing. And if they do something, they learn. And when they do it on a great class, they have great, they also complete. It's also ensuring that they're becoming competitive. Besides, one more perspective. We in every teach closely 25 subjects. But the biggest importance in terms of placement goes to the people who are more to communicators. So the placement happens on the communication, which is soft skill. They have come to us who are unsure if I want to make them lifelong learner and gentlemen for the life and to be successful not for only first placement for to the in the life totally. How do you ensure if you don't inculcate those habits? They are a very, very important aspect of life. And doing that.
Absolutely. So what you're saying is that, like she said, experiential learning, getting sensitized, but action is important to act upon things. So I keep saying that, there are these 3 A's whenever you want to make any difference. First is to accept a situation, acknowledge that there is a problem, then accept it. But the third A is go act upon it. The second very important aspect that you brought up was soft skills, And so let me come to you. I'll change the question a little bit, taking a cue from what Sir said, that when we are looking at soft skills, a management institute or a business school has a very important role to play. But the soft skills that we may need tomorrow practically to put in use could be very different from just the communication that we are seeing today. What I'm seeing when I'm dealing with people who are millennials who are now taking up jobs coming in, there's a lack of patience, there's lack of perseverance. What, in your opinion, are the soft skills that we as business school and management institutions need to inculcate in the students of today who will be the change makers of tomorrow?
Yes, very rightly said by you. The soft skills of tomorrow may be different from what we perceive them today. So the soft skills is that to prepare them for failures also. So those kind of training sessions should be there so that they don't get frustrated and disgusted if they don't see the success which they are aspiring for. So sessions like time management, leadership, team building, how to handle stress. So all those sessions should be held in the institute. For example, I am representing an institute, St. Thomas Management Institute, which is located in a rural area of the district Jhajjar. So there we have a challenge. We have students from various backgrounds, from small towns, from even villages. So first of all, we have to work on their communication, English communication. Then we have to work on these soft skills itself. We tell them that you have to be like a Bollywood hero of say 70s and 80s. In those era, the Bollywood hero used to be meritorious in the college, used to be good looking, good physique, and was ethical. So we say that it is possible that was in real world, but in real world also it is possible that you should work on your physical activities. You should spend your time properly. You should look good. It's not just your personalities overall, your fitness, your physical fitness, your mental fitness, your emotional fitness, your spiritual quotient. So all those things institutes have to work on. Basically, we have to put this thought in their minds that this is important. They will work on that because in this 2 years time, we cannot, work on them fully, but we can instill this thought in them so that they understand the importance of all these things. So this is what I think.
Got it. Professor Mishra, what do you think are the qualities that you would want to see in the students that you are preparing for tomorrow?
Right. Thanks, Narula sir. It's really a good question, and I will take a little time on to answer it because since morning I'm, listening only one thing that industry academia connect our, courses should be more industry aligned and all. Taking clues from the panel number 3, one of the speaker was saying that why we are slave of the industry. That is also very important, and the answer is very simple. We all belongs from any mid-age family or a lower class family or upper section of the society. We have learned only one thing, that study well, work hard, and one day you will get a very good job in a very good company. What is job? J-O-B. J, just obey the boss, right? So whether you are a vice chancellor, whether you are a teacher, whether you are a mob cleaner, anybody you are, whosoever, you have to follow the boss. You have to, and study says that almost 78% employed are not happy, not satisfied, and getting frustrated with their immediate reporting bosses, right? So that's a different story, different question. But my point of submission and taking this, change maker of today to change maker of tomorrow needs many things, because the baby boomers are teaching to the G generation students. We the baby boomers, right, tagged the age around 35 plus to 48 somewhere, and the G generation students are more advanced. I don't think that anybody of us sitting in this hall has read the manuals provided with a kind of packet in a mobile phone. When you bought, either it's an Apple or it's an Android, you just experiment and learn it, and you are operating very well, and you are happy that you got a new phone last week or last month, whatever. And once you are giving to your child is operating more effectively than you. So G generations are more smart towards the technology, more effective in terms of everything. The change is the thing is what required as a higher education institutions. We all need to think about our own curricula. It was crafted maybe early 3-4 decades earlier. And every time for a board of studies and all, we invite friends to have a wonderful lunch, and merely we are changing something on it, and every day we are producing the same thing after passing through the academic council. Very few institutions are inviting even industry also. So we need to think upon that whether my syllabus, whether my course curricula is just making them for making slave to the industry, for making employable only, or we need to have change and the thought process also. We are $3 trillion economy, right? We are, dreaming about in, just next 4 years about to become 5 trillion economy, and to 30 million trillion economy. We were dreaming about that in 2047, when we are going to celebrate 100th, anniversary of our independence, we could become $30 trillion economy. How many of you, I'm not sure, that heard about the BlackRock? BlackRock is the biggest company. You just Google it and you can understand how it is working. Their turnover is $22 trillion. Some children I don't remember, right? So Indian economy is $3 trillion. So 7 times more than any countries like India, and which we are, world 5th largest economy we are claiming. So one small company, naturally it's a bigger now and biggest now, BlackRock has learned, lead the entire world. Governments are requesting for the funds and all. What they are using, if you go to the case studies, many IMs and directors are here, management directors are, if you go towards, they are using the, kind of chat GPT, kind of Gemini, kind of, artificial intelligence solutions for, identifying, analyzing the stocks. Like its name is Aladdin. Yesterday only I have studied it. So Aladdin is suggesting them to sell the Reliance or buy the TCS or something. And it immediately follows within a fraction of a second using the HFTs, high frequency trading softwares. And we are here in India always talking about how to make our student employable. What are the more skills required? That's my, Narwal sir. And last line I just want to add on it, that we need to, educate our students, and also to educate the mindset of our, not only the teachers, but also the parents, that we higher education institution are not employment agencies. We are making them a good citizens, and not only the employable citizen, but also an entrepreneurial citizens. What IMs and ITs are doing, we have more than 100 plus unicorns from the India itself. The startups are becoming unicorns, and India is really signing, and we are in a safe hand. Thank you very much.
You brought in a very important point, and that is around the mindset of the students who will become the change makers of tomorrow. But if we really want to disrupt and create change makers of tomorrow, we need to make that change today as an educational institution, right? We are already seeing, and I completely agree with you, that our education system, and that's been a complaint in many forums, that our education system needs to change. We are creating people who will be great employees, right? But what my personal understanding is that a successful employee in an organization also has an entrepreneurial mindset, right? Which you term as intrapreneurs, right? What do you think, Sujata ma'am, my question is to you. What do you think management schools and B schools need to do today to change the mindset to entrepreneurial way of thinking? I mean, we've seen that people who have been entrepreneurs, even if they have failed in their ventures, they turn around and become better employees. So something changes in the way they think.
Okay.
Right?
So I have two answers for this. First, if I can take the perspective of students, they are coming with the mindset of taking jobs. Mindset to taking jobs. I'm not talking about all the IMs. I'm talking about other B schools and the university system where students are joining across India to take a job. This is the mindset. We have 2 years to change the mindset of students, rather than being a job seeker, go for job creator. Only 2 years we have, and we don't have any capsule kind of thing to give to the students, and they can change the mindset. But what we are doing and what we have to do, that we have to inform, communicate to all stakeholders. Now, job in organization is not only option, respectable option. Here also in India, we have multiple options where our students can go and pursue their passion. So what is happening, even parents, they are thinking मेरे बेटे को job नहीं मिला है graduation के समय, they are under stress, student, he is under stress. But the way we will communicate to the society, parents, कि all jobs are respectable, all jobs are like kind acceptable, then they will change little bit mindset. This is regarding your question, entrepreneurial mindset. Now we are working on it. Initially, it was also a kind of like a taboo. I don't want to go. Suppose I am investing money and I will be not a successful entrepreneur. What will happen? Now we are teaching also success and failure both are part of your journey. You have to learn from failure and you can move. N number of examples we have worldwide to give our students. The another part is our curriculum, which you talked about. It needs to be revamped completely. Core papers, industry exposure, on the job training, these are mandatory requirement, I agree. But we have enough flexibility by UGC or AICT to give additional courses, either in the form of minor or value addition, and even sometime we can provide the non-credit course where we can give all kind of skills so they can start their own venture. They are willing to start, but they have feeling I don't have support. We don't have ecosystem to give them support to start a business. Even hardly how many universities and B schools have ecosystem to provide incubation and entrepreneurial journey to student. We need to work on it. Venture capitalist, mentor, we have complete set of people who can help in our ecosystem. So employability and entrepreneurship is the one of the, again, going to be backbone. And rightly you said, now we have number of unicorns and people are going for opting for business or even I have seen in my university, they are not going to start their own business, but now they are willing to go back to their family business to change, to like create a new thing in their own family business. But anyways, I am feeling that the mindset of students, parents, all stakeholders, even faculty, when we go to the class, we teach the theory connected with employability. We are not teaching that how these theories will help you to create one organization, to design or conceive one organization. So every, like not one aspect, faculty, the classroom teaching, the traditional PPT, blackboard, I think Dr. Jaskiran, she raised in previous panel, that has gone. We have to challenge their thinking. They have to come up with certain solutions. Flip classroom. These are certain ways which we have to adopt to make them a future change maker.
Thank you, ma'am. Dr. Jain, let me come to you. You know, just yesterday, I was approached by one student and he was looking for an internship with our company, you know. And when I told him that during this internship, he'll have to come to office every day, this guy backed off, right? And while it is a new normal for us, for them, it is the only normal that the new generation has seen, which they're coming into work. Work from home is seen as more efficient way of working. We as a generation has seen work from office, then we have seen work from home, and we were very excited that it had brought in a lot of efficiency, and we thought it could be a more productive way of working, but then we realized that the hybrid system works because not every function can be worked from home. My question to you is, do you think we need to increase practical association between a university or a management school and the industry with more internships to bring in an understanding of what is the need of the industry and bring some rationale to what should be the real normal that they should prepare themselves for?
Truly agree with what you're saying.
before going into, the analysis of, what kind of collaborations, whether we should be doing with industry and academia, we need to understand the, profile of the students who are coming to a B school. So they are Gen Z, and they have lot of energy, lot of enthusiasm, and they do not want to just create an impact on their own lives, but they want to create an impact which is larger. So we need to understand that first. Second characteristics which they have is that they want everything now. The patience, or we are talking about very big words, resilience and things like that. But, to be very honest, the Gen Z wants everything now. And there is, not even a little bit of patience in terms of getting the benefits right now. Right. How industry is changing, if we are expecting the student to change when he joins the industry, probably that change is a one-sided change. So I think industry is also looking at those changes. Life projects, internships, practical assignments, industry research projects. I think all of these are definitely inculcated or incorporated very well in a typical B school curriculum. But I think beyond that, we need to be looking at it. It could be probably some kind of an immersion programs, which is longer duration programs, which could be actually built in connection with the existing courses that they are undergoing, would make that change. Otherwise, internships, when the students go there, 15 days they take to understand, the environment, then they come back, and then a B school is a typical learning classroom atmosphere. Then, linking it up to what actually industry requires, there is, definitely a lack of skill sets and understanding about what happens in the industry. But as B schools, we need to create that learning ground of experimentation. We need to let them experiment, show their creativity, thinking of out of box, and then only we could be talking about certain innovation or change that can take place. Because industry, academia, interface, I think we've been talking for very long. And I think the concept of B schools, early 2000, I started listening to these conversations, and they will continue, and it is not just students that have to be looked at in terms of perspective, because we are only making them as job seekers. But over the last 5 years or 6 years, if you see, these schools are moving away from that orientation. Right, not just making students aware that you do not have to be just job seekers, but you can be job creators. So those kinds of things in terms of perspective need to be added.
So what would be your views on this? Because, when one of the things that ma'am mentioned was learning, but today they're not just learning from a school or a business school that they go to. They're learning from YouTube as much or even more. And I won't say that they're learning something which is wrong. They're learning something which is practically happening. I mean, some of the best influencers of today globally are not shying away from saying that, don't waste your time going to a college, right? So what do you have to say about this new environment, and where we think that we could prepare the change makers of tomorrow?
Okay. So, as a B school or an institution, do we have a right to shy away from the responsibility of ensuring that their employability or making them lifelong learner? We can't shy away. It is remain our responsibility. How do we do that? With changing times, changing environments, different ways of teaching. Like we're discussing today only during lunch, we're discussing that, like, how do we ensure that you need to do smaller things to ensure that learning happening. And if you are shying away, if you're not taking responsibility, the student, again, they're watching it and they're observing, again, they will not be there. How do we give marks in a copy? 5 by 10, 7 by 10, 8 by 10, 9 by 10? How do we? When we talk about to ensure that assessment happens for the learning, there has to be rubric. Something for the content, something for the way you explain, something for the application, something for the campus. You give them 2 plus 1 plus 2 plus 2, 8 by 10. If we are not sincere, if we shy away from our own responsibilities, we can't blame them. First, coming back to your basic question of entrepreneurial mindset and so you're right, it is a mindset. And as Dr. Sai said that we got only 2 years. And also Dr. Yasi said that we got only 2 years to ensure that the mindset changes. So nobody is shy away from taking the responsibility of changing the mindset. But what is entrepreneurship? To make it simplify, that's a passion. Udyam hai, that's a udyam. That's a mindset. So the passion, energy, and what's more important, integrity. To put them three together. How can I be big entrepreneur if I don't have integrity? If I don't have passion? And all these are soft skills which can be trained. I will give you one thing which we are doing, probably one of the unique thing in business education, because we are different. IELTS are different, a lot of people are different. For all 35 subjects, my professors are sharing ethical dilemma in 5 ethical dilemma in every subject. Compiling a book of about more than 150 ethical dilemmas. They should know. I can't assure and ensure that my student will be ethical. But I can't run away from ensuring that no, they are ethically aware. So I can't take responsibility of making or ensuring that they are ethically aware. I can't be guarantee of them being ethical. Why Chanda Kutu should not be discussed in the class? Why? So every subject of 5, and then they've got bouquet of every teacher got bouquet of 5. They can choose as per discussion. Case studies. That's extraordinary starting. That's one of its kind in the country.
You know, you actually brought in a very, very important aspect that can we create a workforce which is ethically aware? You know,
world, Mr. Roda, if we want to be, we have to have a sustainable. One example of business organization went beyond becoming not ethical. You need to be. It's not that you can afford to run away. It's imperative. You have to be ethical. If you're not ethical, you need to work ethically. You can't.
You're right. You're right. But you know, there's a very big assumption here that we are thinking that the next generation is, you know, needs to be taught stuff, because there are certain areas where I feel that, you know, they're better off than us. Their thought process is so much better than us on certain areas.
So much.
Right.
We are having the future on this from them.
Absolutely. Absolutely.
So we got something scarce. So we work hard on that. They got the whole point of scarce.
Absolutely.
They're working on that. They're more aware of most of the things. But we are.
Correct. Correct. And that's a benefit that technology like Google, YouTube brings to the table. Sir, Dr. Jain, you know, when we are looking at change makers, what are we expecting them to do? We are expecting them to go change things, disrupt what has been happening, right? Bring more efficiency, do things differently. And I think when we talk about adapting to the change, it is our generation that will need to adapt to the change that they are bringing in, right? But when they disrupt anything, when anyone has disrupted anything, there's a discomfort that is there. There's a barrier that we create. We don't want to change. And we've seen that when technology was changing, all the old engineers were resistant to bringing in the new technology because they were not trained on that, right? What works best is when there is a seamless, harmonious change that happens. How can we ensure that the change makers of tomorrow are equipped with these soft skills to ensure that there is a harmonious change that happens so that the disruption does not uncomfortable?
Obviously, loud.
Absolutely. I mean, you know, let's see if there is a way that we can do it.
See, where this question used to be asked when we were the students. That time also, people used to say, it's a changing world and this is a new generation and how you will adapt. And now we are also seeing change. So these people will also see a lot of changes in their lifetime, in their careers. So basically, we cannot prepare them for change, which is going to come 5 years down the line. Change can come 20 years down the line, 15 years. So change will keep on coming every day. So it is the intrinsic thing into them, the intrinsic mindset, which can adapt to those changes, which can make them, saleable in those times, which can make them relevant in those times. So we have to focus on lifelong learning for them. Like in our convocation, we say, oh, you have passed out and all those things. We have to, change our narrative that this is just one step. You have to go beyond. You have to keep on learning new things, new technology, new strategies, new management techniques, and so on. Then change also has to be brought by business schools or universities and colleges. We also have to change. We also have to be ethical. We also have to show them, if we are talking about business schools, we have to show them that yes, we are also doing deft management. Because we hear students saying that this institute is teaching us management, they themselves are mismanaged. So those things, we must have our ears to the ground. So if we are not properly managed, then, wrong messages go down the line. And we have to teach ethics, like we were talking in the earlier panel also, corporate governance and all. Corporate governance, sir was saying, without ethics, we cannot do. But sir, I'm an independent director in a couple of companies also. I have seen in companies, ethics are missing. And ethics goes beyond the basic laws. So there should be someone who can raise the voice diplomatically, tactfully. So we have to prepare our generation also for those things also, I would say. So for that, the mindset has to be molded, and the teachers have to be role model, I would say. They have to be influencers. You have to bring in more people from the industry also. From sometimes, it's like, you may have very good faculties in your own institution, but sometimes you have to bring in outside people also from industry or from other fields, because they create an influence on the minds of these youngsters. And then when they relate their stories, they relate their success stories, they relate their failure stories also. So that creates an impact on these students.
Right.
And failure is not just getting a job. Failure is not just getting the good salary. Failures are so many things, in life, that somebody is working as a vice president in a company, but this person deserves much more than that. So that is failure point for him at that point of time. So how to prepare these people for that, for various stages in the life. So that is the challenge, sir.
Right. And Dr. Mishra, one word that sir used was that passion, right? Now we are seeing that, I mean, in the corporate world, I think I'm the only one from the other side of the table, and one of the things that I'm observing today, and I brought about this, I asked you that, what are the qualities like perseverance, patience that can be as soft skills be taught? The kids of today, I'm consciously using the kids because of the generational gap. I'm quite old. Yeah, I'm old. I'm the old one out here. But what I'm saying is that, there are people who quit their jobs, and they quit their jobs saying that, pata nahi kuch maza nahi aa raha. Something is missing. We don't know what it is. And when you ask them that, what is missing, they said, no, we don't know. Yaar. I mean, pata nahi kya cheez hai. तो आप इतना बड़ा डिसीजन लेते हैं based on something which you yourself do not know, right? Which means they have very little understanding of what is it that they're passionate about, right? Not everybody is equipped to understand their passion. Is there a way that we at B schools can work with the students so that we can help them introspect and see what is it that they enjoy doing, so that we can help them make choices where they will be happier. They will be in their, mindfully joyous state of mind while doing whatever they choose to do.
Yeah, that's a fantastic question and very interesting, pause you have done. After some time, we all feel that I was not made for this. And at least I'm, to whom I'm reporting, he's not, much efficient than me. So I'm reporting. So that's a kind of frustration and displeasure is always there. Because, again, if you go to the Indian system, tag is there. यानी लड़का हुआ तो engineer, लड़की हुई तो doctor. Again, gone are those days. Changes are again coming. Many new jobs are also coming. Market has disrupted like anything. So that is always there. I'll answer it in a two phase. Number one phase is what can we have something, to identify the knowledge or the capabilities of the student so that in future he could excel or she could excel in a particular direction. I'm also, father of a young kid, 11, and she's studying in class 11. And after 10th, I have counseled her for around 1.5 hours with my all expertise of 20 plus years of experience in the academia and in other places. She only have one line answer after listening to 1.5 hours. पापा आपने मुझे बड़ा कंफ्यूज कर दिया, मुझे कुछ समझ में नहीं आ रहा है, राइट? कि मुझे क्या करना है, अभी आप ही बता दो मुझे क्या करना है. I have to go with the PCM, PCB, commerce, arts, क्या करना है आप ही बता दो. I have, explained everything कि इसमें ये हो सकता है, इसमें ये हो सकता है. Everywhere I have suggested that there are number of, professionals and careers options are there. But that is not required. Some kind of scientific tool is required to understand the abilities of the student. And that may be psychometric tests. Maybe as a solution, maybe some institutions are using, we are also using it, that some side of brain is working for a particular, kid, very strong. Some side of brain is not working for a particular kid. Some special capabilities. Some people are, less, introvert. Some people are more fluent for the public speaking. So many other aspects are there. But it's not like that any students are inferior or superior. They have their interests, they have their choices. But what happened after completion of, like, पढ़ाई करी, engineering किया, फिर MBA किया और उसके बाद बैंक में नौकरी कर रहे हैं. So kind of confusion you can see in the entire market we have. So why don't we have a kind of, at least after completion of the first year itself, do we have a kind of psychometric test assessment? Can we have some agencies and number of, edtechs and agencies are available these days. I don't want to take name of anybody because I cannot see the sponsors today. So, so my point is what if we can identify the interest of the student and taste of the student based on, can we, give them a proper direction that you are made for this purpose, you can go with that directions also. But it's again not like a story of, many the cases of McD's and KFC's, what you people are teaching, in your cases. We have also the cases like ID from the India, Idli Dosa company is a multi-trillion dollar selling the batters of Idli and Dosa. Then MBA Chaiwala and then Malabari Parathas and many other things are coming as a startup and they are making, many crore of business and becoming unicorns. That's the idea. But psychometric test is one answer. And second phase is what? We all have education experts, senior delegates sitting in this hall and talking and, having a brainstorm about how to do, what to do with the education system and why we are the slave of the industry. The answer is very simple because this entire education system was crafted maybe 30 years ago or 40 years ago. At that time, it was required to, create a good employees or, employable graduates. But now the things has been changed. Now we want to, jump from fifth largest economy to the first largest economy or second largest economy. We want to become $30 trillion industry in next, 20, 24 years. So we have to, make a change maker help them understanding the kind of technology change and all to be adapter of early technologies. And their students are very, very, efficient enough, more efficient than you. You bought Apple, they will operate more than good you. You are just finding a back button, but they have abilities to find because Apple has only one button, right? You are familiar with the 3 buttons of Android. They are able to do it. Main challenge with in terms of what? 3 challenges are there, and basically 3 goals of higher education is what? Number 1, we want to make them a problem solver. Number 2, we want to make them employable for the job, and number 3, we want to help them to become the expert of the technology. How many of you heard, about the ChatGPT in 2022, 2021, 2020? I think nobody. Right? It is just a matter of last 6 months or 8 months or 1 year. Maybe it was known to Bill Gates more than earlier than you, and they were very silently working on it. Making secret, silently working also. AWS, everybody is quoting Amazon Web Services, AWS Cloud Solution. They are working since last 10 years, but they have not disclosed it to anybody. That's again a secret of matter. But again, coming to the topic, coming to the second phase of answer to the Narula Saab. Number 1, we want to make an employable graduate, that is what a job, ready to do some job. Second, problem solver, and third, use of technology. And here is the problem is what that we are making them employable for the job which is yet not exist. Maybe after 4 years, many jobs will be eliminated. Many jobs will done by the bots. And other chat GPTs. Even I'm using a chat GPT for responding my email. It is working very well than my secretary. I have to correct twice for simply replying any email to coming from HEs or UGCs. But my secretary is, my chat GPT is giving me, reply of mail. I have to just copy entire mail what I have received, just paste it over, and I have to give only one prompt: write a positive reply or write a negative reply. It creates a mail very well, right? So that means what the skills required from in 90s, skill requires in 20s are changing in 2023, and now my secretary needs to learn the prompt engineering more than me, so that she could be employable and she could be having survival with her job, right? So we are making them ready for the job which is yet not exist. Waymo, if you just go to the Play Store and type WAYMO, Waymo, you will get an app. Which app this app is working in the California states. You just open, download it and click, you will get the car. That car is also dream for many of us, even for me, that is Jaguar. Completely electric vehicle, Jaguar, full-fledged high model, will without any driver, will come to you wherever you are. It will blink all the lights to get inside, welcome you, ask you the question, which kind of music you want, which kind of videos you want, and where do you want. Everything you have to put like this in Ola and Uber. What we are doing, that we have to select the destination only, location it will automatically select. So the driverless jobs are coming, driverless cars are coming, EVs are coming, many things are changing. I say combustion engine, any car, any bikes. Can you imagine more than 1,000 plus spare parts are required to assemble one single car, what you are driving, right? And if the EVs will take over, how many parts are required? Can you imagine? So that thousands will be replaced to 100. So what about this 900 spare part manufacturers? So see how the jobs will be eliminated. See how the technology is disrupting the market. Who has thought that just opening the mobile phone and you will get a few click the car at your place, or hotels at any destination you are going. Otherwise, you can be fly like anything. And again, Chicago and many things are coming. So this is what a job which is not yet exists. Second, the problem solver. Problem is again yet not defined, because problem is again changing from face to face, time to time. Earlier problem was how to write down an essay, how to write down a speech, and now the ChatGPT will give you the speech, your essay, your any reports within a couple of minutes. Many people have wrote books from the ChatGPT, right? So that's the thing. And third thing is what technology. we are making them, strong enough and use a tech savvy, so-called tech savvy, right? And tech savvy, what technology you want to teach them? Technology is again changing at very fast pace. And as I just mentioned, that within 7 and 8 months only, ChatGPT has burst, and now you can see in LinkedIn you are receiving the post like RIP to ChatGPT. Gemini has launched. ChatGPT is taking only, chats, text, but Gemini is ready to accept your voice, your videos, your files, your documents also as an input. The thousand or crores of rows in a particular Excel sheet can be taken by ChatGPT 4 and Gemini's and analyze within a couple of seconds that what kind of analysis you want, either behavioral analysis of your student, either the different kind of assessment, everything is available. So these are the three uncertainties. We are preparing our students for the job which is yet not exist, and for the problem which is yet not defined, and for the technology which is yet to be identified. So in this, kind of uncertain situation, we need to develop some kind of transferable skills, and we need to think upon a kind of micro credentials, right? Why we have a semester long, course for understanding only Python? Why don't we have a Python capsule course so that it can be completed in 1 hour? That's my humble suggestion too.
Right, sir.
Yeah.
Just add one line.
Thank you.
I think we have to work on, we have to make them understand, our students, the purpose of their life and give opportunity to pursue their passion.
Absolutely.
By liberal education and multidisciplinary education to make them future change.
No, absolutely, ma'am. In fact, sir, पहली बात तो ये है कि आपके बेटी ने आपका 1.5 घंटे का सेशन सुन लिया. मेरा बेटा तो मुझे समझाता है, ठीक है ना? So I think that is where the change is already happening. ठीक है ना? So आपकी किस्मत अच्छी है कि आपके सुन लेते हैं.
That I know how I manage.
So Yadav ji, what I'm hearing, everything that is coming out and what he also just mentioned, that we are trying to prepare our students of today for professions that may not exist right now, and we are not even aware what that profession would be or could be. So हम अंधेरे में तीर चढ़ा रहे हैं. तो हार्ड स्किल के अलावा सॉफ्ट स्किल पे तो फोकस और ज्यादा हो गया, ठीक है ना? So we have to prepare them to take on the life challenges, prepare them to be responsive to whatever situation. And one of the things that has emerged in the last decade, and maybe it has just come to surface because of social media, is our understanding that our scriptures, our Indian scriptures, have loads to teach us. We are now realizing that whatever we are putting in practice today is something that has already been written off in a particular way, right? Do you think that we could include in our curriculum today learnings from our scriptures and make them articulated in a manner that they could be presented as if they could be used at any point in time in their life?
Thank you. I just I want to go back to our traditional system of education. If we know about Nalanda, other university which we had, they had a system of liberal education. They were teaching not only science, they were teaching offering different courses to students at a time. So that temperament we have to bring back. More or less, we are coming up with that kind of temperament to provide liberal education to students. Students have flexibility to opt courses from other areas. And the traditional system was equipping them for multiple skills, not confined to one area. Like what I did in my master, I did MA in psychology, BA in psychology, MA in psychology, PhD in psychology. Now our students have option. Apart from psychology, they can go and take courses from law. They can go and take courses from management. So they can have better understanding of human behavior and they can deal with people. Ultimately, they have to deal with people. So this kind of, again, we have to go back to our traditional system. I know I don't have to take much time. I'm just referring here one person.
We have time, ma'am. We have time.
So always just at the end, I'm giving you Professor Pawanji always quoted our traditional Ramayana Mahabharata. Recently, I taught one course, Leadership Lesson Gita, and all 18 discourses I taught through 18 different leadership lessons, starting from dilemma to decision making, self ego. Arjun had self ego. So why don't we think about Lord Krishna, who studied 64 arts, 60 64 kalaएं at a time, and he was the change maker, future change maker. So we have to somewhere go back to our traditional system and think about the learning which our students are taking, learning outcomes which our students are taking, and how to equip them with more skills so they can go beyond the current job. They can think about the futuristic job, and they would be equipped with the skills to handle those jobs. And that is why I quoted the name of Lord Krishna. 18 days he learned 64 kalaएं, arts, and he was equipped as a person to be a change maker, and he did during time of Mahabharata.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Doctor,
Just if you allow, just to add one line, like as Madam told that 18, adhyayas and all. So that's the kind of micro credential I want to include. And also when your Chandrayaan has landed very well in the South Pole, and when you launch Aditya L1 mission, then you conclude that yes, exactly this much distance is the sun from the earth. And Juk Sahasra Yojan Pur Bhanu Lillo Tahi Madhur Phal Janu. It is already mentioned everywhere. आपके हनुमान चालीसा में, आपके बजरंग बाण में, सब जगह आपको ऑलरेडी लिखा हुआ है. रोज आप उसको पढ़ते तो हैं, बट आप उसको रटते हैं, उसको याद करते हैं, उसको मंत्र की तरह समझते हैं. If you are not understanding, so every time I quoted this transferable skill, and thanks to UGC that they have adopted it as a life skills program. 1.0, 2.0 has been upcoming, and also this micro credential part or this was because we are not connected with our roots. Right, that's the biggest challenge with all Indians, and neither we are actually fitting the jeans and tops, and also we are not able to wear dhotis properly. We are somewhere in middle. Right, we are neither exactly following the the western parts, and we are not also studying our own Gita, own scriptures. And thanks to this WhatsApp University also, that at least some kind of awareness is coming in the youth about this. I think is that.
Thank you, sir.
Actually, I wanted to answer the first question first. When we were talking about skills, we need to understand that change is always going to be difficult, and what industry is looking forward. And what Sir was trying to say, that the world is VUCA and now we're talking about Bani. So it's ambiguous, it is quite brittle, it is uncertain. So what industry is actually looking forward to is people who are proactive, people who can actually predict that change is going to take place and be confident enough to strategize to handle those changes. So that is the basic skill which I think industry is looking for in a management candidate or a management aspirant who has passed out from a good school. Another thing, when we were talking about, management is all about decision making, so there will always be several alternatives and you would have to choose the best one. And I think entire management education basis is on decision making capabilities. So if we can inculcate those decision making capabilities in terms of making them identify how rational their decision making could be, how more logical and how futuristic their decision making would be the essence for their success in the business world that most of them intend to join. That's the first question that I wanted to answer. The second, when we were talking about, going back to scriptures and learning from it, I think there is a lot of management lessons that we can learn from our scriptures. So we already have courses from, on management lessons from Mahabharata, management lessons from Gita. And I think not just our old scriptures, but also a lot of literature that we have. So we have a full-fledged course on learning through drama, so where, we are talking about enactment of certain plays and the Indian plays, the Indian literature, and there are a lot of management lessons that we draw out from them. So I think that's where the student is able to show their creativity, building up that confidence, and the presentation, grooming, and I don't know what all that we have been talking about. But what I always tell my students, it is not just a wrapper, in terms of the presentation abilities that we build in a management candidate, but also the content that the wrapper should always have, in order to survive the challenging, business environment.
Just one liner to this, Narosa. Ma'am has already mentioned that thing. So thanks to UGC, Professor M. Jagdish Kumar sir, that now it has also been taken care in terms of IKS, Indian Knowledge System. Strong mandate has been given to every institution to open up a chapter or a section in your university institutions for the Indian Knowledge System IKS. But biggest problem is what? There are lots of planning, lots of discussion in this 5 stars and other every places. But the problem is with the serious implementation, and that is because of the resistance of the faculty member and all. But anyway, universities are doing good, and we are also doing it. What do you say?
Dr. Prasann, my next two questions are more focused on the qualities of Gen Z as we see them today, right? As I said, there are, we are making a lot of assumption around कि हमें उनको सुधारना है, उनको कुछ करना है, कुछ तो उनमें अच्छा है अभी भी, ठीक है ना, जो जिनसे हम सीख सक रहे हैं. Now, one of the things that I've observed is that the Gen Z is more concerned about sustainability. They are more concerned about the planet. They're more concerned about making diversity and inclusion and a practicable, quality or a trait. How can we use B school education to include these as topics within formal education system so that we can equip them to rationally make decisions based on their love for these topics today?
Okay. So I'll begin with one. I want you to trust me.
Yep.
This is, I want you to trust. You trust me. So responsibility lies in me. Am I doing something that you trust me?
Right.
So we all are blaming Gen Z. It's not that I'm slyly blaming. We are openly blaming Gen Z. We were the same way blamed by our
parents. Yeah.
And the same change. They are a better generation and we did better than most of our forefathers.
Right.
The problem has become that today growth is only taken in terms of your materialistic growth. It's one notion which we went on and we destroyed the planet the most. The Gen Z is more sensible. They have realized that living together, working for anywhere, they go and work from Himalayas during times. They take out time, they have love for animals more than we have. They have love for time more than we.
Yes.
So, in fact, problem is that we want them to do what we want them to do.
Correct.
And it's good that they're not doing that. Had we been doing all our forefathers wanted to do, what we wanted to do, we would have been still living in the stone age. Because what they were supposed to do. They will grow now and they are knowledgeable. When we talk about KSA, so knowledge will remain, and that's the fundamental. When we used to go to a classrooms about 20 years back, the collective wisdom of the class was less than one faculty. Today is reverse. They are more knowledge based. Now we need to facilitate through those knowledge, ensure that it's like a nuclear science. We can be used to create energy, sustainable energy, but have destroyed countries. That's the way what we need to tell them, that the power which you have can make a wonderful world, and you can do that. We cannot shy away. This is our responsibility and we have to do it.
Sir, I would like to add one thing to it. Actually, the beauty of management education is that, it teaches you strategy. It teaches you skills to be adapted anywhere. We teach students, how automobile industry work, how software industry work, but that student can get into a media industry, can get into a sports industry. So how to manage ourselves. So that is the beauty of management education, and our focus should be that one should be able to strategize the thing. One should be able to see the big picture. So that should be our motive.
And just adding on to it, we should stop actually teaching. So we are professors, we are very used to the concept of teaching. I think we should move on to, something of creation of a conducive learning atmosphere where they are able to experiment, probably speak up because they are aware and they are responsible, but we need to show that kind of faith and trust on them.
I'll ask a 10-second question to you. And then I'll ask.
Okay.
You have seen a tremendous change in the work in last 20 years. It has changed not 180, but it's multiple times 180. Do you know? Yeah.
Yeah.
And you survived?
Yes.
Not only survived, you thrived.
Yes.
How could you do that? From pen, paper, pencil to even ChatGPT, you're surviving and thriving. How could you do that? Because you had an inherent passion to survive and do well in life. And you only survive because of the soft skill. Because technical skills were kept changing.
Correct.
So we cannot give one technology today to them and ensure that they'll be doing it, working on it for all their life. It will change tomorrow. And second, which she was talking about, time has come where we need to co-create. We have to co-create because when you co-create, they take ownership. When you teach, they will not take ownership.
Correct. Mukherjee, I am, I know there's a time's up slide which is there, and I'm getting signals from the gentleman standing there, but I'm too tempted to ask one question, and this could probably be the last question, which stems out from what he said. We were talking of technology, and we said soft skills helped us or enabled us to overcome the challenges that the dynamism of changing technology presented to us. Now, one of the things that we are seeing today with technologies, AI, ML, big data, everything is very process oriented. Technology is taking over and doing, we call it artificial intelligence. Now, there's a lot of talk about that artificial intelligence is not as intelligent as us because we are the ones who created that. But it is the few of us who created the technology which is used now by most of us, right? Now, if more and more people start relying on this technology, the outcome is going to be what happened to us. I remember as child, we would remember 50 telephone numbers. I did not need a calculator to do these basic calculations. The question is that the education system is always geared up to nurture the mental faculties of a human being, right? Technology is taking that away from us. How can we ensure that our mental faculties still get nurtured so that we can make these intelligent systems even more intelligent, even more efficient for the future?
Sir, I'll answer it at a very basic level. I'll say, if you see the top universities of the world, I have my nephews, my niece, they happen to study over there. I've seen them just in last 3-4 years, I'm saying. They used to study from textbooks, same way we used to study, mark, notes with pencils, underlining and all. That system of study has gone now. Now students are studying from their mobiles, from the laptops, and most of in our kind of colleges, they are studying from the PPTs, and the notes given by the faculties. They themselves, it's good that if they study from YouTube, but some of them are just using to see movies or other stuff. So basically, to develop those mental faculties, we have to bring them to that level that we have to focus on textbooks, number of textbooks they have to study. And yes, digitalization is okay. It can be a digital textbook, but that is the way that they will work creatively. They will co-create, as sir has said. And yes, in our times also, during 80s, mid 80s, there were protests from many quarters, from banks, that why you are computerizing, our jobs will go. So all these things will happen. It's not that the basic work will be done by artificial intelligence or cloud computing or machine learning, but to develop these technologies, to develop further technologies, our mental faculties should be developed, and that basic way of studying by the students, that should be inculcated. That is my point of view.
Thank you so much, sir. Sir, you know what? Actually, I would have loved to ask this question to every panelist, but I think, we are little short of time. And my two takeaways from this session, sir, and ma'am, are that, if we really want to prepare a generation which is going to disrupt tomorrow, we will need to disrupt our education system today. Second is, I think the very big message that needs to go out is that, change maker बनना है तो change के पीछे मत पड़े रहो. Do whatever you need to do it with passion, do it with the right intent, do the right thing. Change will happen. जिस चीज के पीछे पड़ोगे वो नहीं होगा. So we need to prepare the next generation to be equipped with life skills rather than hard skills, so that they can face the change that is there and make a difference in whatever they do.
Mr. Narula, I would say one thing. For them to become change maker tomorrow, they are ensuring that at least they are comfortable with the change. So if we cannot make ourselves comfortable with the change, we cannot think of making them change makers tomorrow. If we can do, and we are doing a lot to ensure that they are comfortable with the change, if we can do that, they will be a change maker tomorrow.
And one thing I will say, they should be ready to, learn the hard skills as they exist today. We cannot just focus just on soft skills. They should have those base skills, whether it is of finance, whether it's of production operations, whether it's of marketing, and soft skills are necessary so that they can prepare for the hard skills of tomorrow.
एक चीज और आपने कहा था Indian knowledge system, and we were talking about that imparting soft skills. Indian knowledge system says विद्या ददाति विनयम. उसने कभी कहा विद्या पहले पैसा देता है. विद्या ददाति विनयम विनयाद यात पात्रताम. पात्रत्वात् धन मापनोति धनात् धर्मः. धन से धर्म तथा सुखम. So Indian knowledge system did not talk about knowledge for money. They said vinay. So soft skill is extremely important. Be a good human being, and you are there.
Absolutely. With that, on that note, we'll call this a conclusion to this session. Thank you so much, panelists, for taking out time and sharing your knowledge with us.
We can't integrate, we can't avoid technology. It's an integrated one. We have to accept, and we have to work on our creativity. We have to keep on working on creativity also to make technology more powerful and useful.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. A picture, please. I think Harvinder, so you could have carried this on for another hour, I believe. There's so much of discussion to do. But thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Okay, now since the morning we've been discussing all about education, listening from the professors, from teachers, from directors, etc., as to what is happening in the colleges and universities, what's more sort of reforms that are coming out in the education system. But now it's time for this panel to take you towards the other side of the spectrum, probably the flip side of the coin as well, because now we'll have the business side as to what do they require from these schools. Are next and the last panel for today. It's on changing expectations of industry and business world from these school graduates. Can we please have everybody settled down first, and then I will introduce our panelists as well. Prati, can you help me with that, and then we shall introduce once you have the audience seated. Thank you. Thank you so much. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Okay. Our last panel on changing expectations of industry and business world from B School graduates. Please join me in welcoming a panelist for the same. First, Mr. Salil Kapoor, CEO of Conclave Home Innovation Limited. Joining him is Mr. Bali Nair, Group Chief Marketing Officer, CK Banner Group. Joining them is Mr. Pradeep, Gaonkar, Country Head, HR, Hitachi Customer India. And this session will be moderated by Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief, BW Business World and Founder, Exchange Shoe Media Group. Dr. Batra, before you take over, I think we're going to be discussing that Subhas has been talking about education, and now it's time to bring the real world in front of us to what does the real business world require. So I think all the panelists I have with me on this today, and Dr. Batra, इनका जो order है, it speaks, I think, volume in itself. So let's just welcome them with a warm round of applause, I think. Personally, I feel like. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Malik, for doing a high energy job. You take a job with seriousness, and so do I. I was there till about 1:30, listened to the first three panels. And since the morning, we've been discussing what B school leaders are doing to be able to build a B school of the future, a post-corona B school. What are we doing to have B schools in the top rankings? And as Dr. Bharat Bhaskar of IIM Ahmedabad explained, that the rankings are structured in a way that even institutes like IIM Ahmedabad and IIM Bangalore and everybody does not do well because the three criteria, one criteria of internationalization of faculty. We are, of course, even in IMA low on that. The other is of international students. We have enough students here, so we don't need. So they're structured in such a way that they are disadvantageous. And then I heard Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Dr. Benson Maitre, Dr. Go from IIM Shillong talking about what they've done unique in their colleges. Dr. Sahay. So we know that the Indian B school leaders are thinking about what others are doing well and trying to learn, apart from bringing their unique ideas. We discussed how digital transformation of business schools need to happen. We discussed about new curriculum. We discussed about industry interaction. Here is a panel that represents the industry. We have a CEO, Mr. Salil Kapoor, who does hire from B schools, but as he shared with me, tier 2 IIMs, new IIMs, like, let's not call them tier 2 IIMs, but new IIMs, 7. And again, I've known Mr. Kapoor for a long time. Ms. Dipali Nair, she's the group CMO of the CK Birla Group. Earlier, just before that, she was with another large group. She was in the financial services business. She was with IBM. So she also does a podcast. She's here in a personal capacity. She does a podcast where she's interviewed a lot of leaders at last counts, 37 CEOs. And we'll talk to her about leadership. And last but not the least, we have Mr. Pradeep Bhatkankar from Hitachi, who as a CHRO, group CHRO, does hire people. So he has an absolutely first-hand view of what he looks for. So let me start by asking Pradeep first. Pradeep, what are your expectations from B schools recruits when you hire them? And how have they changed post-COVID?
Thank you, Dr. Anurag, for inviting me in such a vast gathering here, and with I'm paneling my panel, eminent panelist here. This is a good question you asked about what industry looks for the students when they go and hire for the students from the academic institutions. A lot of being said that soft skills, hard skills are definitely to be looked for. I will not focus on academic point of view, but I will rather focus on students' point of view, because you prepare students. So what kind of students are getting attracted to the industries? That is we have to look into. So the current students, when industry go for there, definitely a student has to have a thorough knowledge of his field. That is very much required, but there is no judgment, or there is no, everybody is excellent. But few points which I would like to make here. The students who is outshining the group, a part of the crowd. Somebody who's part of the crowd is never get attracted. So someone getting attracted, he has to be outshining the crowd. So what qualities he should have and what qualities the education is, you should teach them the adaptability. Very important because currently the world is VUCA world, even though everybody is aware. And especially BC, means before COVID and after COVID. The situation is absolutely changed. We can call it that it's BC era. The BC era and now AC era. It's tremendous difference. Everybody must have been noticed about it. So after BC era, uncertainty, VUCA world is being spoken about. Lot of things, lot of uncertainty, lot of problems are being getting hired, getting generated. The industries are in tremendous pressure. Industries are tremendous pressure of how to retain.
Just this year, 30,000 people laid off by startups. Some say 28,000, but in my view, it's more like 30,000. 30,000, that's a lot. Just to tell you that every year, about 1 crore, 10 lakh graduates come up for jobs.
That's correct.
Only about between 10 to 20,000 get hired. 10 lakhs to 20 lakhs get hired. 90 lakhs are not hired. 90 lakhs are not hired. Your education is, you know those numbers.
That's right.
And so 30,000 losing jobs in a single year is a substantial number.
Because skill set is changing. The jobs are going because the skill set is changing. Another new set of jobs are getting generated. So we have to be with the time, with the requirement of the industry, and the new skill set are to be taught to the students so that the students are really ahead and the job is not at risk.
Mr. Gongar, we come back to what you're essentially saying is softer skills, which is what we talked in the morning. You talk about resilience. The first thing I asked a question after getting through the customary questions when I went into, how do you deal with uncertainty? Trust me, that's the question. Anyone who's working with me, I would have asked that question. And you know, I put a lot of. When everything is going well, then all of us will be happy. How do you deal with things when things are not going well? So softer skills of communication, softer skills of teamwork, softer skills of, you know, being able to deal with uncertainty. Use the word resilience. I think softer skills get, you know, students jobs, and now I know why I'm one of the last people to be placed at MBI. Clearly, I understand it 29 years later, but it's never too late. But coming to you, Ms. Nair, you include at last count 37 CEOs for your leadership podcast. You're recruited from the industry. Give us your opening comments in terms of what kind of expectations you have from B school recruits, especially after post-corona, and are they being met?
I want to propose two new ideas because of the audience sitting over here and because of the question that you've asked. And this is a comment, for the preparation that we're putting into students when they're coming into industry and the industry expectations. So Dr. Batra, apart from, the podcast and my personal, experience of recruiting across many different companies, I've also taught at B schools for the last, 20 years. One of the changes that I've noticed, which has happened in the last 5-6 years, is that you have to prepare students for heterogeneity of jobs. When we passed out back in 1993, marketing jobs were all similar. HR jobs were all similar. Finance jobs were all similar. Investment banking had not even happened in those days, So there was a homogeneity in which you had the 4 streams happening at, MBA schools. Today, there's huge heterogeneity. You may be in marketing, but marketing in FMCG is vastly different from marketing in Nykaa, which is a consumer tech company. Okay. And marketing is extremely different and defined differently. And what you're expected to do is very different when you join Amazon versus Netflix versus CK Birla Group. Okay. That heterogeneity is not appreciated by the students today because nobody's spoken to them about it. So the core skill sets and the soft skills in one place. But this is also the answer to the uncertainty bit. The moment they learn that a marketing job is heterogeneous from another marketing job elsewhere, it will also prepare them for the fact that they can't prepare for a lifetime of a jobs. They can only prepare perhaps for their first or the second job. Or that whatever they're being taught at college will need to be perhaps relearn, unlearn within the first 2-3 months at their new job. So my
personal expectation and my own observation of people who are coming into my team, fresh from college, is that they need to be retrained. The basic skill sets of reasoning, analytical skills, communication skills, I take it for granted. I'm hoping that the colleges have taught them that. But I don't think, given this heterogeneity, the colleges are perhaps preparing them ready to land running. Now, that is a question that we must put to ourselves.
What about the long induction programs, established companies, post-COVID, have they evaporated?
No, they do. They still do very much. And which is what I'm saying. It takes 3 months to, get that person into the stream of things. The only unfortunate thing is, Anurag, that some of the startups may not have that runway. A lot of the newer organizations, and I'm not speaking for them, it's my observation from outside, that smaller organizations, consumer tech organizations, startup unicorns, we don't know whether they have the structured programs, ready. But I'm also more importantly talking about the fact that if a person moves from a Nykaa to Unilever, the job in the training is going to be entirely different.
Yeah, that's not an apple. Very important point you made, and I rarely take notes. I've written in mind to write a column about it. Let's go to Mr. Salil Kapoor. Salil, you've recruited a lot of people, both at senior levels, middle levels. I know you joined as the CEO of Indware, and right now you're restructuring the company, recruiting people. So give a sense of what have you seen post-COVID? What have you seen of the B school recruits, and what are your observations and comments?
Before I jump into this, let me address the 2 points which have come up earlier. What do we look for in the B school recruits, which has been discussed earlier as well? I would like to make it a very simple thing, because simplicity is what really drives. We end up making things more complicated, and that is where the things really get complex and slow. If you look at the simple part, and this was also discussed in the earlier panel, what we really want from somebody who needs to deliver on the job is attitude. If you ask me, the first thing that you need to look for somebody in the job is attitude. Skill comes after that. The communication skill, the adaptability, the hunger, everything will come from that one root, which is attitude. So if you have attitude, that will really. You mean good attitude? Yes. The point here is what was discussed in the earlier panel about the mindset. And one of the panelists said that mindset is very difficult to change in 2 years. And another panelist said that why don't we try and do that? It is actually that what is required. We will teach them the skills, because honestly, you can't teach them each and everything that they need to do. And of course, Dipali is adding a very valid point that the things will change very fast. Then how much can you teach? So teach them that attitude, that hunger for lifelong learning and changing and adaptability. That will actually ensure that they go far. So that's the point number 1. Second one is, I come from a slightly different school of thought. I think right now, and this might not go very well with the audience, the MBA is actually going to be disrupted badly from somebody from outside. So if you really want to save the MBA, the B school should disrupt it. The case in point is, there's a growing popularity of co-op schools around the world. Co-op is very different from internship, and you said what happened to the long internships, are they dead? In reality, internships are of no use. 3 months is too short a period. You need the person to do a job. Doing a job means taking responsibility and being accountable for at least a year to learn something. See, internship, 3-month internship is superficial. Co-op program, 1-year job is immersive, deep, taking responsibility, learning, real learning. There, it is just the responsibility of the industry, because you land up there for 3 months. The industry is just entertaining you for first month, that they are looking at you, observing for next 2 months. Here you actually deliver. And when you deliver, you learn, and industry benefits and your school benefits. So there's a huge difference in immersive versus a superficial 3-month program. So I think the MBA, the standard MBA, is up for disruption. Either it will go away. If you want me to train somebody today, I would ask that person to take up a job for 2 years rather than doing MBA. And we'll teach you everything, because you learn the real challenge.
Everybody was saying changes happen. But let me tell you, the challenges have remained constant throughout last 40, 50 years. Earlier, something else was getting disrupted. Right now, technology, fast changing environment is disrupting us, but the challenges remain same. Fundamentals of doing business, the importance of finance, the importance of bottom line, the importance of talent, everything remains constant, right? That you will learn when you actually do it rather than only skimming through it for 3 months. So these are the two things that I would add.
Yeah, used to be called much below average. MBA, much below average. Yeah, that's what my column was called. No reflection on MDIs. Dr. Singh, I know you don't identify the MDI, but Dr. Sangeeta Bhardwaj does, and Mr. Goel and Dr. Mehta still do. But that's just to pull your leg. You're a tall man, sir. Coming, Dipali, wanting to make a comment?
I wholeheartedly agree on the point of the attitude. And I used to work for IBM, worked there for 5 years. And I interacted with Ginny Rometty, the erstwhile global chairman, and she said this. She said, I wish before hiring, I could measure the learning quotient of people, the hunger to learn, ability to learn fast, wanting to learn. She says, I wish I could measure. And if I could measure, that is the only measure I would use before hiring people, because what you need to do in the coming years is learn again and again. So it is said that people who are passing out now will need to go back to school 3 times in their life. Because whatever we are preparing them for today is going to last them only 10 years. The world's going to change so much in terms of the hard skill sets. So therefore, the point that I'm making again is that learning mindset is extremely important.
Can I just, with your permission? While I agree, I would slightly modify with your permission. It's not going to be 10 years anymore. We all learn every day. It's going to be every month, every year, because the challenges are changing. Your competition, your landscape, your people, your talent, your overall environment, your economy, everything is changing. Something or the else is changing every day. So if you can't learn every day, if you can't go back to school every day, it's going to be a tough one.
Cocktail is called back to school in one of the months. No, that's not anti-popular, but just saying for fun. So I'm sorry about the Pali and Salil. Make their comment. Do you have any contrary viewpoint? Do you support their viewpoint?
I support their viewpoints. Attitude is very, very important. Rather positive attitude. Because nowadays the students, when we find that students are very eager to grasp or achieve something without even having that much of hard work. They want to, the aspiration is so high, but the willingness to work hard is not that way where they want to reach to be. The aspiration is so high and their speed of achieving that is very, very high. So that is very very bad at this moment, because when your foundation is not ready for that, achieving that's the, and they are aspiring such a high standard. They may achieve, some may not achieve, but it is disappointing for some people.
Yeah, in fact, Dr. Vivek Sunila made exactly the same point in a very different dean of FM is even the vice chancellor of a large university. He said that FM has got a very good placements record, but they were still comparing with 3B schools which are higher than them. And he said the students were depressed, right? You said that in the morning. So it supports your, buttresses your point. I can go on, but we have the good pleasure of having B school director. I'd rather let them ask questions to you than I do. If we can get mics, Mr. Malik and the BW team, you have 3 industry professionals who actually recruit. So if you want to ask them a question, you want to make a comment, Dr. Pawan Singh, Dr. Bhardwaj, sir, you. Thank you, Mr. Batra. Dr. Batra. Okay. I'm Dr. Sridhar Maltekar. I'm the director of SIBM Pune. And I completely agree with your point about attitude, because one of India's largest conglomerates who hired from us, when we asked them what would be their parameters when they come to recruit from us, they only said one thing: attitude. And they said, if you have attitude, we will train them exactly what you. We will train them, we will skill them, and we will put them on a fast track so that they become GMs in 5 years. But we need that attitude. So I completely agree with what you're saying.
But I don't think that's true for the non-large conglomerates. They may be looking for other things. And while Anurag is busy talking there, I'll just take this opportunity to make this comment. which is that I don't think students when they're passing out have realistic expectation from what they should expect in a job. That is an appeal that I have to all the B schools. Can you create a real environment for them to know what to expect in a new job? Do they understand? Can they, like you said, the co-op thing, can they shadow? Can they even know what a day in a CMO's life is like? And for that, a lot of the interaction that you're having at your campuses, I think it requires a drastic, change in terms of way the, classes, I think are structured, or the time spent on, class versus experiential learning, as I would call it. It's an appeal because I think the students need it. Some of them are extremely disappointed once they join the corporate world, and they think that on day one they will take decisions involving crores, and they will have a team of 10, 12 people to manage, and that it doesn't require any hard work, or that every company believes in flexi hours, so those expectations of heterogeneity, I will come back to that point. They need to understand that companies are heterogeneous and jobs are not, similar to one another. And that will take care of the comparison point also. A lot of them compare each other to batchmates. Oh, he's having this. This is a 1 year or 2 year later dilemma. He's having a good time. She's having this. She has this. I have this. But jobs are not similar. You signed on for different things. So come back to that point.
Yeah, I wanted to thank Sir on the point that he's added, and I'll add to what Dipali just said. It's not only large conglomerates, in my view. That could be different. Every size company needs attitude more than anything else. Case in point, startups. The founder of the startup doesn't know what is going to happen, right? They say what you start with and what you end up with a couple of years ago and number of pivots on the way. You don't know what you are doing. So even the founder doesn't know where he's or she's going to land or where the business is going to land. The only thing that takes the founder through, and that is what the founder expects from the entire team and the entire crew, is attitude. Attitude to take up the challenges, attitude to learn and relearn everything. So more on that. It's a small word, sir. It's a simple thing, one word, but it is a huge difference if you really can build up that skill set, that particular thing in the students. It will go a long way.
At this point, I also want to announce that Shri S. Ravi, Shri Sethuratnam Raviji is there. He's our chief guest to give away the award. Please give him a big round of applause. Though he comes from the financial services background, he's also served on 36 bank boards from the age of 31. He's also served on the MDI board in 2009 to 11 or 12. And one day he told me a couple of interesting stories about MDI, and so he's also the past chairman of the Bombay Stock Exchange. He's also the current chairman of TFCI. He's a man who's advisor to large corporates and very large industrialists in this country, and is also an advisor to the government on many initiatives. He was also instrumental in setting up the Gift City. Of course, that is the Prime Minister's personal vision and a lot of people. So thank you, Ravi sir, for making time. Dr. Suneja, you wanted to make a comment or ask a question?
Yes, attitude, learning quotient, and throughout the day we've heard about the importance of soft skills and so forth. And yet we're saying this current generation is impatient. They're very competitive. They're hooked on to social media in such a way that they're no longer interacting face to face. Frankly, I think we almost have a cultural crisis on our hands, especially post-COVID. And we need to really address it. And I'm not sure whether academics know how to address this. The attention spans are shorter and shorter. And unless they speak to each other, unless there's conversation, you can't do problem solving. That's one. The other is some of them are more busy creating problems than solving problems. I mean, there's almost this thing about civilization now. Can't be happy.
I hope you're not talking of rurals of the country.
No. I'm just saying that instead of being, it's human being. So there's so much doing.
I've heard that before.
Yeah, the ability to be still, to be relaxed, to be happy, because otherwise it's a law of the jungle. So in the jungle, there's highest competition in the jungle. but you don't get any progress. Civilization is born in leisure time, not in the jungle.
I agree with you. That's why Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh's ideas, some of the ideas, he talks about meditation, prayer in business school. I heard his ideas. I mean, if we could implement that. I mean, a class on meditation. And as Dr. Goel talked in the morning about, they will learn by doing what they're doing at Shillong, no plastic bottles. I have taken note of that.
But I want to comment on what he said, Dr. Batra. I think your commentary is right, our observation is right. But I think somewhere the expectation that the B schools will do it all alone and only they have to do it is perhaps incorrect on part of the parents, on part of the industry, and on part of the society. I think it's not, attitude cannot be taught in 2 years alone is something that, I wish to say. And while it's a requirement from the industry, I disagree that only a B school can do that. I think that is a societal fabric issue, and parents are equal participants, to the upbringing where, the whole attitude comes in. Having said that, I want to move on from the attitude bit. I think what the B schools can do is create huge amounts of awareness about this topic. They may not be able to change the attitude, but there are 3 other things to my mind which the B schools need to role model. And there, I think the academicians themselves need to role model. One is inclusivity. Second is sustainability. And third is ethics. These 3. And by ethics, I wish I could go and teach a class on that, because one is not talking about taking bribes. I'm not talking about. I'm not talking about
University.
Yeah.
Jamna Lal Bajaj.
Yeah.
I am Shillong, FMS. I am Nagpur.
No, Dr. Batra, I'm not.
MDI, I am Tiruchirappalli. You choose where you want to go.
No, I'm not pitching. But what I'm saying is, it's not, unfortunately, when you talk ethics to anyone of our generation, it goes on to Ramayana and, the Gita, which is very, very far away, which is about, brides and staying away from jail. I'm not talking about that. I'm talking about day-to-day professional work ethic, about being present, about earning your salary, about getting there on time, about giving credit where it is due. I'm talking about those kinds of, ethics. So ethics, sustainability, inclusivity. I just hope that all.
What do you want to teach?
My request is for the academicians to teach that.
Okay.
I will comment.
And to role model it. I think that is extremely important.
That's very nice.
By the way, Dipali, I said similar things. And I said the best course. I was preparing, and I can't talk about what B school. I can't talk to Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh, Dr. Goel, Dr. Maitre, or Dr. Sangeeta Bardwaj about how should run. They do a fab job. But I did say the best course I took was in MDI was a course called PGL, Personal Growth Lab. Dr. Poonam Sehgal used to run it. And I look back and it was basically about the kind of things you're talking. And I talked about the fact that we should bring Vedas into B schools. Because Veda's wisdom is, if Gurcharan Das can refer to it while writing his book, then I'm sure all of us can learn from it. And that's why I talk about my conversations with Dr. Singh when he was the director of MDI. Unfortunately, because of Dr. Bhimsen Mitra leaving and going to IIM Nagpur, MDI had collateral damage. He went to IIM Tiruchirappalli, but that's okay. That's what I told Mr. Dange one day. Yes, absolutely.
I would like to comment here on ethics point of view. Being a practical scenario in the industry, what I am telling you, almost all the conglomerates, the ethics is being considered as prime most important point at this moment. Because business will not sustain otherwise. So that is where
business leaders are not exactly shining. If you read the newspapers every week,
there
is not exactly, we are not sitting.
Now we won't comment on.
Now ESG, so why ESG is coming? This is all because it is all required nowadays. We have to be more ethical, more connected to the society. Every individual has some liability towards society. And as far as ethics is concerned, when MBA graduate joins any industry, now industry is totally transparent. You are watching, somebody is watching you. All eyes are there. So you cannot hide anything. In Hitachi, for example, I'll just give you one example. We have a Hitachi hotline. It's available to each and every, not only permanent employees, contractor employees, even vendors, even anybody. All the stakeholders are available. That thing, in case anything is found anywhere, it's very simple to just raise that issue. that kind of ethical organizations are there in place at present. So one has to be ethical, and that you can teach these people how to be ethical, how to be more social connect, because that's what we need in future.
Mindfulness, as we talked about it.
That's correct.
Not into, I mean, I'm right now, I gave my phone to Imani saying, Ravi sir will come, so do pick up the call and guide him. Otherwise, and I don't keep my phone. And I know 2 months back, I get late with Ravi sir. He told me very politely that aap late ho jate ho. And since the last 2 meetings, except one day, I was going for a cremation, not cremation, prayer meeting. I got delayed on a Sunday. I haven't got delayed for any meeting. I'm 15, 20 minutes. His observation were right. And I took it very seriously. So giving your time, attention, being on time, these are like totally under control, and people are multitasking. When I was younger, I would do that. I don't do it anymore. Multitasking is a killer of, good quality work, whatever work you do. So Salil, your closing comments, and then we can take 1 or 2 comments from.
I want to add one point, and I also want to say something about ethics. Is a famous saying that Warren Buffett he has only 2 follows. He says, "I look for 3 things in people: energy, intelligence, and integrity. And if the person doesn't have the third one, don't even bother for the first 2." So, energy, intelligence, and integrity. And if the person doesn't have the third one, don't even bother for the first 2, because then that energy and intelligence with the wrong integrity will take you down the,
Absolutely.
So that's on ethics. I wanted to add one point which probably has not been addressed. See, a lot was discussed in the earlier panels about the industry experience and the change in the curriculum and various other things. What I have observed over the period of time that the schools and various other schools who prepare students for real life outside want to get them the industry experience. But how do they try? The way they try, probably that needs to be relooked. The point here is that when you call industry for guest lectures or guest sessions, one class will never make a difference. It's over a period of time and things will. So try and absorb the industry people into your system. Get them on board. I was sitting on that table when that panel was going on and this point had come up. And on that table itself, somebody from B school said, "Ye kehne ki baatein hai, kaun aata hai?" Actually, you should try. There are a lot of people, and globally, voluntary jobs by industry people is a new norm. It's a thing. People want to. There are a lot of genuine people who want to give back to their colleges, their alumni, their schools that they've come from, to the society. Try them out. But don't call them for a guest lecture. A guest lecture is a tick mark. You are checking a box that we have industry exposure. But it is not helping anyone. Honestly, not even the industry person who wants to come and do something. Call them over, absorb them. Why should only a PhD be a dean? And why not an industry professional who spent 30, 40 years being a dean or a faculty? So give them a chance, absorb them into your family, into your system, and probably they'll help you to make that change.
Anybody has a comment, sir? You want to make a comment?
Sorry, I seem to be monopolizing the mic, but Mr. Kapoor, just to address what you said, UGC has now permitted us to appoint professors of practice, where the normal UGC qualifications do not apply. We have already started. To date, sir, Symbiosis University has appointed 14 professors of practice.
I beg to differ slightly, though, Salil.
I'm liking this panel.
Yeah.
And I must mention that Salil is the CEO of the organization that Dipali left, but that has nothing to do with. I joined.
Yeah.
Salil was
one of the group companies, yes. I think the point about adjunct faculty and what you've said in terms of appointment is fine. Why I disagree is that it may fill 5 or 10% of the gap, because there may not be adequate number of people available for you to hire and for them to work. I think there's another model that can get added on. And I'm on the advisory council for a couple of B schools. One of them implemented it and it worked during COVID. Okay. Which was, for example, digital marketing is a course or marketing as a cause, has so much changes that is happening on the digital marketing side that just the B school faculty or just one faculty from outside is not able to manage all the various facets of it. What interestingly happened over there was that there was one industry faculty who was the sutradhar for the course. And then you had, various faculties coming in and teaching. So there's somebody who's keeping the thread, but you're also calling in the subject matter experts. Now that's a very different idea. You will always have two professors in a class. I know that that's not how you are structured, but that's a practical, interesting idea too, that you call in a person from the industry to do an observation of one of your courses that you're running, and so that the practical summary and summarization can happen, at the end of every class, and there is real learning, that can happen. So various models, but I think we're all talking about, I think the industry interaction, which I think should not be a new point. I think that's getting discussed.
Yeah, but can I tell you, having been a B school student, having served on the board of MDI, having seen all, I can tell you two examples. One is Dr. Pritam Singh built MDI, both internally got the best faculty. As Dr. Maitre keeps saying, MDI is a preparation institute for, we've given more than 17 B school directors to IIMs, currently 14 IIMs, and he increased the industry connect so much, which is what built MDI. Last year we were doing a research and IIM Udaipur came up very high on that because its industry connect is high and is also perceived to be high, right? Everyone gives the example of IIM Udaipur at, so industry connect can really matter both from perception, the average salary, and also learning quotient. So it is very important.
No, I fully agree with what you're saying. It's and with what you have just said, that it's not going to be one model. There are various models available out there. So there will be professors who join you full time, who spend a lot of time. There will be people who spend their time voluntarily. And there are then other things which are developing, because this is the idea whose time has come and nobody can stop that. So there are other things developing in the ecosystem. I just invested in one of the startups and I'm going to personally guide them, which is called Beyond Your School. Now they're going to partner with B schools.
I hope it's not the name of another cocktail.
No, it's not. So Beyond Your School is going to help develop the skills which the schools don't teach usually. Not only to the high school graduates, but also to the MBA students. So there are going to be, this is just one example. There are many more which are going to come up in the ecosystem. So the idea of, entire ecosystem being developed and partnerships will take us far.
Sir wants to, from Amity Business School, wants to make a comment.
Sir.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. I have 35 years of industry experience. And one B school gave me the offer of a dean 12 years back, 13 years back. He was very happy. He was very enthusiastic. But the mistake that he committed was the owner. There was a AICT visit and he called me as a showpiece. He said, we are appointing him as our dean. And the first question that the AICT chairman asked was, are you a PhD?
Dr. Manta.
I don't want to reveal the name. I asked him, sir, are you a PhD? You can imagine what happened.
I have permanent head damage. PhD.
So he, with folded hands, the owner withdrew the offer and he said, I am helpless. Later on, I joined Amity University as a professor. Ever since, I am continuing there. Though it was not mandatory, but I did my PhD. But still, so much is talked about professor of practice. My colleague said that he has appointed so many. But if you see the ratio today in the faculty, people who have not seen the face of the industry, they do not know the spelling of industry. They are teaching MBA.
We get your point. We get your point. Thank you. Thank you. It's an important point. And again, I must say that 29 years back, MDI got Dr. Singhvi to teach marketing. It got Mr. Udyan Darwin from Apollo Tyres to teach marketing. So without being called professors of practice, I'm sure other institutes
No,
do that.
I
Yeah.
passed out in 1993. Back then, we had CMOs and CHROs equivalent. They weren't called this in those days, coming and teaching and spending time with us. So that's always happened. But I'm a person who's in a solution mode always, right? We spoke about creating experiential learning for students. We spoke about industry going and teaching. The reverse is also true, where the institutes can facilitate the professors spending time in the industry. I don't know what that model is. I haven't thought about it, but I think that can also happen. I get requests from the B school saying, can our students shadow you? I'm still to ever get a request from any B school saying, can our professor shadow you?
Beautiful comment. Beautiful comment. I think that will.
They must do it.
Thank you, Dipali, for it. Dr. Pawan Kumar Singh wants to make an observation or a comment. He's the director of IIM Tiruchirappalli. He ran away from MDI Gurgaon and he only stopped at Tiruchirappalli.
Dr. Batra, if after this you say MDI, I'm going to fine you.
Right, ma'am. And he's always correcting me with MDI and with that kind of, let us say, fervor that I ran away. I did not run away. See, I will just give two observations. One, what is discussion going on now? And secondly, what is the topic of discussion today? Because somewhere we got deviated. Point number one, regarding professor of practice, who can deny the contribution of industry practitioner in designing and delivering MBA program? No, nobody can deny. But there are three types of formats of cricket. One is 20-20, one is 50-50 one-day match, and one is test match. We have to also deeply examine that there are certain material available in industry. They can be a test match player in the field of academia also. But everyone who is capable of delivering, let us say, in 20-20 or 50-50 may not be actually be able to deliver the test match that we have seen. Taking these things into account, we have created a blended, let us say, approach in IIM Tiruchirappalli that at least 10% of the sessions of every course will be taught by industry expert. And if industry expert can deliver the full course, then only. Otherwise, we are able to find out who can be effective deliverer where. The other school of thought also says just opposite view, because we should vade jayate tattva bodha. So we should be able to invite the opposite view also. One opposite view says, which is very, very startling, that experience can make you, that the practice can make you perfect, but not a professor. This is also a view. This is also a view. So most welcome to industry, and in MDI when I was there, or in IIM Tiruchirappalli, in designing the course, industry input is must, and 10% of delivery by industry person is must. Some courses where industry person can deliver, it is good, because industry person, there are many who are academically oriented. And there are persons in academia who are industry oriented because they have knack of consulting, knack of interacting with people, everything. That is regarding first point. Second point, let us come back to the topic we were discussing, changing expectation of industry and business world from B school graduates. I have one observation and one question to you, sirs and ma'am. To my knowledge, in 1989, first time a survey was conducted in Indian context that what is expected of fresh MBA graduates from industry, a formalized and published survey. And 5 expectations were: number one, the concept clarity. What did you study in MBA? You must know that. Second was oral communication skills. Third was written communication skills. Fourth was a bit of, not total of course, you are not managing director at the age of 21, but a bit of understanding of how industry functions. Should not be a bookworm. That was fourth. And fifth was, which is still today needed and being debated, was poise. The word was given was P-O-I-S-E, poise. Poise means internal equilibrium. It means how the person, the student, is unperturbed in difficult situation. So these 5 were there, and poise now we are discussing in the name of, let us say, total well-being and integrated personality.
Ms. Nair, a short answer, because some directors of flights and maybe I was.
So this is observation.
Any comment?
Comment, sir. No, this was observation. I want comment on another question. Simple question. that we try to create industry ready students, but because MBA is a leveler, so when we see that a student has done MBA, he is fit, maybe should be fit for management training, but should be also capable of becoming managing director in future. MBA is not for management training only. Sometimes industry complain that your product is not fully industry ready. My observation and humble complaint is that are we supposed to create a student for exactly your job requirement? भाई आटा हमने गूंथ के दे दिया है, उसका त्रिकोण पराठा बना लीजिए, रोटी बना लीजिए.
Sir, can I answer?
Got it, Dr. Singh. Thank you for your.
I think I said it right in the beginning that different constituents who are hiring from your B schools are expecting different things. I think you will need to probably do that segmentation and appreciate it. Because not everybody will come to say we want them industry ready and start working as a, head of marketing. Everybody will not say that, but you have different segments of people who are hiring now and they require different things and you will need to appreciate that.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Okay, any last question, anybody or comments? But these were very quick. And I think that's a big and a good discussion. I think that this is a big round of applause for your views, for their views, for cross questioning, etc. I think that is really what makes up a good discussion. Thank you so much, ma'am, and of course, gentlemen. Thank you. Thank you. Also, thank you, Dr. Patra, for moderating that for us. Thank you so much.
I felt like I was back in B school being questioned.
Thank you. Picture, please. Thank you so much. And with that, we come to an end of the last panel discussion as well. But see, we've talked about education since the morning as to what are all these schools and colleges trying to do, the reforms and trying to bring what's happening in the world, what's not happening in the world, what should be happening, what shouldn't be happening. Then, of course, now we had the industry experts and leaders talk about what they expect. But now let's just sort of say, let's have an amalgamation where both of them meet. ये वो सागर से हम बात करने वाले हैं because it's time for our chief guest's address. Now, I always have the privilege, and I think God's been kind that I get to introduce Sir, and I have his entire brief introduction with me. Brief, of course, and I say entire because this is short and crisp. So, while I read it out to you, I don't get something wrong in this because इनका order बिल्कुल भी उस लायक नहीं है. So, I'll read this out to you, and then let's welcome Sir with all the love and applause that our chief guest deserves for today. Our chief guest address will be by Mr. S. Ravi, founder and managing partner, Ravi Rajan and Co. LLP, former chairman and director, UTI Trustee Company Private Limited, and former chairman, BSA Limited. Now, Dr. Situ Ratnam Ravi has a doctorate in finance and is a practicing chartered accountant having over 33 years of experience. He holds a diploma in information system audit and is an associate member of Association of Certified Fraud Examiners USA. He is also registered as an insolvency resolution professional. Sir works as the founder and managing partner of Ravi Rajan and Co. LLP, a chartered accountancy firm specializing in forensic and insolvency assignments, finance and management, turnaround strategies, business valuations, board and share valuation, assurance, audit, and taxation. Dr. Ravi is a director and chairman of the board of Finance Corporation of India Limited and also of SpaceNet Enterprises India Limited. So also serves on the board of Aditya Birla Health Insurance Company Limited, CBN Limited, Star One Life Insurance Company Limited, Usha Martin Limited, Ebix Cash Limited, and also of IIFL Asset Management Limited, and many more. Sir served as a chairman and director of BSC Limited and chairman and director of UTI Trustee Company Private Limited. Now, over the span of this illustrious career, Dr. Ravi has served on boards of more than 45 companies across various sectors, including rail, HAL, etc. Now, a few highlights of Sir's and from Sir's career. To the chairman of the Expert Committee of Punjab and Sindh Bank for its turnaround. SEBI nominated Dr. Ravi as a member of its takeover panel as well as its mutual fund advisory committee. So also the member of working group formed by the Reserve Bank of India, the evaluation of the draft government securities regulations within the framework of the Government Securities Bill 2004. Was member of panel of experts on memorandum of understanding under DBE, Ministry of Heavy Industries and Public Enterprises. Was also the member of the working group constituted by the Government of India for institutionalizing corporate social responsibility as a public and also in public sector enterprise. So this is the chairman of Dana Bank's Financial Review Committee for the bank's turnaround. Now all this, and of course there's much more to add, but I think 33 years and more years of experience and all that he's traveled and gained and delivered. With your round of applause and love, let's please welcome on the stage our chief guest for today's evening, Mr. S. Ravi. Be a bit louder, yeah, come on. Thank you so much.
Good evening. First of all, Anurag and BW, thank you for calling me here. And it's a privilege to be here because I happen to know a lot of people who have been in the academics. And I also, of course, served on the board of MDI and also I'm in the advisor of many such B schools. So one thing I can tell you very frankly, there are three components of a B school. One is the management. Second are the people who teach, the academics who teach. And third component are the students. And all the three are interconnected. Why are they interconnected? So globally, there are 10,000 odd B schools approximately. I may be wrong. You will be better equipped on that. And there are annual admission is approximately 3 lakh students globally. So that is the number that is there. And in the last year, 30% to 40% is online registration. So that has increased from 25% to 35% to 40%. So we are seeing a shift. And when the shift happens, all the three components make a big impact. The top management, what does the top management or the board bring in? It brings the financial stability. It produces good governance. It selects good directors. If there is a choice, get the right sort of people who can be associated with the B school. And that is a key aspect. But last not the least is the funding. Today, to run a B school in the private sector is very expensive. And that is why in India, if there are approximately 6,000 B schools, means structured, unstructured, I'm talking of, and how many are really successful? And how many have been able to give students to the industry? If you really look at it, you'll see many of them have perished with lofty dreams. They just perished because they didn't have the wherewithal to take it to the next level. And a B school can only be evaluated when you see the longevity of a B school. I would not like to compare a B school which is 5 years, maybe it has done well, but can it last that long? Because funding is a very big constraint, and this is where the top management has to play a role. And it's a vicious cycle. If you don't have funds, you don't get the right people to be there. And if you don't have the right people, you don't have the right students, and it's a vicious cycle. And that is what is a very, very important component that I have seen. So the top management has to be, they have to be backed up by the right sort of people who have the right vision. Just making a brick and mortar a building doesn't make it a B school. And it is, there are many examples in public domain where B schools with lofty dreams have just perished because they didn't have this ingredient in them. The second is the people that you are, the faculty. And my whole experience with MDI and other institutions is that they are the fulcrum of the whole institution, because the positivity, the energy that they bring, the type of knowledge that they bring. Because what happens in this environment, there is a lot of change globally as well as in the Indian market. There's a lot of change, regulatory changes. We are moving towards sustainability. We are talking of environment. We are moving into a different zone altogether. And that zone, are we changing? And that is why the people, professors, tutors, those are the people who have to get in line with the changing environment and impart that thing to the next level of students. Now, coming to the students. Now, this is something that the best B school, best rated B school get the best students. Is it right or wrong? Sometimes the best B school can create attitude. I was hearing about attitude just now. But a second tier B school could create more harmony and bring in some hunger to the students to do well. So somebody may have a very good campus placement, but their work ethics, their attitude may not be the best. So what does a B school actually bring in? And the students, the ecosystem that exists with the student. And, I must say that some of the B schools are so well connected, integrated, that they carry on the relationship beyond the school and beyond their lives. They go right there because they feel they are all together, a batch, they are together, there are reunions, they meet together, and then they share each other's experience, their learnings, their mistakes, and move forward. So the students who pass out also, or who are there, make a very big difference. So I would say a B school, in order to be successful, all the three ingredients have to work. Last but not the least, I won't take too much of time. There have been, panel discussions, and I know everybody. So I heard the last one, and it's a great learning to learn all about it, including the attitude part of it, and also the soft skills a little bit that I heard, and also about how the family ethics or the ethics can be brought into the business. One thing that I'm very clear, the family ethics is B school can do, it can stitch many things together. But what about the basic family ethics? And I think that is the key. We cannot judge a B school by this or that. We can do that much only. Try to inculcate something good amongst the students. But the family ethics and how the family builds the student is very important. And I can give you my own example. I was in Jabalpur, Madhya Pradesh. Okay. And I came here at the age of 18. I had left home. And my father told me, don't smoke. Don't do this, don't do that. 3-4 basic things. And I carried it all my life because it was sort of put into me. You have to do this, you have not to do this. And with that, I came out. And I had a lot of different type of company, but I always walked away from all that just because I remembered that my father had told me this. And we had a strict life. My father was in a top position, but I used to go to school by bicycle, no cars, nothing. So what happens is what you get from your family, that is what, the B school can further enhance. But you cannot change a personality. And that is where everybody makes this mistake. They think this B school has given this. It's not like that. B school can give you business ethics. It can give you many other things, knowledge. It can give you everything. but the basic character of a person cannot be changed. And that is what I think there, the soft skill make a lot of difference. We're talking of digital world, but let me tell you, getting on together 15 to 20 days a month together now, there are latest, I've seen some reports where even the best of these schools are saying that let us get a 45-day togetherness program where people are made to stay there, go out, see all the facets of a human being, see all the good points of other people and try to inculcate, because that is an age where you can change irrespective of whatever you are. You can learn and change. So I think soft skill, along with all the other things, that is technical knowledge, that is what is going to make a student richer in terms of knowledge. And my own experience, I've seen a lot of students coming out of this thing varies, because I from my own let me tell you, my own firm, I have more than about 3,000 articles would have passed through, would have gone through. 500 odd chartered accountants would have passed through me. So of the 4 lakh odd chartered accountants, 400 to 500, I won't know the numbers, but I see what we get and what we can do with them is that much. So what every B school will have to build their reputation and a culture. And that is what is very important. When you go to an institute, what is the culture that is there? That is very important. So I won't take much of your time. And thank you so much for inviting me, Anurag and BW. And it's a privilege to be here. And this discussion about what is in the future for us in terms of the changes is very long, and it can be unless Mr. Anurag has kept dinner for us. And I don't want to bore you with this. So thank you so much for calling me. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you. And now, ladies and gentlemen, moving forward from this discussions that you witnessed today from evening's celebrations. My name is Aditya Malik, and once again, it's an honor and a pleasure to welcome all of you to the BW Business World Future of Management Education Awards. And this year, as a part of the Business School Summit, BW Education would like to celebrate the efforts and contributions of the most eminent thought leaders in the field of management education today. Today's award ceremony is now streamed live across all BW Business World platforms, including our social media channels and also on www.bweducation.com. Please join in the celebrations of the evening by using the hashtag BW School Award. And once again, I just wanted to thank our partners for today. Our B School partner, Great Lakes Institute of Management, Gurgaon, in association with BW Education, organized by BW Business World, our event partners, Exchange for India, the Peak Shape Factory, Joy Travels, Mandel, Greenly, Just About AI, IWM Buzz, Reality Plus, Impact, and a big thank you to all our partners. Once again, I think they also deserve a big round of applause. It's also a trust that really helps us put such spectacular shows and presentations forward. So thank you. Now, of course, before I invite Dr. Batran and even talk about this in detail as well, but just to give you a glimpse, a brief, for these distinguished editorial awards that you will witness, the parameters were clearness of style, moral purpose, sound reasoning, and power to influence public opinion in what the best schools conceive about the right direction. And now, of course, to talk on this and want to formally welcome all of you to this award ceremony. Please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Batra, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Founder, Exchange Media Group.
Let me say what Elizabeth Thomas said to many of us suitors. I won't keep you long, Doctor. I made a promise to Dr. Mitra, and I just want to say these are editorial-led awards. These are 5 awards. This is a very important community. Next year, we'll do at least 5 times bigger initiative in terms of involving the industry. I just want to say that the leaders that are getting these, I know some of them personally. Priya, who's worked with me last 7 years, and Japali, she's also from India. I can't help that. Has, and Neha ji, who's the editor of BW Education, and 3 other people. We sat down, looked at thing, and decided that. So 5 awards done editorially, no jury process. We've decided we have an editorial locus and I. So we'll get on to the awards directly. Thank you. God bless you. Back to you, Mr. Malik.
Thank you.
No speeches.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Dr. Bhatta, for keeping it crisp. And now a humble request to all the winners. Once you step down after receiving your award, please proceed to stage left to get a picture of yours. And also all the winners, please stay back till the end for a group picture. Now these pictures are for our digital world, for of course the Business World website, the BW Business World website, as Sir says, and also for BW Education website and more. Please. And now it's time to reveal the winners of the BW Business World Future of Management Education Awards. Now today we have winners in both organizational categories and also individual categories. To felicitate our winners, please join me in welcoming on stage Dr. Anurag Bhatta, Chairman and Editor-in-Chief of BW Business World and Founder, Exchange Media Group, and joining Sir is the Chief Guest for the evening, Mr. S. Ravi, Founder and Managing Partner, Ravi Rajan and Co. LLP. Former Chairman and Director, GPI Trustee Company Private Limited, and also the former Chairman of Bombay Stock Exchange Limited. Thank you. I also have the categories with me. Are we going to be playing that on the screen as well? Okay. The first. Okay. Lots of changes. Now, we'll adapt. Also, please join me in this segment to present the awards. Mr. Salil Kapoor, CEO of Hyundai Home Innovation Limited. Please, sir. Okay, and the first category, it's Best B-School Director. And the award goes to It's about the color for director IIM Shivand. And come on, Dr. Goel, the best school director.
So a few words from you, please. I'll help you hold that.
Yeah. So it's really a privilege and honor to receive this recognition. In fact, it is very, very humbling. It's a great surprise, pleasant surprise, I would say. In fact, I take it as a more responsibility and bigger commitments to the business schools or maybe the contribution to the society. Thank you, Rajuri. Thank you, Anurag Bhatta, and thank you, Business World, for honoring me on this occasion. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, sir. Congratulations. Excellent. It's the best B-School leadership excellence. And this, what goes to? Professor Pawan Kumar Singh, Director, IIM Delhi. Everybody for Professor Singh.
A few words from you, sir.
Yep. Okay.
Now, this is the best B-School leadership excellence. I take it as that please lead the school as we expect you to lead. I don't know, this award has been given to me, what merit I have in leading the school, but this is saying with loud voice, please lead the school as you are expecting me to lead. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Congratulations on all the very best for the journey ahead. For that, thank you so much, Salil sir, for helping us with the award. Everybody wants a song, please, for Mr. Gupta. That is request Ms. Dipali Nayak, Group Chief Marketing Officer, CTO Builder Group, to join us on stage and help us present awards to our next set of winners. Once more, ma'am, please, everybody, let's welcome her. Our next category is Best Basically Return on Investment. And the winner, this is Dr. Vivek Srivastava, of Faculty of Management Studies, FMS, University of Delhi.
Knowing Dr. Sumalia, we should be a return on learning. But to students, it does matter in rankings, it's a big factor. And that's why FMS in the last 4 years is back in our top 10 because of this, because we increased the weightage in FMS is a great school, there's no question. So I know you don't want return on investment, but one on return on learning, but I think they go hand in hand.
Anybody for FMS, also for Dr. Salesa, leading the prestigious institution.
So when I was told in the morning, this category, and I almost declined to come. But there's a numerator and the denominator. So denominator is, we charge 50,000 per semester, and 4 semesters, that's 2 lakhs. And I think that's 115 the cost of any IIM practically. But the numerator is what we can be prouder of, because the denominator is determined by the government and the rest is paid by the taxpayer. So we don't take any credit for it. The taxpayer pays. But last year, and consistently, we are amongst the top 3 in terms of the placement package that we get. So the industry is valuing business skills in terms of what the students come out. We are in the top 3 or 4. And I once have a 200-acre campus, we have a 2-acre campus. And therefore, we take some credit. And practically the only government, business school, every university had a business school. But apart from the IIMs, I think this is the only university-based business school which is consistently in the top 5. So this is for FMS, and thank you, Business Week, and thank you for the confidence in us. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much. Congratulations, sir, to you and all the members of the family back home. Our next category, it's Academic Excellence Award. And this one goes to still also running to the management. Yes, I am. We have with us Dr. Harish K.S., Program Chair, PGDM Business Analytics, to receive the award. Let's give SSIM a really good applause. Also, Dr. Harish and the entire team back home.
So on behalf of Shiv Sevani Institute of Management and behalf of myself, I thanks to BW and also Anurag. Thank you, sir. Thank you very much.
Yes, sir. Congratulations. Congratulations. Thank you so much, Ms. Nair. Thank you so much, ma'am. Everybody wants a ma'am, please. For helping with the awards. Thank you. Thank you so much. And for our last time, please request Mr. Pradeep Panjal Council. You should attach your lesson and to Johnson stage and help us present the award. And the next one, it's a best it's called professor. And this one goes, sir. Professor, Management Development Foundation at MDI Gurgaon. Please run for the bus. Please call Professor Galpaj. Congratulations.
It's a great honor as well as responsibility to receive this award. I humbly accept it and I thank Business World and Dr. Batra for the same. Thank you.
Congratulations, all the winners to join us on this stage with the trophies only. Please, आइए. Also, Salil sir, Vivalji, please, I request you the picture, please. Winners with the trophies. Please. Only one more to win the winners only. Thanks for this.
This is only the second year. Last year we gave only one award, which we gave to the best director to Dr. Jamal Shah. He stopped being the director. But next year we'll announce them in advance. We'll put a jury process, and there'll be much more expanded categories. So I'll leave it at that.
Thank you. Well done.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Dr. Batra and Mr. Ravi. Thank you. Thank you and congratulations. We're glad to come to the end of the President's School Summit Awards for this year. We shall meet you in a better place, a better time with these awards and the summit once again. Thank you. Have a pleasant day. Thank you so much. Thank you.